He wasn't just reincarnated once or two times. He'd been summoned so many times that going to another world became routine. Each summoning stripped away a little more of his humanity, until finally he stopped caring about anything at all. The system gave up on trying to balance his power, and now he's stuck in a world with a stat sheet so broken it's basically illegal. And this time he's not here to be a hero. He's here to handle things his own way. This isn't an adventure anymore, this is the endgame. Let's go. One day, Taka Fujinori had a dream. In that dream, there was a girl. She touched his face and called his name. It seemed she knew him, but he didn't know her name at all. Then suddenly, she stabbed him straight in the chest with a dagger. He looked at her face and wondered why she was crying and how she knew his name. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in his noisy classroom. The sounds of his friends talking and laughing. He stared at a single point and thought, was that a dream? He looked around. It was still the same familiar classroom, a completely normal day. But that was just a fleeting glance. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the floor, and then everyone was blinded by a powerful flash of light. When they opened their eyes, they realized they were in a different place. In a stark white space, he stood up and looked around silently, noting that they had just been at school. His classmates began to panic. One of them exclaimed, "Is this a joke?" "Where are we now?" A goddess appeared and told them not to worry. They had entered the path of souls, or more accurately, they had entered the crossroads between worlds. She was the one they called a goddess. They weren't just being summoned to another world, they were all being summoned as heroes, to overthrow the Demon King. They were incredibly surprised, and she continued saying that their souls would be transferred to the world of swords and magic Benzei in the kingdom of Hyjin. Inori thought to himself that this was just like in the books, while the goddess told them not to worry, that no one would stop them there. They would soon depart for the other world. But first she would give each of them a gift. She extended her hand towards each person, bestowing upon them an ability suited for the world she was sending them to, only hoping they wouldn't become drunk on that power. Walk the path of righteousness and lead others. She wished them all the best, and then left for the other world. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a throne room. He was surrounded by knights, nobles, the king, and the saintess responsible for the summoning. She let out a sigh of relief, happy that the ritual had been successful, and the nobles began to praise her holiness. Now that the heroes had been summoned, the world would be saved. The king ordered for silence in the throne room. Then he stood up, approached the people from another world, and introduced himself. He was Riesen Hagen, king of the kingdom of Hagen. He knelt before them, saying that he formally welcomed them and pleaded with them to defeat the Demon King. Inori appreciated his greeting, and a classmate turned to him. "Your Majesty, please raise your head. But first, I'd like to ask one question. Will we be able to return to our own world?" He said that the Saintess Isaiah would answer this question. The Saintess approached and said that they would have a chance to return, but not just yet. In exactly 1 month, on the night of the next full moon, they would be able to return to their world. If they didn't want to fight the Demon King, they would have to stay in the castle for 1 month. The girls started cheering, looking forward to a life of luxury, while he thought that this wasn't a summoning, but more like a trip to another world. A girl asked, "During this 1 month, how much time will have passed in our old world?" And the Saintess told them not to worry. They would be returned to the exact moment they were summoned. Time in their world would not pass at all. Inori suspected something was wrong because everything sounded too good and too smooth, even too perfect. Isaiah asked if any of them wanted to wait for the next full moon, and said that even if everyone chose this path, they had no right to stop them. However, she hoped they would save her country, save this world. She clasped her hands in prayer and began to cry, and he thought that after this, all of them would naively see themselves as great heroes. This was an old trick to boost their morale. His classmates began to whisper among themselves, and he hoped none of them were stupid enough to fall for the trap. When the discussion ended, his classmates said they didn't think they could make a final decision just like that. Could they have 1 month to think it over? The king was silent, considering, while Inori looked at his friends and thought that was a good idea. He himself would support them, and the king agreed. In 1 month, they would all have to decide either become heroes or return to their old world. But today, they would have a celebratory feast, so they should enjoy themselves to their heart's content. They were overjoyed while he sighed and smiled, thinking how lucky he was to get a taste of the delicacies of another world on the very first day. He wanted to do something interesting, something that combined many ingredients at once. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, just like the one in the classroom. He touched his chin in confusion, wondering if they were being transported to the dining table this way. Now he wondered what the capacity of the magic was. Could he use it to collect all the delicious food? He wanted to try some fantasy world food. A classmate called out to him worriedly, asking why the circle only appeared under his feet. He looked bewildered. Then he was transported to that very same space. The goddess welcomed him and began her welcoming speech, but realized there was only one person here. She stopped short. Inori said, "Long time no see. Must have been a few minutes, huh?" She pointed at him in confusion and realized he had been here before. This confused her, as it shouldn't be happening, while he asked if she had summoned him again. She said that might be the case, then held her hand out to him and said that regardless, the rules were the rules. Since he was summoned, he had to receive a gift. A magic circle appeared under his feet again, and she remarked that this was truly a mysterious case. She said her goodbyes and wished him luck, but he said, "It seems you don't really understand what you're doing." He was transported to another world, to some kind of laboratory. He noticed that the last summoning circle was purple, but this one was yellow. As far as he could tell, the symbols were different too, but now wasn't the time to think about that, because he was tied to a chair and surrounded by a bunch of mad scientists. An old man was overjoyed that the summoning was a success, and the old man's colleague said that from now on he was experiment number 12. The old man approached Inori and said he would probably be the one to possess the magic eyes. He suspected this experiment title was nothing good, and he wondered if this world was going to be too hard for his second time. The two of them grabbed their tools, and the old man told his subordinate that the experiment was paramount and he had to be careful. He called the old man doctor and said he understood everything perfectly, while thinking to himself, "Is this guy really a doctor? He looks more like a mad doctor." The old man suddenly brandished a scalpel in front of his face, gleefully saying that they finally had real magic eyes to operate on, a gift bestowed upon those from another world the moment they crossed the border. The old man showed him a full set of tools hidden in his cloak, saying this was their job. Inori thought to himself, "So my gift this time is magic eyes, huh?" The old man used magic on him and said it would be very sad if he went crazy or rebelled, so he would hypnotize him so that nothing could interfere with his experiment. He stared at the magic circle in front of him, but no matter how hard the old man tried, the hypnosis barely had any effect. This baffled the old man. He said he never expected high-level hypnosis to be so ineffective. Suddenly, his subordinate excitedly called out to him, saying that his right eye was clairvoyance and his left eye was creation. Hearing this, the old man was ecstatic. This was a specimen with heterochromia. They decided to put the hypnosis aside and continue with the experiment, to see how he would react. Then they brandished a bunch of medical tools. Inori started to worry, thinking, "Are they serious? They're planning to dissect me just like this without hypnosis. Is this torture?" He needed to do something. He decided to try using his eyes to escape, and right at that moment, a blue magic circle appeared under his feet. The two mad doctors stared at him in surprise while he smiled, thinking the timing was perfect. As he was transported to that space, the goddess was, to put it mildly, extremely surprised. She noted that this was the third time already. "Are you that obsessed with me?" He asked what on earth was wrong with him, and she said this was the first time something like this had happened, so she couldn't say much, but she hoped to figure something out the next time he appeared. He thought to himself, "Looks like I've already made friends with the goddess." But what was waiting for him next? And why did she talk about a next time? Then he was summoned by a high-class lady and an elf. The woman told her master that she had summoned a humanoid monster. "On the very first try, no less. You're quite talented." He didn't like the way she called him that one bit. He was mistaken for a monster, and was almost forced to sign a slave contract when the summoning circle suddenly appeared again. He returned to the goddess, who let out a long sigh, and said, "Don't you ever get tired of this?" He asked if she knew the reason for this. She said there wasn't much time, so she'd make it brief. Summoning selects those with strong souls. A strong soul is exactly what's needed to cross world borders, but your soul is just too strong. He looked at her blankly and said that he was no saint, he could hardly even be called a good person. And she replied that it didn't matter. Simply put, what mattered was inner strength. If his soul had been immediately anchored by a hero's contract in that world, then this wouldn't have happened. She held her hand out to him, granting him another ability. This time it was skill plunder. This time he was summoned by a beautiful girl, and as a result he received 4 gifts. He also tried to form a contract before being sent back to the goddess, but the magic circle appeared even faster. On the 5th summoning, a girl used dark magic to summon him. It seems your gift has something to do with this. For the 6th time, you somehow managed to become the Demon Lord, revived by your loyal followers. But you quickly returned to the goddess, and she noticed you'd collected quite a few. Quite a few of her gifts, that is. You agreed with her, and then she declared that the next time would be the last. So as a farewell gift, she would combine all of your skills together for when you're summoned. You should take a look at your system right away. You'll understand what she's talking about. This time, he found himself once again in a world of sword and sorcery. Hearing the king's voice welcoming the heroes, he quietly rejoiced that things would be fine this time. But he was confused when he saw 3 unfamiliar high school students standing beside Shinzaki Ryuto. He looked around, not understanding why they were in the castle, while Karasawa Tamaki, seeing a familiar face, immediately approached them. A girl named Isobe Aoi was also there with them. Looking at the 4 of them, the king was confused because there were supposed to be only 3 heroes. Hearing this, Inori thought to himself, "There are 4 of us and the other 3 know each other." He frowned and muttered, "Don't tell me I was just thrown into this group to make up the numbers." Everyone immediately turned around when they heard him speak. Then the king pointed at him and asked, "What is the meaning of this? 3 heroes and 1 commoner?" He replied that that was exactly it, and the king, looking puzzled, asked what he meant by saying he was thrown in with the others. And then his daughter Amanda stepped forward. She turned to the heroes and asked if they were from another world. She, the first princess, had personally summoned them, so they should be grateful to her. He thought to himself, another old cliché, an arrogant princess. She raised her hand and grandly declared that she had summoned them to this glorious kingdom of the rising sun. Besides humans in this world, they would encounter demi-humans and demons, and they must know that the demons are the enemy. Under the leadership of the Demon Lord, they have established their own country and are invading human territory. And so the central power of the Maka Empire has ordered all nations within the empire to summon heroes, but only girls of royal blood. Tuts can summon heroes. That would be her. Each nation trains its own heroes to build an army and fight back against the Demon Lord. She smiled and asked them what they thought of the plan. She just knew it was a brilliant idea. Inori looked at her skeptically and thought, so they're banking on quantity, not quality? They're hoping that at least one of the heroes will succeed. That's their plan. The princess continued saying that they, the representatives of the kingdom of the rising sun, must stand proud and become stronger to overthrow the Demon Lord. He pursed his lips and silently begged her to stop. He could barely stop himself from laughing every time he heard the name of this country. Ryuto turned to Her Highness and asked for permission to ask a question. Could they return to their own world? She told him that she'd be brief. There is no way back. This threw the 3 of them into a panic while Amanda asked with confusion why they would even need to return. They should be grateful. They should. They had everything they needed to become the respected heroes of the kingdom. Inori felt uneasy and wondered what she meant. No way back. They should really take a page from the Haegun Kingdom's book. The king apologized for rushing things and asked them to touch a stone tablet. It would identify the blessing he had bestowed upon them. The royal mage brought the tablet towards them, and he began to observe. Ryuto's was revealed to be the limit break blessing. Aoi's was barrier creation, and Tamaki's was magic compatibility. When he touched the tablet, it revealed that his blessing was dousing. The king was confused, and so was he. He had received an interesting blessing. It didn't fit in at all with the other 3. It was as if he were a thief, not a hero. Afterwards, they were taken to have their physical strength and magical power measured. Ryuto showed superhuman physical results, while Aoi and Tamaki revealed inhuman magical abilities. His extraordinary magical power, however, ended up at a completely normal level, making him feel that his body before the summoning was much stronger. He even lost to the girls in the sports tests. How humiliating. Though this was to be expected. There was a reason they were heroes. Afterwards, everyone decided to gather in Ryuto's room to discuss their next steps. As soon as Inori entered, he looked around and noticed this room was much larger than his own. Tamaki's voice cut through his thoughts. She asked Ryuto, "What is he doing here? He's no hero. He doesn't have any power at all. Why did you call him here?" Inori gave a wry smirk. She said it right to his face. Tamaki said she wasn't worried about him or anything. She was just curious. He immediately thought, so she's actually worried about me. A classic tsundere. Ryuto told her not to say that. His detection skill is also extremely useful, you know? That's when Inori realized that not every hero thought the same way about him, and Ryuto said he agreed that he probably wouldn't be able to fight. But personally, he'd rather be protected by Aoi's barrier. She said she understood, and Inori pondered that. The energetic Tamaki, and in contrast the quiet Aoi. Those beautiful, sweet faces said it all. All in all, the 3 of them weren't exactly what you'd call stunning. There they are. The lucky ones who get to have a private life. Tamaki asked if everyone thought it was worth staying in this country. Ryuto thought for a second, and just as he was about to say something, Inori shouted, "Isn't it great here? And we've been welcomed so warmly, too. What's there to complain about?" He put a finger to his lips and showed them a piece of paper that said they were being eavesdropped on, so it was best not to say anything unnecessary. Everyone immediately tensed up and fell silent thanks to his detection ability. Inori had realized it instantly. It was hard to believe, but his ability was extremely powerful. It allowed him to sense the presence of humans and animals even through walls, and right now there were a few ears listening from outside the door. The maid was already done with her work here, but for some reason she'd come back. Or was it someone else? He looked down at his notebook and wrote a new message asking Aoi to create a sound-blocking barrier. She nodded in response. She then stood in the middle of the room and erected a barrier that enveloped them. After that, she said it was a success. But since she wasn't used to it, it wouldn't last long. Ryuto smiled and thanked her, making her a little embarrassed, while Inori silently wished they would go flirt somewhere else. Tamaki wondered, why are they eavesdropping on us? Ryuto immediately became serious and said, I don't know if you've realized, but our powers don't fit within the framework of this world. How would they know whether or not we decide to throw this entire country into chaos? That's why they're acting so secretively. Tamaki exclaimed in frustration. What are you talking about? They're the ones who summoned us. Inori said he thinks this country is also going through a difficult time. He couldn't be sure since they knew almost nothing about this world. But it's very likely the kingdom is in a crisis. The king has to do too much himself. If things were fine, he wouldn't have to handle all of this. Besides, he has too few vassals and almost no guards. Tamaki agreed with him. She had been thinking about that too. But they're feeding us really well, aren't they? That must cost a lot of money. He replied that the food was just average. It's just stuffed with garlic and spices, which is why it tastes that way. He grimaced a little and wondered to himself, so she actually likes this stuff. As for him, he thought the food had too strong a flavor. He continued noting that this room didn't look like a hero's room at all. It was more like private soldiers had stayed here, and his room was even smaller. He recalled his first summoning and thought that these three probably weren't summoned every day. As for him, he had something to compare this kingdom to. He said that they should still consider escaping from this country. With his power, they would have a good chance of getting past the army and starting to find their way home. They silently considered his proposal. Then Tamaki said that maybe they were this country's last hope. And we shouldn't let that hope disappear. Aoi noted that they were told there was no way back. But what's stopping them from hiding the truth now? Inori pointed out that blurting everything out right now would be foolish, and Ryuto agreed with him. They didn't have enough power or knowledge yet, so they just had to wait. Suddenly, Tamaki moved closer to Inori and noticed that his left eye was yellow. I completely forgot, he thought, immediately covering his eye, thinking that being this obvious would surely get him found out. Seeing his reaction, Ryuto told the girl that there are some things it's best not to pry into. Of course, it was a little too late for that. But everyone goes through this phase, so just leave him be. Inori thought, he's actually pretty smart, mistaking his eye for some kind of teen phase. Well, this works out for me anyway. So he decided to play along and said that they shouldn't underestimate the power of this eye. Back in his room, he wondered what kind of ability this was. Theoretically, if he wanted to see his stats, a system panel should appear. Instantly, one materialized in front of him. All of his stats were around 1,000 or more. He realized these numbers were pretty high, but without an average to compare them to, they were meaningless. He recalled sweating buckets during the physical fitness test while the other three were chatting happily, and wondered what the reason for his poor results was. He decided to check his skills first. He has a magic eye on his right that sees through all things and a creation eye on his left. He had built up a set of skills. Quite a few thanks to being summoned endlessly. However, the third time he was called a monster, he became a vampire because of it. He suffers from the sun god's hatred effect. During the day, the stats of nocturnal races rejected by the god drop to 1/10 of their normal power. Therefore, his abilities are limited during the day, which is the reason for his poor test results. He had also exposed himself to the harsh sun for too long. He had a splitting headache and couldn't stomach dinner because of the smell of garlic, even with the two girls there. In reality, what attracted him was their blood. He was so focused on using his reconnaissance skill that he'd forgotten about his subconscious instincts. He knew that having two different colored eyes and being a vampire was still survivable. He could manage it somehow. But first, he needed to learn more about himself and his skills. He recalled all the times he'd been summoned to other worlds and figured this place also had a whole skill system. A vast one. the ability to detect living creatures within his perception range. Reconnaissance. He grabbed a candlestick and decided to use magic to create a weapon from scrap material. He removed the candles. He only needed the iron holder. Then he used magic, and it transformed into a dagger. Now he decided to find out what his magic eye, the all-seeing one on his right, could do. Accurate identification of moving objects, precise distance estimation, microscopic vision, dark vision, clairvoyance, dispelling illusions. Precognition, eidetic memory, third-person perspective. A full set. This eye could do almost anything imaginable. It would be a long time before he fully understood it. He decided to preview the description of his left magic eye. It could transfer any magic circle it saw directly into his eye and activate it at any time. He didn't quite understand what this meant and decided to think about it while practicing magic here. He also had a bunch of other skills like accelerated blood pumping and dark magic, weapon creation, and so on. He was particularly interested in the blood-sucking skill. If he drained most of a victim's blood, they would become a ghoul. And if he transfused his blood into a virgin, they would become his vampire thrall. But if they were no longer a virgin, they would only become a ghoul. If he poured his blood onto a ghoul after it died, it would become his underling. Furthermore, if he completely drained a victim's blood, their memories would be transferred to him. This made him give a wry smile and wonder just what kind of monster he was. Also, if he drained someone completely, he could steal all their skills. Even though he was weaker during the day, it was still too early to count him out. But first, he needed to get used to this world and his new body. A new day began. They gathered at the training grounds, and a woman walked towards them. The captain of the Night Order of the Kingdom of the Rising Sun. Agena Easy would teach them the art of mastering their bodies. Inori was a bit bewildered to see that the Knight Captain was a woman. He thought a fantasy world is a fantasy world, I guess. But is this the result of an economic crisis or an effort to change public opinion? Asuna said she understood the girls were inclined towards magic, but they still couldn't neglect the basics of body control. She usually started with strength training, but it seems that won't be necessary in your case. Inori frowned slightly and thought, of course not. He glanced at the three of them and saw their stats. Ryuto's stats were nearly identical. Tamaki had the highest mana. Aoi did too, but she was much weaker. Even so, in Inori's opinion, all three had inhuman stats. The Knight Captain told the three of them that once they learned the basics of body control, they could choose what suited them best. But it was different for Inori. He could only choose after reaching the level of an average warrior. Then he began his training. While he did push-ups, the Knight Captain didn't leave his side for a second, constantly urging him to continue. The protagonist was having a really hard time. During the day, he was dead tired and his head pounded under the harsh sun. Arena said she would supervise him closely and encourage him, but he felt his head was already spinning. Even if he wanted to escape somehow, he couldn't. Suddenly, a princess's voice rang out. Inori immediately recognized that Tisander girl from yesterday had arrived, but next to her was another girl, someone he didn't know. He wondered, who's this? Is she a servant? Or does she look like a princess? Or is she just beautiful? Her expression gave him a slight chill, a fake doll-like smile. The Knight Captain addressed them both as princess and asked what was wrong. The two princesses smiled and said they just came to watch the heroes train. Amanda added that she had taken some of her rare free time to come, so they should be grateful. The protagonist scoffed. Then the two princesses approached and smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you. Her name was Arya. She would be spending the rest of the day with him. After training, they went to a room in the castle, and Arya said there would be a theory lesson in the afternoon. He looked at her and thought, this sucks. He was separated to study alone while the other three studied together and were taught by the Grand Princess. The reason was simple. Amanda said she wouldn't teach someone who wasn't a hero, because it would be an insult. He let out a long sigh and thought, now's not the time to get upset. I'll deal with her someday. Whatever. Arya decided to start the lesson. She picked up a book, and before she began to lecture, Inori raised his hand to ask a question. She asked what it was, and he wondered, aren't you the Grand Princess's younger sister? She told him that unfortunately that wasn't correct. She was a year older than her, but for some reason, and she was the one to succeed the throne. He thought, this sounds complicated. Age doesn't always determine the heir. He decided not to ask any further, and they returned to the lesson. According to the lesson, the Kingdom of the Rising Sun was founded by a sorceress. She was a member of the hero party that defeated the previous Demon King. This means their founder was a sorceress. Therefore, The belief in sorceresses was strengthened among the populace, and women were generally held in higher regard. For many years, the throne belonged to queens, the current rulers. The queen's husband was none other than the prince regent. This was their common form of government. The queen could strip the king of his power with just a divorce decree. As a result, the two princesses taught him the basics of the kingdom's history and this world's magic. Before long, it was dark. He returned to his room, flipped through a book, and thought about how the principles of this world's magic and the theoretical practice sessions awaited him tomorrow. The practical lessons would begin the day after. He had borrowed a grimoire on basic magic from the two princesses. Of course, asking to borrow it after dozing off in her class was a bit rude, but that doll-like smile never left her face. However, he was sure she wasn't happy about it. He found an image of a magic circle in the book. Now he could try what he couldn't do yesterday. He used his magic construction eye. It was supposed to allow him to store any magic circles he saw and activate them at will, but nothing happened. There was no sensation of the circle being stored inside his eye. He tried other magic circles, but still nothing happened. He closed the book, frustrated by the complete failure. Then he suddenly remembered he had another magic eye. There was paper and a pen on his nightstand. He redrew a magic circle he remembered very clearly. This circle came from the world where he got his eyes. It was that old doctor's advanced hypnotism technique. Of course, it's impossible to recall something like that in an instant, but his right eye specifically, its photographic memory made it possible. Looking at the finished drawing, he decided to use his left eye, thinking that both the eye and the circle came from the same world. And then he felt a completely new sensation. It seemed he had succeeded. He decided to test it and called for the maid Nala. When she entered, he told her he had a small favor to ask. Then he used hypnotism on her. At first, she was a little surprised. Then her eyes gradually became vacant. He waved his hand in front of her face and wondered if he had succeeded. To check, he decided to ask a few questions. The first was what color her underwear was. She gave an answer, and he used his second eye clairvoyance to confirm it was the truth. So the elementary hypnotism worked, he thought. Does this mean my left eye can't store magic circles from another world? That means right now this eye only has the ability to hypnotize. That can't be right, he thought. He had been summoned so many times, and each time a magic circle appeared at his feet, so he should have remembered it. And if he transferred it to his left eye, he would be able to teleport himself. Then a magic circle appeared at his feet, and an identical one appeared somewhere in the forest. Just like that. He teleported to a forest on the outskirts of the capital, a technique combining the clairvoyance of his right eye and the perspective shift of his left eye. Now he could leave the palace, whenever he wanted. It was currently nighttime, and his abilities were at their peak, so he decided to run some tests. He approached the ruins of some structure, and used black magic on it, controlling it, and making the objects instantly start levitating in the air. Any inanimate object was affected by black magic, and he could freely move them as well as hide the objects under his control within his own shadow. The controlled objects couldn't affect uncontrolled ones, but if he released them, everything would work as before. It was both convenient and completely inconvenient. At the same time, he also had shadow magic with a skill that let him merge with the shadows and move freely through them. He sank into the ground and peeked out from the shadow of a biny tree, and thought that this was too convenient and quite spacious inside too. Now it was time to master his weapon creation skill. He created a sword from stone and focused. During training, he had used his clairvoyance to memorize the movements taught to the heroes, and at night he returned to the same spot to repeat them, as many times as possible in the time he had. He swung the sword a few times and was soon out of breath, but despite that, he felt a sense of triumph. And when he looked up, he saw a system notification in front of him. He had learned swordsmanship skill level 1. Now he understood where that feeling came from. Time passed. Not right away, but he succeeded. After that, it was time to level up. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a noise behind him. Peeking out from the bushes, he spotted a giant bird in a clearing. It had just caught a rabbit. At first, he thought it was a demon and used his appraisal skill. The system window appeared. It was a katu, a species of demon bird, and he wondered if they were always this strong. As he found out, this bird was a common local commodity, and the bed in his room was stuffed with its feathers. And the people in this kingdom hunt these giant birds. He wondered what to do next. Perhaps he should start with simpler demons. He tried appraising other demons in this forest, but aside from intelligence, their other stats were around 500 or 600. Some of them even surpassed him. Either the demons in this forest were too strong, or he was too weak. They were much stronger than he expected. Of course, he still had a chance in a one-on-one fight, but if they surrounded him, he'd be done for. If he didn't level up, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Meanwhile, as the two princesses were wandering the castle corridors, the knight captain blocked Arya's path, telling her that even within the castle she shouldn't be out this late at night without an escort. Arya smiled and asked if she could have a word with her. She was told that the woman hadn't used magic tools while training Inori and the other heroes, a fact she confirmed. The three heroes are practicing with training weapons while Inori is doing physical conditioning. Giving them anything more serious when they haven't yet mastered it, the basics of body control, is unacceptable. Arya cut her off, asking what the problem was. They were going to handle magic tools eventually, so why not just explain them from the start? Agena stared at her, and after a moment of silence, she said that Arya was right. If they mastered them, they would become stronger. But if they relied on that power from the very beginning, all discipline would be lost. Personally, she believed it was more important to remove all temptations from their sight and to forge their bodies and minds. Maria did not like those words, but she immediately forced a smile and said the woman was right and that there was no need to worry when the strongest of them all was working with them. Agena looked at her with a fleeting sadness, then said it had been a long time since she'd seen her old smile. The princess fell silent, then turned away and said her smile hadn't changed one bit. Agena cautiously asked what she thought of the future queen, and she glanced at Amanda's portrait, saying that of course she was talented and had her own principles and beliefs. The people love her, and she is worthy of the throne. She asked if she truly thought so. The princess retorted, asking what she was talking about. One never knows where they might fall someday. The kingdom will one day consider your words an insult. She replied that she understood. Then the princess left, and she silently told her not to worry about that. 2 weeks had passed since they were summoned to this world, and all three of them were training at a rapid pace. Ryuto had bonded with his sword and was now being taught only swordsmanship. Tamaki chose a magic staff which, in theory, should help her focus her incantations, but in her case the staff was no different from a regular club. It seems she's all muscle and no brain. Aoi is learning archery, an offensive role with absolutely no defensive capabilities while aiming, but with her barriers, that's not an issue. A master of close combat long-range firepower and close-quarters destructive power provide fire support and protection at any moment. Now that's a balanced party. 3 days ago, Inori also began serious training. Not in swordsmanship, but in techniques for daggers and thrown weapons, stealth training, and occasionally disarming traps. As he understood it, they wanted to make him a scout, which made sense, since that role, combined with his detection ability, was a perfect combo. As for his other abilities, he didn't need a babysitter to develop them. Every night he practiced in the forest, controlling a dagger in midair with dark magic while waiting for the right moment. He severed the connection to the dagger, and it embedded itself into a tree trunk. Watching this, he thought that his daytime lessons were almost impossible to apply in practice, and they barely stuck in his head. This hatred from the sun god was really getting on his nerves. Could he escape it by leveling up high enough? After practicing with the dagger, it was time to level up his shadow walk skill. He tracked the monster bird, and when it was distracted by its food, he immediately rushed out from his hiding spot and approached the demon along the shadows cast on the ground. The bird noticed him too late, so he quickly executed his plan. Using this weapon artifact, he created a rope of dark magic that instantly bound the demon. The bird shrieked, trying to escape, and he looked it straight in the eyes using hypnosis. The demon's eyes flashed yellow. Success. He carefully reached his hand toward the bird and waited a few seconds. It didn't move. Then he stabbed the demon with his dagger and killed it. Living creatures aren't affected by dark magic, but the undead can be easily moved and stored in the shadows. He threw the bird into his shadow space. He dived in there himself, thinking that based on his observations, there was no need to worry about the other demons here. He sank his fangs into the bird's neck, hoping that if he drained most of its blood, his vampiric bloodline would help him level up or at least boost his stats. And then he went hunting again. This time he came across some kind of reptile. He thought the beast didn't look very appetizing, but he didn't have any other choice. As long as it was beneficial, he would continue to hunt. As soon as it started to get light, he teleported back to his room and went to sleep. Every night was exactly the same. In the morning, the maid woke him up, and he thought that of course he wouldn't keep her under hypnosis forever. Only when he needed to slip away somewhere. During these 2 weeks, he had been able to extract a ton of interesting information about the kingdom from her, all thanks to the magic of hypnosis. The current queen cannot bear children. The country itself is based on a matriarchal system. The queen gives birth to a daughter for her to inherit the throne, and thus the kingdom continues. but for some unknown reason, many members of the royal family have died from a terrible illness. This could gradually lead to tragic consequences, and so that the kingdom's line would not be completely extinguished. The daughter of a count, a distant relative of the queen, became the king's concubine. Then a baby was born. She was named Arya. Her name meant heir. A diligent student beloved by the people, everyone rejoiced at her success. Until she turned 7 years old. That year, the king and queen finally had a daughter of their own, and they named her Amanda, which means beloved. The queen loved her daughter dearly, and the girl also inherited magical talent. Arya no longer needed to study hard to inherit the throne. When Amanda turned 7, she became the first princess and was named the heir, leaving Arya in the shadows. The meaning of her name faded into oblivion. People lost all interest in her, and the princess was left alone. Forgotten by the queen, she lived out her days in the castle like a doll. Now, as he sat in a lecture, he glanced at her and thought she was just like him, not expecting anything from anyone. Seeing him lying on the desk, she woke him up because he was blocking the light. If you keep sleeping, you'll end up with nothing. He let out a long yawn and thought that it had been a long time since he'd heard such a preachy lecture, and after that, she said it was pathetic that he lacked magical talent, but he was being taught intelligence and espionage techniques. He didn't think his talent lay there either. He mulled it over. He truly couldn't use any of this world's magic at all. Even the most ordinary people could use simple magic, so in the eyes of others it was bizarre to have someone completely incapable of using magic. Arya said that the Knight Commander was an extremely busy person, yet she still made time for them. Wasn't it because she saw something more in them? He stretched and answered her boldly that it was because they were heroes. And then she said seriously that to get stronger he should try harder. He felt a bit annoyed by her harsh attitude. Then she ordered him to follow her. She led him to a tower, and they went down the stairs, finding themselves before a pair of giant doors. She opened them with magic, and said that since the classrooms were crowded today, they would make use of this place. You're a hero, but they call you a weakling. Do you like hearing those words? She turned to him and declared, I don't think so, and he looked at her surprised. The past had left an indelible scar on her. She had locked away all her emotions, and the citizens of the kingdom had started to call her the doll. But looking at her now, he couldn't say that was true. When she dispelled her magic, a vast training hall appeared before them. Arya walked to the center of the room and continued, If you don't put in the effort, you'll be kicked out of the castle. We have no obligation to feed those who don't work. He mentally noted that she was playing her trump cards right away, then asked, So does using my detection ability not count as work? Arya replied that she also found this treatment unfair, but he still hadn't put in the necessary effort. Is it really that hard for you to straighten yourself out a little? This blessing isn't something everyone gets. He recalled dozing off in her class and training at night, then replied, I'm doing my best, you know. She clenched her fists anxiously as he added that he was a far cry from the other 3 heroes. And I'm not exactly a great student either. Everyone has their limits. She said that this special training room had a powerful magic barrier. No screams, no noise. No one will hear a thing, so you don't need to worry about that. He asked her how to open the doors, and then she silently came up from behind, shooting him a furious look. Then she kicked him hard in the back, slamming him against the doors. He turned to look at her, bewildered, as she exclaimed that he hadn't even smelled the smoke of battle yet. If he got kicked out because of his own failings, his life would be over the moment he met his first monster. Even if you're not as cool as them, live with what you've got and don't give up. He looked at her and thought that she wasn't a doll, but a truly noble girl. She cried out, You have a chance to change, don't give up. This made him smirk, then laugh out loud as he said, You're a good person. Her face immediately flushed red at his words, and he said that he'd underestimated her. He never expected her to be so passionate. She suggested they stop getting on each other's nerves, and he told her not to worry. He loves life more than anyone, just like her. She looked at him in surprise, and after a moment of silence said that perhaps she had underestimated him too. For some reason, she felt he was unbelievably strong. He said that him being kicked out was true, but he would figure out what to do about it. He wasn't planning on leaving just yet, because his information gathering still wasn't complete. When it was time for the next training session, he decided he would find a way to prove the importance of his detection ability. But the problem was, actual combat practice in real dungeons hadn't been scheduled yet. The session ended, and as he caught his breath, he thought that maybe he should ask the Knight Commander to persuade the Queen. Maybe then his voice would be heard. Adriana led him to her office to talk, and when he told her his request, she said it would be difficult. He asked if she thought his abilities weren't enough for this. He admitted that he didn't have much motivation for daily training, but she cut him off before he could finish saying he was mistaken. She didn't underestimate him at all. Did he want to join the Night Order? He was very surprised by the offer, and she said that his abilities would be indispensable on the battlefield. They would help him in the position of a knight, whether exploring dungeons or fighting the Demon Lord. He would grow stronger with each experience. The difficulty wasn't that she didn't want to help, but that she had no way to influence his situation. But if he quit being a hero and became a soldier, he would start to forge his own destiny. That way he could avoid being banished. He understood that if he agreed, he'd have to shoulder a mountain of responsibilities, and that didn't suit him at all. He replied that he really appreciated her offer but needed more time to think. She agreed and told him to come find her when he had nowhere else to turn. He had made his position clear before he left. Ajina walked to the window and confirmed this. A few days passed. Inori was sitting through another class, half asleep, when someone asked if the heroes from the neighboring country were coming. What would they be doing here? The princess said that tomorrow there would be a meeting she would also be attending, so there would be no classes or training. He was surprised by the news. She smiled and told him that he wouldn't be there either. He wondered why. He immediately understood what was happening. He was redundant. The next day, the guests from the neighboring country were welcomed with great ceremony while Inori watched the celebration from a window. He thought resentfully, so much for their financial crisis. Was there really no room to invite him? But honestly, who would want to explain to the guests why another hero had suddenly appeared alongside the other three? There would be an investigation, and he didn't need any more trouble. Sighing heavily, he got out of bed thinking that he didn't like sitting on the sidelines watching others have fun at all. He used his all-seeing magic eye to see what was happening in the palace's grand hall. He saw the princess in her usual attire looking bored. He noticed his favorite instructor was also dressed up. He then immediately recognized the forced smile on her face. He surveyed the lavish appetizers on the table, which made him feel disheartened. Thanks to hypnosis, he had learned from Nala that this welcoming ceremony was one of the main causes of the economic crisis. The queen loved to show off in front of other nations and absolutely refused to listen to the king's concerns about it. And then he noticed a few strangers standing next to Ryuto and the girls. Those must be the visitors. One guy stood out from the trio. He had long bangs that reached his nose, looking really gloomy. They might get along. Then there was the blonde guy. He's Japanese, isn't he? To find out, he used his appraisal skill and saw his name was Dead Masayoshi, meaning justice. Isn't that name a bit too flashy for this guy? Seeing him start to yell at Ryuto, he wondered what he didn't like about him. He couldn't hear anything. Maybe he should try reading his lips. An angry Masayoshi ordered them to bring Inori here immediately to challenge him to a match when the party was over. He was summoned to meet the heroes. As soon as Masayoshi saw him, he immediately challenged him to a duel, surprising everyone present. His own comrades felt a little embarrassed. Inori asked for the reason, and he replied that he wanted to prove to the goddess that he was unworthy. Inori asked him which goddess he was talking about, and he told him not to play dumb. You were there too, weren't you? In the white void where you met her. He asked what that had to do with the match, and he proudly replied that he had proposed to her. Then he grabbed Inori's shirt and shouted in his face that she said she'd consider it if he defeated him. He let out a long sigh and thought that he was starting to understand what was going on. Then he said, simply put, that goddess has dumped all her problems on me. He swore that the next time they met he would get his revenge on her. And then a confused Ryuto asked, what white void? Masayoshi's comrades didn't know anything about a goddess either, and Inori found this strange. Were they summoned differently? He decided to put an end to this, and told the other guy that he didn't really understand what was going on, but he accepted the challenge. He was overjoyed and said that changed everything. Then he asked if he had decided on the type of match. Based on his reaction, he hadn't thought about that at all. And Inori said that his blessing was completely unsuitable for conventional battles, and unlike the other heroes, he possessed the body of a very ordinary person. A simple one-on-one duel was clearly not suitable for them. However, if he was the type of hero who enjoyed tormenting the weak, then that was a different story entirely. Masayoshi shouted that he would accept any condition, and all the heroes were surprised to see him agree so quickly. This only benefited Inori. He said there must be a dungeon near the capital where the knights train. The winner would be the one to defeat the first-floor boss first. Masayoshi smiled confidently and agreed. Meanwhile, Ryuto whispered to Inori, "Are you sure about this? This isn't just reconnaissance. How do you plan to beat the boss with your abilities?" He replied that everything would be fine. He already had an idea. In the end, he agreed to a duel the next day. But after the match, the queen summoned him because he had suffered a humiliating defeat. She began to scold him. "You voluntarily changed the venue for the duel, yet you lost so disgracefully." The queen was right. This guy was too strong. His swordsmanship, which allowed him to cut down anything in his path, was on par with the knight commander's own skills. Even the boss of the first floor could barely do a thing. Masayoshi dealt with it instantly. Inori, on the other hand, had snuck past all the monsters thanks to his detection ability. The traps and even the boss monster. From the outside, it looked like a pathetic failure. The very people she trusted had vouched for him and spoke of his untapped potential. But now, having damaged the nation's reputation, that time is over. She wouldn't be giving him any more chances. A suffocating silence filled the throne room for a few seconds. Then the queen loudly declared his banishment from the kingdom, but he just smiled in response. Everyone around them kept a stone-cold expression. They had anticipated this. The queen asked him if he had any objections, and he replied that he did have one. Damaging the country's reputation. What was that about? She reminded him that he did in fact lose the match, and he agreed with her. But the only thing at stake was dignity. She didn't understand what he was saying, and he explained that he was talking about the dignity of being the goddess's man. There was an agreement that this match would be kept secret from everyone but them. First of all, he was no hero. He was someone who hadn't even been publicly introduced to the people of the country, and clearly he wasn't the one who shamed the kingdom or her majesty. This match was basically just a simple farce. However, this didn't mean he was just going to sit back and take it. After he spoke, guards entered the throne room. They placed 2 sacks overflowing with gold coins and precious gems at his feet, and he said that he'd brought back a little souvenir from the dungeon, seeing such a huge amount of gold. The queen and the princess's jaws dropped in amazement while Inori said that this was treasure from the first floor. He couldn't compare to the hero, but he couldn't leave empty-handed either. Pleased with the spoils, the queen began to inspect the gold. He smiled, saying that thanks to his blessing, it was a piece of cake, and all of this was done to show them its value. The 2 princesses were extremely surprised. She thought he was going to be kicked out for sure, and so the troublesome guest, satisfied with his victory, returned to his home country. And since there were no more obstacles, meaning the threat of exile no longer loomed over Inori and him, he could start hunting in earnest. That very night he set out into the forest. It had already eaten someone. He emerged from the shadows thinking that he was starting to get tired of these birds, when he noticed something strange. He looked around and thought, is something wrong again? What surprise does this forest have in store for me this time? There were only trees around, so he couldn't tell right away. But his detection skill was pinging non-stop. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and realized this was no longer about his detection skill. Something else would help him here. He used his all-seeing demon eye to dispel any illusions and saw a magical dome in front of him. Now he understood the source of that piercing sensation. Was his detection skill working so poorly because he got it from this world? No, and no kind of protection works against the all-seeing demon eye anyway. He wondered what was inside. Probably demons stronger than those birds. He decided he'd go in for a quick look right now. After all, he could escape at any time, at that very moment. A pack of wolves was prowling nearby. They sensed his intrusion. As he stepped inside the barrier, he immediately heard the rustling of leaves. A few gray wolves burst from the bushes towards him. He instantly merged into the shadows, thinking excitedly that he'd never faced a whole pack before. He created black threads from his shadow, quickly dispatching the wolves. When it was over, he touched a wound on his face and winced in pain, thinking that even a single one was very strong. There was a whole pack here, but he still managed to handle them all. After hiding the wolves' bodies in his shadow space, he began to sink into it himself. He thought that if things went well, he wouldn't need the birds anymore, but just in case he needed to bring one back to check. And with that, he went deeper until he reached a lake. In the middle of it was an island with a giant tree. He glanced over, hesitant to go further, feeling like a final boss was about to appear. He decided to pretend he didn't notice anything and took a step forward. Instantly, a giant wolf leaped out of the forest and attacked him. The young man jumped back, startled. He saw that his arm was nearly gone and was utterly astonished. He had certainly expected a monster to attack, but not like this. Right after, the wolf attacked again. It swatted him aside with its claws, sending him crashing into a nearby tree trunk. After recovering, he looked at his enemy and thought, what the hell just happened? His appraisal skill revealed that before him was a Fenrir, a wolf-type magical beast. So it's not a demon, he thought. He glanced at his arm and thought, is this just a mini-boss? What should I do now? Hide in the shadows. But it would just wait for me at the exit. Just then, Fenrir lunged to attack, and as it got very close, he panicked, telling himself to think fast. Just as the wolf pounced, he was no longer there. Turns out he had managed to fly into the air a few seconds before the blow landed. And then his title, Monster from a Third World, began to take effect. He was a vampire, and not just for show, and now he decided to test all of his abilities. Fenrir looked up at him and asked why he had come to their territory. He made a mental note that it could talk, too. However, that's why it's a magical beast, he replied, landing on the nearest rock and claiming he was lost. The wolf wasn't satisfied with the answer because no one could just pass through the illusion like that. It said it understood. He was curious about what was inside the illusion, which wasn't just created for no reason. Fenrir said this meant he was an intruder who had killed its kind. Therefore, it would not let him leave here alive. He sized it up with a thoughtful gaze and asked, "How important is this place to you?" Fenrir said it would give him something to ponder in the afterlife, and it was very happy that it could now tell him everything. The wolf explained that they had once made a pact with a witch in this land, so they protect this place and eliminate any demon considered a threat, including curious people like you. Don't resist. Death will come gently. Otherwise you'll end up like your arm. But when it saw what had happened to his arm, it immediately fell silent, confused. While it was rambling on, Inori had managed to heal all his wounds without it even noticing. He immediately realized it was thanks to his vampire abilities and said, "I didn't expect my recovery to be this powerful." Fenrir gritted its teeth, wary, realizing he was clearly not human. Then it lunged at him, screaming that he wouldn't escape from here anyway. He hadn't expected the attack to be so sharp. He instantly dodged to the side just a moment before the wolf's powerful jaws could snap shut. It was all thanks to his right eye, which could see its attack. But at this rate, it was going to be tough. He flew higher, thinking that even with flight, it would be hard to get past the cliff. Trying to glide down to the edge of the forest, he suddenly dropped in altitude, and Fenrir turned back to watch him from the top of the cliff. Then Inori saw something shiny flying toward him at high speed. He quickly threw his arm over his face to defend himself as these sharp projectiles shredded the trees around him. It turned out Fenrir had launched clusters of razor-sharp fur at him. He cried out in pain as a few clusters still lodged themselves in his body. Before he could even catch his breath, Fenrir appeared right in front of him with a deafening roar. Dodging the blow, Inori thought that hypnosis wouldn't work on it either. It was too aggressive. What was he supposed to do? Seeing the waterfall ahead, he realized he'd run into a dead end. This made him extremely worried. Meanwhile, the wolf was right above him. It whipped its tail, launching sharp clusters of fur at him. They punched large holes through his wings, making it grin as it lunged forward to take his life. He waited for it to get closer, then pulled giant wooden stakes from the shadows. Fenrir was taken by surprise. It barely managed to dodge, and Inori said it was a good thing he'd prepared all these things for self-defense. However, victory was still a long way off. His wounds began to heal again. The wolf bared its fangs threateningly. He wanted to teleport right now using a magic circle, but his left eye was currently set to hypnosis mode. And to change the effect, he needed to look at the teleportation circle with his left eye. Therefore, he needed to find a way to buy time. He pulled out the knives he had prepared from his shadow space, and thought, "I just have to stab it." He then swung his arm, throwing the knives at Fenrir, who was slowly walking toward him, saying it was starting to get curious about what he would do next. The knives simply bounced off its fur. Inori grew anxious, and as the wolf pounced, he dodged to the side, pulled out more knives, and ran for his life. The knives bounced off its body again. "That stuff can't kill me," it said, then whipped its tail, launching sharp needles at him. He immediately threw his hands up in front of him, and when a needle struck his abdomen, he realized trying to protect his whole body was useless. His heart and legs were all that mattered. The wolf, enraged, cursed him for being so stubborn. Then Inori waved his hand, casting a net of black thread over it and the entire area. The trees shook and cracked under the tension of the threads, and the wolf couldn't move. It roared fiercely while he silently celebrated having managed to hold it down. But just then, another cracking sound echoed. The threads broke the trees, then snapped, freeing Fenrir. The wolf roared that it was all useless and lunged, leaving him to wonder how it broke the black threads. Now he had only one option left. He created more threads and began tying them around the surrounding trees, making sure the wolf couldn't catch up to him. He hoped it would work. Then he climbed a tall tree while Fenrir shouted that hiding in the sky was foolish because he had just become an easy target. Meanwhile, Inori activated his left eye. The threads glowed yellow, radiating with magical power. When a magic circle appeared beneath the wolf's feet, he smiled and said, "The rewriting of the circle is complete." He used the movement magic of his left eye, and as a magic circle appeared behind him, he began to vanish into thin air. The wolf watched him in surprise and exclaimed, "Trying to run away." He appeared right above it and replied, "I thought about it, but I decided against it." With those words, he plunged the knives into its eyes, robbing the beast of its sight. Feeling the searing pain, Fenrir shrieked in agony. Inori smirked and said, "I don't like being on the losing side." The wolf furiously destroyed everything around it, roaring, "How dare you!" He dodged its tail and thought, "It doesn't like this, huh?" He climbed a nearby tree to observe it, but when the wolf glared in his direction, he was confused. Could it actually see him somehow? Fenrir seemed to read his mind and said, "You're wrong. I can smell you." He gave a wry laugh, feeling its intense killing intent. Then the wolf's mouth appeared right in front of him. He immediately jumped from the branch and thought, "This is it." He teleported just as Fenrir lunged for him, and it screamed, "You get to live for now, but next time I'll kill you." Meanwhile, Inori found himself back in his room. He panted heavily, thinking that Fenrir had done everything to cripple him but not kill him. Next time, he would definitely get his revenge. From that day on, he worked tirelessly crafting equipment. Sneaking into Armory number 5, he got some metal and a few other materials. He also took the opportunity to grab some of Fenrir's fur, just in case. Even though it would be extremely difficult, he placed the clump of fur on the table and used appraisal. Under the influence of magic, the object was granted extraordinary properties. Crystallize, harden, shrink. He channeled mana into the clump of fur, and it turned into several needles. Now he understood why he couldn't pierce him. He was completely covered by this fur. He decided to craft a weapon from it, and black threads appeared before his eyes. But with a unique effect, Gleipnir would crystallize on contact with any magic not strong enough to break the threads. He looked closely at the weapon, thinking that, according to legend, this was the very thing used to bind Fenrir. Could he really get his revenge with this? An idea popped into his head. He'd make gloves from these threads. They would activate their special properties on contact with magic dark enhancement, crystallize, harden, and constrict. He experimented a bit, and now some parts glowed when they crystallized. Forming a beautiful magic circle, he got the idea to make a few more items from these threads. And just like that, he had a full Gleipnir suit. Now he was ready for revenge. Shortly after, he headed into the forest, and Fenrir turned around when he heard the sound of his teleportation. He greeted him, saying it had been a while. Fenrir asked if last time wasn't enough for him. He never thought he'd see him back here. Fenrir lunged at him, but he just smiled and remarked, "Your eyes are really beautiful now." Fenrir answered the taunt with a strike, roaring for him to shut up. He dodged the blow, surprised that even while blind his attacks were so precise. Fenrir said this was the second time he had trespassed on their territory, but this time he wouldn't let him leave alive. He thought to himself, so my trespassing angered him more than being blinded. He's so resolute. His principles are so wonderful that now he's dead set on killing me. The wolf charged to attack while Inori summoned a pack of wolves from the shadows. When they attacked Fenrir and began to tear at his flesh, he was stunned, not understanding what was happening. He smirked and asked, "You can feel that, can't you? Even without eyes, it's clear how warmly your own kind is welcoming you." Fenrir roared in fury, "What did you do to them?" He replied that he'd done many good things for them. "Now they're my useful little servants." Fenrir unexpectedly kicked the pack of wolves off of him. It was something Inori hadn't expected, forcing him to jump aside to dodge the blow. This time, the damage was reduced. The suit didn't completely block the hit, but it did its job. Enraged, Fenrir charged at him. He blocked the attack, and then a pack of shadow wolves ran out from the bushes as Fenrir lunged at Inari. As he was catching his breath, Fenrir shouted that this was revenge for his brethren. He immediately teleported, and Fenrir bit a log to pieces, instead roaring in frustration that he'd escaped again. Sensing a magical fluctuation from above, he put all his strength into his legs and leaped up. But he said, "I'm not running away, you're mistaken." Fenrir suspected something was wrong, and then a net of threads crashed down on him, forcing him to the ground. Inori had already managed to spread his threads throughout the area, and the shadow wolves had kindly lent him a hand. That's why Fenrir couldn't sense anything, not even his own kind, and began to panic. He asked him what this was and received the answer that it was thread woven from his own fur. Now the wolf could no longer escape. He waved his hand, ordering Gleipnir to constrict. The threads began to tighten, slowly wrapping around the wolf's body. In the end, he couldn't resist the power of Gleipnir and was pinned to the ground. He growled, trying to struggle, but it was useless. He landed near him and said tauntingly, "It must be hard to smell something made from your own fur, huh?" He had intentionally angered him, constantly taking hits, all just to completely distract him from the trap. And then at the last moment he teleported out of it. Leaving him in his own net, he wished him luck. He tightened the threads and the shadow wolves stepped forward to send off their comrade. Fenrir said that he had tried so hard to live, but now the oath was broken. Time passed. Inori drank all of his blood. His level increased by 5, and he also received a few skills from the battle. Now his skill list had a new unique skill, Vessel of the King. Suddenly a voice spoke from below. It was one of the shadow wolves. He was surprised to see they could talk, and the wolf apologized for calling out to him so suddenly. He thought, so this is because of Vessel of the King. Are they my subordinates now? He wondered what it wanted, and it asked if he had the ability to turn their former master into a subordinate, just like them. Inori looked at Fenrir, and the wolf said that his master had protected this land until his death, fighting to protect them. They also wanted him to serve alongside them. He promised the wolf that he would try to do so, and the wolf thanked him. He then let out a long sigh, thinking, there probably won't be any consequences from this. He felt extremely tired. Afterwards, he returned home and ate with the other heroes. During the meal, they started talking about the princesses. Ryuto said that he had been thinking about it, but it seems the princesses don't get along very well. Tamaki said it's more like the two princesses are too hard to approach, and Aoi gave a strained laugh agreeing with them. Now she wondered why that was. Ryuto said that it's not like they hate each other's guts. The two princesses still glance at the grand princess from time to time. Inori was poking at his food with his fork, his mind preoccupied with the pile of garlic on his plate. Suddenly, Ryuto said that it was time for their Inori to step up. He immediately shot his head up from his plate and asked indignantly, "What does this have to do with me? You've got two girls right in front of you. You should go ask them." Ryuto pointed out that they weren't as close to her as he was. "You're being tutored by her, so you should talk to the Grand Princess and bring them together." Bring them together. He exclaimed that that arrogant princess would never agree to talk to him, and Ryuto told him not to worry, he would ask her to listen to him. You doubtfully asked him how he was going to do it, and he laughed, saying it'd be a piece of cake because the Grand Princess is crazy about Shinra Kiryu, but the girls didn't like what he said, and watching their reactions, Inori felt that Ryuto was really losing his appeal. That guy said that of course there was a reason for everything. How about a 7-day vacation? He would personally ask the Grand Princess about it. Inori agreed in a flash, and soon it was time to meet the princess. He knocked on the door thinking he had agreed too easily. But what now? The arrogant princess told him to hurry and come in, saying Ryuto had already told her about him. He stepped into the room thinking that once he closed this door, there would be no turning back. Amanda said she was giving him a chance to speak with her, so he should be grateful. He glanced around this room and thought that unlike others, this room looked luxurious, but lacked any sort of stylistic unity. Noticing his pensive look, she smirked and asked if he was struck dumb. Of course, after all, the room was filled with things he had never even dreamed of. He pointed to a very noticeable vase and asked if she liked it. She confirmed this, boasting that it was a gift from the Queen Mother, and that royals from all over the world didn't need to buy anything for themselves. Remember that. He decided to get straight to the point to get out of here as soon as possible and asked if she was worried about her current relationship with the two princesses. She looked away, saying with some embarrassment that she wasn't worried at all about what was happening with them. So what did he want to talk about? Right then he realized that this wasn't going to be easy to resolve. Amanda said she heard he came to reconcile them, but it wasn't like she wanted to make peace with them. He asked irritably what she meant, that she didn't want this at all. Embarrassed, she started fidgeting with her hair and said it was none of his business. He wearily covered his face with his hands, thinking this wasn't going to work. He needed to play his trump card. He said it was all Ryuto's fault. He'd arranged everything so he could help her, but if she didn't want it, then so be it. Of course, when Ryuto finds out about this, he'll be sad that all his efforts went down the drain because of her words. Amanda grew anxious and told him to wait, that she was just about to start explaining things to him, but he was too impatient. He finally got her to open up. To distract herself a little, she began to brush her hair and said that things used to be very different. They used to be much closer. Her little sister was a very bright kid who used to brush her hair and play with her. Wherever she went, her sister would follow. But at some point, they started to drift apart, and when she turned 7, the title of Grand Princess was given to her. She was told her sister wasn't the Queen Mother's biological child. From then on, everything began. To become queen, she had to study hard every day, and at some point she realized how wonderful and kind her younger sister, the second princess, was. She dreamed of spending time with her sister like before, but the adults around them wouldn't allow it, and so a deep chasm formed between them. She looked down sadly, then turned her face away from Inori, and said that she was done talking. Now he understood what kind of person the Grand Princess really was. Her arrogance and behavior were a result of her upbringing. The lack of stylistic unity in the room was just one example of this. You couldn't sense her own personal taste anywhere. Everything had been forced upon her, including her very personality. She could only cling to her status as a princess so as not to completely lose herself. She became embarrassed and told him to say something. Who else could she tell all this to? She would even consider listening to his advice. He immediately took back his thought, figuring that her arrogance was likely her innate pride. So he asked, "Then why don't you go to her and say, 'Let me call you my sister'?" She shyly replied that she would never say that. Then what about her entourage and the servants? What would they think of her? He smirked and asked, "In this country, are the servants more important than the princess herself? Aren't you the one who decides? You're the Grand Princess after all." She worried that such decisions could cause trouble for her. But he said that her sister was stronger than she thought. Amanda seemed to think about this very sincerely. She then embarrassedly said that she could handle everything herself and didn't need his advice. He should be grateful she even listened to him. After that, he left her room and went back to his own. He told Nala everything, and she honestly admitted that she wasn't too thrilled about the idea. But she would discuss it with the princess. He silently noted that this wasn't exactly the most agreeable answer. Well, I guess that's to be expected from a maid serving two princesses. The next day, Nala came to his room in the morning to deliver a message from the two princesses. He seemed to have just woken up and greeted her, asking what message she was talking about. She smiled and said that things were different this time, that today's lesson would be very special. This gave him a bad feeling. In the end, the two of them dragged him out of the palace. He then asked what kind of lesson awaited him in the middle of the street like this. Arya said that studying the flow of commerce and the mood of the people was also an important part of his training, no less important than the others. As a representative of the upper class, he would accompany her and carry her things. He watched her warily, unsure what she meant by shopping, and how this had anything to do with his hero training. First, she decided to look at jewelry, and he thought to himself, didn't she say she never buys anything? So what's this all about? Arya furrowed her brow, concentrating on choosing a piece of jewelry. But she was having a hard time picking something she liked, so she asked Inori for help. He told her that anything she picked would suit her. She shyly corrected him, saying it wasn't for herself. He looked at her confused while Nala whispered in his ear that she was picking out a birthday present for the Grand Princess. When Arya told the two princesses what they had discussed the previous night, she declared they would go buy a gift for her sister immediately. He said that he understood everything. But why do I have to be the one to choose a gift? Arya paused, choosing her words carefully, then asked, "Didn't you just meet her yesterday?" That's why she thought he might be able to pick something out. He replied that, unfortunately, even after yesterday, he didn't understand her any better, but he did notice that she seemed far too used to receiving gifts. A present probably wouldn't have much of an effect. She looked a little sad and asked, "So you're saying giving a gift is a bad idea?" He replied that the person giving it is what's most important, so he thought her choice would be the best one. Nala smiled, thinking how sweet he was while he was just trying to figure out how to get back to the palace. Arya smiled at his words and then chose a gift. While she was speaking with the shopkeeper, Nala said that if she hadn't spoken to him, then she never would have thought to convince her to give the Grand Princess a birthday gift. Arya smiled, looking at the box in her hands, and Nala felt overjoyed. She could finally see her genuine smile. Just then, Arya walked over and asked what they were talking about. This made Nala very nervous, so she quickly changed the subject by suggesting they get a snack. 5 days later, Inori received an invitation to the Grand Princess's birthday party. He got dressed up and headed to the banquet hall. He stood in a corner surveying the hall and thought, this party is as extravagant as ever, and it's full of show-off idiots. A round of applause echoed through the hall. Everyone was welcoming the guest of honor. Amanda entered the hall, basking in the attention. Her parents watched her with smiles on their faces. Ryuto gave the princess a slight bow, and she was very happy to see him. He wished her a happy birthday, and said that she was even more beautiful today than she was yesterday. Yesterday, she beamed, delighted by the compliment. As they chatted, Inori thought, they have no shame acting like that in front of a crowd. He then noticed Asina talking to a man. He wondered who that guy was since he didn't look like the other nobles. His appraisal skill revealed him to be the Prime Minister of the BTR Kingdom. He figured they were probably discussing national security, but now wasn't the time for that. He looked around the hall for Arya. She was hiding behind a pillar watching her sister, too afraid to get any closer. He found it pathetic. Was it really that hard to just call out to her? Or maybe it was just too difficult to get between them. He decided to give her a little push, all for the sake of his weekend off. When he got closer, she asked for advice on how to approach her sister. He told her, "I'm about to do something, but don't hold it against me." "Okay. You remember how effective my kick was, don't you? Am I wrong, and where has all your energy gone?" Before either of them could say anything else, he pushed her straight into the middle of the hall. Her feet automatically moved toward her sister. She stopped just in time, realizing she was standing right in front of Amanda. She grew anxious. Everyone present froze in anticipation while Inori looked away as if he had nothing to do with it. Amanda looked at her older sister in surprise. She was shyly looking away, hiding the gift box behind her back. The guests began to whisper. Inori figured the noise was just because the two sisters had run into each other. He glared at Arya silently, telling her to make her move. They hadn't prepared her for this just to make a scene. Arya swallowed nervously, handed the box to her sister, and wished her a happy birthday. Then she excitedly and loudly declared that on this occasion, she had a gift for the Grand Princess. Amanda hesitantly took the box, opened it, and stared at the jewelry in surprise. She excitedly asked Arya to put it in her hair right then and there. This took Arya by surprise at first, but when Amanda said, "Please," she began to do it with a smile. The gift she had chosen for her was a pair of hair clips. She wove them into her sister's hair, and Amanda shyly turned to ask, "How does it look?" Arya smiled and said that the clips looked very beautiful. Amanda beamed and thanked her. Then, all the guests applauded. Everyone was truly happy about the reunion of the two sisters. Then Amanda asked her sister for one more gift. She hesitated for a second, looking very embarrassed, and then asked if she could just call her sister. Would she be okay with that? Arya looked at her surprised. Remembering their childhood friendship with tears welling in her eyes, she replied that she would be very happy to be called that. Amanda couldn't believe it. She threw herself into her sister's arms, happy that they could finally spend time together like they used to. Watching them, Inori thought, job done. And then he noticed something. The king and queen were also crying with joy for their daughters. Ryuto approached him, apologizing for leaving him to handle everything on his own, but said he was glad he had come. He told him it was all fine and that he was already thinking about getting some proper compensation. He laughed and promised to think about it, and said he was very grateful. He found it painful to watch them struggling, and he was glad they were able to make up. He watched them with a smile and quietly repeated that he was very happy. Then he wondered if he was being too kind. He was about to say something about his heroic deed, but Inori had already walked away. Saying he needed some air, he stepped out onto the balcony as he was watching the sunset. Arya approached and said she needed to talk to him about something. Realizing they might not be the only two people there, she immediately corrected herself and politely asked if she could speak with him. He told her to go ahead. With no one else around, she smiled and asked if this was a gift. From his detection ability, a rather practical blessing. He looked at her pensively and said she should listen to her feelings more often, to which she immediately shot back that he was the last person she wanted to hear that from. Just then, someone in the banquet hall flicked blood from a sword, and everything fell silent for a moment. Inori quietly told the princess that if she would just listen to herself, then no one would dare call her a doll anymore. Suddenly, loud screams erupted. Both of them immediately turned toward the sound, and Arya rushed inside to see what was happening. But he stopped her. The princess froze. Right before her eyes, the queen's head was severed from her neck. The chancellor had killed both the queen and the king. The banquet hall was filled with the screams of the guests. Terrified, he ordered them to be silent, calling them cursed rotten filth. The guards didn't move, so it was all planned. The assassins screamed that they didn't even try to stop the country's collapse. A queen who wasted the treasury on her whims, and a king who turned a blind eye to this chaos. Now that they have fallen, the next ruler will be none other than the heir of the royal bloodline. Agena walked toward him, and he declared that she would become queen. Inori anxiously ground his teeth and saw Amanda standing in the middle of the hall next to her mother's head. She stared in shock at her mother's face, then unleashed all of her magical power and roared in fury that he had gone insane. She raised her hand, preparing to launch a magical attack at him, but Agiana instantly appeared in front of her and, with a lightning-fast swing of her sword, stole that chance away. The blade cut off a piece of her hair and her arm. Her hairpin clattered to the floor, and the heroes called out her name in alarm. Ryuto tried to run to her rescue, but the Knight Commander ordered him to stand down. If they chose to attack, the same fate awaited them. The Chancellor screamed that they were all children of the witch, her people. They blindly followed her whims and blindly allowed the summoning of heroes. They had committed a sin that could only be washed away by death. Amanda looked at the fallen hairpin on the floor and began to cry, thinking of her sister. And then Aegina executed her, as the Chancellor screamed that she would see the witch in the afterlife. As her head fell, Arya's face twisted in horror, her mouth hanging open. Inori realized she was about to scream her sister's name and immediately covered her mouth, stifling her cry into a muffled groan. He tensely told her to be quiet or they'd be discovered. He glanced at Aegina and wondered if this was a coup. The knights surrounding her prepared to carry out the order. The Chancellor told them to act to send them all to their beloved witch to pay for their sins. The horrified nobles scrambled for the exits, but the knights quickly caught up and killed them, reveling in the slaughter. The Chancellor spread his arms, looking up at the splattering blood, and listed all their sins: embezzlement, bribery, indifference to wastefulness, and power. They had ruined this country. Therefore, they all deserved to die. Arya was horrified by the sight. Inori told her to calm down because if she moved now, they would kill her immediately. She had only two choices: die a pointless death here, or escape and survive. As the massacre continued, Ryuto approached Amanda's body and knelt before it. He yelled that no one deserved to die. The Chancellor said that all the nobles here deserved to die for neglecting the country. He yelled back that it wasn't a reason to kill them. And the Chancellor, after a moment's thought, said that if he had seen what they'd seen, he wouldn't be saying that. One day, this country will show you its true face. He ordered Aegina to arrest the heroes, and that woman approached Ryuto, telling him not to resist if he didn't want to see hell. He immediately stood up and used his innate gift to summon the Sword of Light, then launched a powerful strike at his master. But even that blow didn't injure her. The barrier she created with her sword absorbed all the damage, and she remarked that the attack was pretty good, both in terms of power and reaction speed. He tensed up, gritting his teeth as he channeled more power and attacked again. She quickly parried his every blow, and the hall slowly began to collapse as their swords struck a pillar. Aoi noticed it starting to fall and immediately put up a barrier above herself. Tamaki told her they should help Ryuto, but Aoi said it would be useless. "There are too many soldiers here," Tamaki cursed, saying they didn't even have weapons. Meanwhile, Aegina looked at the hero panting after the brief exchange and said that they had decided to fight after all. A pity, because now they won't escape. She swung her sword. Ryuto struggled to block the attack as she asked what he would do next. He could fight until he collapsed, but he still couldn't defeat her, just surrender. She would round them all up and then go find the two princesses. Meanwhile, Arya was in tears, and Inori decided it was time to act. He apologized for stopping her from grieving. But if they stayed here, they'll share the same fate as the others. It's your choice: surrender here and die, or escape and survive. He clenched his fist, asking if she was going to surrender again, just like back then. Arya thought of her sister, stared for a moment, then confidently declared that she wouldn't give up, and would live on for Amanda's sake. Until the day she died, no one had the right to order her around. He looked at her surprised, then smiled, said her name, and told her that in that case they just had to escape. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Ryuto's sword couldn't withstand the pressure from Asuna and shattered, leaving him stunned. She declared it was over and kicked him hard in the stomach. The kick sent him flying into the air, and it was so powerful that he was knocked out instantly. Seeing this, a worried Tamaki called out his name. When he didn't move, she realized the situation was dire. "We have to run. If we don't, we'll be done for too. But first, we have to save him." Just then, Arena appeared beside them, and with a single sword strike, she shattered their barrier, leaving them completely defenseless. She ordered the knights to seize them immediately. They threw the girls to the floor, causing Arya to cry out, and Tamaki immediately stood up to protect her friend. Arena ordered her subordinates to take them to the dungeon. Then she glanced at Ryuto with a worried expression, wondering if she had dragged the fight on for too long. Meanwhile, the princess and Inori began their escape. Asuna thought that it didn't matter anymore. The outcome would be the same either way. She didn't think she could escape on her own for that long. As Inori led the princess down the hallway, he was continuously using his gift and starting to get exhausted. He told her they couldn't go right, they had to go left. They ran past the knights, and she thought that he located the guards so easily it was as if he'd had special training for this. He called to her and asked if she could use magic. She told him she only knew the most basic magic. He then grabbed her hand and said that 3 guards would appear around that corner in about 10 seconds. He told her to handle them somehow. She looked at him confused and asked, "Isn't running away an option?" He replied that it would be too much trouble. They had nowhere else to run. She swallowed nervously, began to chant, and asked, There are only 3 of them. He warned her there were only 2 seconds left, and as soon as the knight's shadows appeared on the floor, she unleashed her magic at them. Gusts of wind enveloped their faces, causing them to collapse instantly. Inori stepped out from their hiding spot and remarked that she took all 3 of them down with a single spell. She said it was because she had time to prepare, and they weren't expecting the attack. Luckily, it all worked out. Noticing he was panting, she remarked, "You don't look so good. Are you okay?" He told her that he was tired, but the enemy doesn't care about that. There are almost no guards up ahead. We need to get there first. The main character frowned and continued running forward. He thought that they could still handle regular soldiers, but they were no match for the knight captain. He himself wasn't in any condition to fight yet. He said that they just needed to get past her. He thought she was a special case. Then he stopped, panting, peeked around the corner and said, "This area has almost no guards, and there isn't a single person in that room. We'll hide in there and plan our escape, okay?" Arya looked at him surprised and asked, "Not a single person, but that's the staff room." Then they moved forward and found a pool of blood. They looked inside the room where there were many bodies. The main character turned away and thought, of course there are no guards. They're not needed anymore. They killed everyone, even the servants. They really planned this thoroughly. Arya cried out, "Nala!" She knelt beside the girl's body and reached out her hand. The main character remembered seeing them hug, and recalled Nala saying with a smile how happy she was to see the princess smile again. He silently watched Arya embrace the body. She started to cry, then turned away and said, "Inori, it's okay. Everything's fine." She was grateful he had waited. He said he was just catching his breath. "So how are we supposed to escape?" Meanwhile, Arena touched the bars, creating a magic seal, and said, "This is the royal dungeon created to seal away the most dangerous criminals. Without a magic tool, you'll never escape. You are to remain silent and not move." Tamaki said, "How cruel. Do you think they'll take off our shackles?" Ryuto said, "It's useless, Tamaki. If the hero summoning triggered this coup, the Hero Alliance won't just sit back and do nothing." He frowned and added, "They've cuffed our hands to buy time. And they've shackled our feet so we don't accidentally kill ourselves, right?" Arena looked at him. Nothing more needed to be said. Her body was flooded with rage, yet her mind was strangely clear. He glared at her, radiating a terrifying aura. And Arena thought she had seen those eyes somewhere before. She remembered standing among the dead, thinking of her own foolishness, her powerlessness, her utter lack of preparation for this nightmare. The exact same look she'd once had. Then she turned back and said that he was still far too naive if he wanted to survive in this world. You should remember this feeling, and remember to think clearly. If they had done everything right back then, she would have considered sparing Ai and Tamaki. She turned to leave, and Ryuto furiously shouted, "Why is she still acting like a damn teacher?" Just then, Aina was walking up the stairs. She placed her hand on the wall and said, "They still haven't found them. He's doing better than expected." She would join the search for the 2 princesses after retrieving her equipment. "Let's move." The guards behind her shouted loudly, "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, Arya said, "If we're going to start, this is the best place." She pointed at the map and he looked at her, asking, "Is there something there?" She replied, "A secret door that leads down to the sewers. We can escape the castle through there." He said, "We'll do that. Only the royal family knows about that passage." She turned to look at him and answered, "That's right. It's an emergency escape route only for members of the royal family, but honestly, I don't know if we can even get through it now." Then he stood up and said, "As if we have a choice." They had to go. She frowned, looking back at Nala, silently apologizing for not being able to help and thanking her for everything. After that, they left the room. He ran ahead, looked around, and thought, "This is bad. The number of guards here is increasing." Arya noticed his worried expression and asked, "What's wrong, Inori?" He looked ahead and wondered if they were surrounded. "It's only a matter of time." He kept running, thinking, "There are 12 on the right, more behind us, and even more up ahead." Then he grabbed Arya's hand and told her to stop immediately. She looked at him as he tried to catch his breath and spoke. "It's an ambush. It's not just a dozen or so grunts. We're not getting through." He looked back and said, "We can't go back either. The soldiers are right on our tail." She then asked, "So we can't sneak past them?" He replied, "No way. By the way, about that secret door, there's a wall of people there too." Arya looked down and he asked her, "Remember how ruthlessly they were cutting people down? Either they tortured your family or they already knew about this passage. Escaping is going to be tough." He looked at her and thought, "This is it. Can we go any further together? If she can still pull something off, then now is the time." Then she said with determination, "I'm not giving up." She looked at him and Dad declared loudly, I won't let them kill me this easily. I'll fight to the very end. They looked at each other in surprise, then he smiled and thought, I can still count on her. Then he said, my detection skill indicates that a part of another country's army seems to be heading this way. She cried out in surprise, an army! He held out his hands and said, it seems so. I'm not entirely sure, but besides this country's soldiers, there are others. They're here to rescue the royal family. She lit up. When will they get here? He replied. Around sunset. If we can hold out for another 15 minutes, we'll have a chance to be rescued, but a fight is unavoidable. She replied, all right. He thought, the chance of holding out until sunset is 55-10. Then he ran forward, shouting, let's run towards the side with the fewest soldiers. I'll leave you behind if you don't keep up. She replied, yeah. Just then, the guards spotted them, pointed, and yelled, it's the two princesses, get her! The captain pointed forward, shouting, fire a volley of magic arrows. His subordinates unleashed a barrage of magic arrows as Arya turned back and erected a barrier. She created a protective magic circle and shouted, 15 minutes right, Inori, we will definitely survive. The next second, several magic arrows pierced through her, and he yelled, to the right! They abruptly ducked behind a wall as the arrows slammed into it behind them. Then the warrior commander yelled, they're getting away, surround them. He thought, they're faster than I expected. We need to get further away. He shouted, more soldiers on the left, how do we stop them? Arya yelled, the left! Then she created a magical barrier blocking the entire passage. The guards stopped short in surprise and yelled, what a barrier! But their commander ordered, don't hesitate, break through it. Then a soldier swung his weapon, shattering the barrier into tiny fragments. He glanced back and thought, we're barely managing to avoid being surrounded. They continued to run quickly forward and reached a room. He looked out the window thinking, it's almost sunset. Just then Arya cried out in surprise, a dead end! He looked at her and apologized, explaining there were too many soldiers and all the other paths were completely blocked. 3 minutes until sunset. They had to hold out to the last man. Then they turned as they heard a guard shout, here they come! The commander ordered, fire a volley of magic arrows. Arya erected a barrier in front of them and yelled, get back now! Just then a soldier turned to the commander and shouted, sir, are you ordering an attack? He replied, no, don't get any closer or they'll just kill some of our men. We have to keep firing to take them down. The guards fired their magic arrows and shouted, next volley! Arya panted, her strength depleted as she once again focused the magic seal in front of her. She frowned and said, the defense is starting to crack. But not in the most critical spots yet. Countless magic arrows flew toward them, causing a small explosion. The commander yelled, keep firing! The barrier in front of Arya shattered. Gasping for breath, she created a new one. She turned slightly and asked, are the reinforcements coming soon? Yes, it's Inori. At that moment, a soldier sneered and thought, perfect, not a single counterattack. Just a little longer and we'll have them. Then he looked ahead in surprise and shouted, one of them has disappeared. Arya, trembling all over, was collapsed on the ground. Noticing a dark liquid in front of her, she thought of Inori. She pushed herself up, looked around and shouted, where are you, Inori? She frowned, thinking, did he use me as bait to escape? But he was the one who said we had to escape together. Were his promises to help just lies to force me to fight? Was it all a lie? Just then the soldiers yelled to the others, keep your eyes peeled, the next volley will finish them off. In that very moment, the sun set behind the horizon. He smiled and said, sorry, but now it's my turn. The soldiers were stunned. Darkness. It's pitch black, we need to light it up. What's going on? Light it up quick, I can't see anything. Just then he spoke, oh, my subordinate, Fenrir, you handle them. Yes, my lord, it replied. The next second, it opened its maw full of sharp teeth and attacked several soldiers at once while the others shouted, what was that? Who just screamed, status report? At that moment, a remaining soldier stared into the darkness in shock, recognizing the bodies of his comrades and asked, what is that thing? He shouted, where's the commander? Sound off immediately. Hey, are you all deaf? Just then, he appeared behind the soldier and asked, are they deaf? I find that hard to believe. The soldier jumped, turned around and shouted, Inori, where did he come from? Then he looked up and asked, Fenrir, are you done? The soldier stared blankly at him. Then Fenrir appeared behind the soldier and said, only this one's left. What a bunch of dense idiots, pathetic soldiers. Inori told it not to compare them to him. The terrified soldier pressed himself against the wall and screamed, why him? Help me. He said, you people have slaughtered so many. Haven't you? So don't be surprised when someone decides to hit back. Am I right? The soldier shouted in fear. Are you really that Inori? He replied, who knows? The next second, Fenrir had the man's head restrained. Meanwhile, Arya was on the ground calling Inori's name. He looked at her, noticed the magic symbols, and said, "You're quietly trying to heal yourself with what little strength you have left. Nice move, but you've lost too much blood. It's too late." With the last of her strength, she looked at him and asked, "This is your power. Were you this strong from the very beginning?" He told her, "Don't look at me like that. This power only appears when the sun sets. That's why I told you to hold on until dark. That's why I lied. I myself don't need to be saved, but you needed to see how you would fight." How desperately after hearing those words. He thought, those eyes full of trust. She kept fighting even in this condition. So then why not? Then he said he didn't have time to beat around the bush, so he'd ask her directly, "Have you ever been intimate with a man?" She was surprised. "What?" He replied that if she hadn't, she would live. She frowned at him and he added, "But in return you must obey my orders. That means becoming my slave. Either accept death as a human, or live on by abandoning your humanity. The choice is yours." She spoke with the dignity of a human being. She thought of Nala and added, "At any cost." She was willing to sell her soul to the devil as long as she could live. He smiled and said, "That's a good answer. That's right. Closer to the devil than to God." As he finished, he bared his fangs and leaned down to her neck. The next second, poison entered her body. A moment later, he turned to his underlings and said, "You guys too. After you're done with the bodies, take care of the rest of the soldiers, and protect her until she wakes up." At that moment, Arya was leaning against the wall with her eyes shut tight. He looked out the window and said that he was going to have a little more fun. A moment later, the guards were kneeling before the king, and one of them shouted, "Long live King Beecher!" Another knight added that he was reporting the two princesses had been cornered. The ruler declared, "I see. The beginning of the Renaissance is near. Don't let them escape." They replied, "Yes, your majesty." The king said, "Poverty like a plague has swept over the country. Orphaned children are abandoned." He was the same way, and he was also at fault. There was nothing he could do. He looked up and added, "There is a long road ahead, but together we will make this country a place worth living." Just then he, in his shadow form, snuck up behind the king and aimed his weapon at him. The guards shouted in confusion. Arena, who was standing in the hallway, heard the screams and frowned, wondering what this uneasy feeling was. Just then, Beecher's head flew from his neck. The main character held up the head, and those present screamed, "Lord Beecher, what?" He looked up and said that their plan was ruined. They no longer had any reason to fight. So what were they going to do now? They shouted, "You fool, kill him for King Beecher!" The main character focused energy around himself and created several daggers, then said, "Wonderful. If you've decided to kill someone, you must be prepared to bear the consequences." As he finished, he aimed countless weapons at the knights and said that he would be incredibly happy if they were willing to fight to the end. Screams of pain echoed everywhere. At that moment, Miranda looked to her side and yelled, "Did you hear that?" Alice looked at her and shouted, "Yes, someone just screamed!" They all rushed forward and she added, "It's coming from the Grand Hall! Let's go!" Then Maria stopped short in surprise. She saw the main character standing in the center releasing dark energy. He turned to look at her and said, "And you ladies, if I'm not mistaken, you're the combat squad under the direct command of the captain. Asina, correct?" Maria frowned and yelled, "Inori, was this all you're doing?" He asked, "If I answer your question, will you all fight me seriously?" Just then, Elf, gritting her teeth in anger, looked at him, grabbed her weapon, and charged forward. Seeing this, Maria shouted. The next second, she plunged her weapon into the main character. Tears streamed down her cheeks, surprising him with such intense emotion. Did he accidentally kill her lover or something? At that moment, in Elf's eyes, the man standing before her wasn't the main character, but a different guy. He said, "Well, this is rather rude." As he finished, he plunged several blades into the girl's body. Maria screamed in shock. "What? Did you think that was a draw? No." And then she yelled, "Miranda, get ready! He's dangerous, take him down." All of them focused energy into their bodies while Maria looked at the main character thinking that Elf had stabbed him and he didn't even blink. She didn't know what was controlling him. But he can't live without a head. At that moment, the main character used appraisal to look at Maria's weapon and thought, "A magic tool, huh? It doesn't look like the type issued to regular soldiers at all." Then he looked down at his feet, which were being covered by ice. Miranda fired her energy at him and yelled, "Take this!" Alice focused energy into her hand and shouted, "He's mine!" She unleashed a powerful blast of energy, but he managed to wave his hand thinking, "This is also a magic tool. Its speed and power are on another level." The next second, the attack hit his face, injuring him. Maria, who was running further away, glanced back and thought, well, he's done for now. Just then, the main character smiled and thought, these toys are a lot tougher than I thought. Immediately after, he leaped high into the air, leaving a frozen part of his leg behind. Maria screamed, he's still alive! She thought, he's trying to dodge the next attacks, but that's a bad move. He'll be served up on a silver platter as soon as he lands. Then she heard loud screaming and said, Miranda and Alice. The two girls were pinned to the ground, screaming in agony. The main character raised a hand to his face and smiled, saying that on any other day, he would have gladly enjoyed their full coordinated attack. But this time my schedule is quite packed. If you don't mind, I'd like to have a one-on-one dance with you. Vice Commander Maria. She stared wide-eyed at him. He stepped forward and added, the best warm-up before a death match with Arena. Maria said, a battle with Captain Arena. You've got some nerve. He activated a skill on her and mused, you're the strongest one among them, aren't you? It would be easier to fight if you just forgot about the rest of them. But no, you're still stuck with them. Why? She clicked her tongue in annoyance, then pushed off the ground, charged at him, and told him to shut his mouth. She swung her weapon at him and screamed, don't talk like you know anything. She shattered his dagger and he pulled another one from a mass of shadows to launch a counterattack. She frowned and thought, he's got talent. But could they really stand a chance against her? She remembered the scene where Asina placed a hand on her shoulder and said, listen up, everyone. You have to meet Maria. I hope you'll all get along. The other girls looked at her and immediately gathered around. Elpham grabbed her and cheered, is she going to be with us? We're short on people here. Do you know the rules? Miranda asked what books she liked. Alice happily introduced herself. Back in the present, she frowned and shouted, how dare you look down on my comrades? I will never forgive you. He looked at her cheerfully and shouted back, that's a different story, Great Spirit. You have to keep that up. Just then, he pointed the defeated Nia towards her and thought, good, you have to fight me. The next second, he was surprised to see her fly to his side. She slid her sword under the magic threads and lifted it up, shouting, come on, get up! They will avenge Elf! Then she looked at the male lead and thought, I'm not alone. I have an army. I have them. A squad of female warriors. Just then, Alice bit her on the neck, grabbing her head, making her scream in shock. Alice. Just then, Miranda bit her on the side, making her scream in astonishment. Miranda. The male lead said, my apologies, but some have already turned into ghouls. She screamed. The male lead said he really enjoyed fighting her, but ideally he would have wanted a longer warm-up. But alas, he sighed and walked towards the exit. Waving goodbye, he told them to do whatever they wanted. At that moment, the transformed girls stood beside Maria, their hands outstretched, ready to tear her apart, and she screamed, Inori! The next second, blood splattered everywhere. The male lead stepped outside and said, so the strongest warrior is still standing. At that time, his subordinates were dealing with the guards while Asina was running quickly down the hallway. She thought about this uncomfortable feeling in her chest. She stopped in the grand hall and turned her head to the side, noticing a head. She thought, it must be my instinct at times like these. Then she knelt beside the head and picked it up. She thought, it seems he never deceived me. She looked at the deceased's face and said, Sir BTR. Just then the male lead spread his wings and asked, the moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it? Everyone in the world knows this line. She looked at him furiously and asked, Inori? He smiled and said that the head was his gift to her. Then she placed the head on the ground and said, Inori, should I ask if those are demon wings? He looked at his wings and she added, this happens to everyone who sells their soul to demons to do such things. And what will you live for now that you've thrown away your human pride? He looked at her surprised, then said, I don't really understand what you mean, but I'm just living. There's nothing complicated about it, she shouted. There's no room for pathetic reasons like just living. She pounded her chest and added, I am fighting for my country. She stood up still looking at him and shouted, in this world, there is no way to live without a worthy reason I could even understand if it were for family, for personal desire, or for revenge. Then she clenched her fist and lowered her eyes, adding, if I had taught you properly, perhaps you wouldn't have become a demon. I'm sorry, Inori. He put a hand to his face and landed opposite her, saying that he appreciated her lectures. Of course. But she still treats a demon as if he were her student, despite the fact that he's the one who killed their leader. But their coup is over. And if the country no longer exists, what's the point of fighting? She replied, even without his majesty, we are still here. He interrupted her and said, Adriana, you seem to be missing something. She looked at him in surprise, and just then several creatures burst from the walls, their mouths chomping on the guards' bodies. The male lead said, "There is no we anymore. The ones who pursued them and slaughtered everyone in the castle. The female warrior squad has nothing left. You're the only one. Oh, but the ones whose limbs are bound can still be saved, if you sacrifice yourself." Finishing his sentence, he sat down on Miranda's corpse and looked ahead, thinking that he finally had a battle with a worthy opponent. But in the end, it all turned into a fight between student and teacher. And what if she actually gives up? I have to apply mental pressure and force her to fight at all costs. Then he stroked the creature and thought, this is all a bit boring. The next second he sighed and said, "All right, fine. We'll forget about saving them and go back to that moment with BTR and how you were left all alone. As for the remaining soldiers, that's fine." Then he was surprised to see Arena draw her weapon, and he asked what she was doing. She plunged her sword into the ground before her and silently prayed for the warriors who had been annihilated. As well as for those who were about to be killed. Then she opened her eyes and focused the energy in her body. She shouted that their sacrifice would not be in vain. The male lead held out a hand and asked, "So in the end, you've decided to sacrifice the whole group?" She asked, "Sacrifice? Sacrifice the people I've trained my entire life. I have the right to sacrifice all of them," he said in surprise. "With such success, the country will no longer have nobles or an army, and it won't be a nation anymore." Then she stepped forward and added, "But the people will still remain, even if the nobility is corrupt. The army is in chaos and the royal line is severed. It doesn't matter. As long as the people exist, I will fight for my country. That is my reason for living." And an aura enveloped her entire body while the male lead laughed maniacally. She asked why he was so happy. He covered his smile with his hand and said he was sorry, Captain. He had underestimated her. "And I apologize for my ignorance. In any case, it's not good to lie and deceive, I'll be honest." Just then, the dark shackles fell from the hands of the transformed guards. The male lead said, "All of them are far from what they used to be. These bodies can't become vampires and they can't be saved. All her comrades have been dead for a long time." At that moment, the ghouls advanced and he pointed at her, saying that to them she was just fresh meat. Adriana lowered her gaze and said, "Inora, you can't be saved either." She drew her weapon, light radiating from it in all directions. She added, "My enemy." The protagonist spread his wings and flew back, gritting his teeth. Adriana began to swing her sword, knocking away everyone around her. He frowned and thought, "Oh, this is more serious than I thought. So that's Adriana's trump card." In her hand, she was holding an ancient artifact. He summoned a few daggers to his side and thought, "And all these ghouls rushing in at once aren't even enough to take down a single wall. Now that look in her eyes, that's what I wanted to see." Their eyes met, and he spread his arms to his sides. Focusing his weapons above him, he shouted, "Captain Adriana, I am your true enemy!" He would also use his entire arsenal. She watched him silently as the arms of the guards reached for her. Then she swung her weapon, severing the reaching limbs. The protagonist grinned brightly and shouted, "Your old comrades are still here. Have you forgotten they're watching to see how far you can go?" Just then, a squad of female warriors advanced toward her. She turned to look at them, remembered their smiles, and unleashed a powerful strike. She cut down everyone in her path, landed a few more blows on his subordinates, and wondered if they were watching. Why isn't he attacking? If he just stands there, I'll have to make the first move. The protagonist thought, that's understandable enough. But it's best to avoid a sneak attack from behind. Her power hasn't diminished at all, and I can't face her head-on. Not long before, Arya had asked in surprise why Captain Arena was so strong. She had turned away from the chessboard and said thoughtfully, she was never a timid person to begin with, but when she was appointed captain and was given an ancient weapon by the queen, she became even more determined. The protagonist asked, "An ancient weapon?" She replied that if she wasn't mistaken, it was a sword whose sharpness could be enhanced by any type of magic. Back in the present, Arena continued her assault, slicing the guards into tiny pieces. The protagonist aimed his weapons at her, but she easily shattered his daggers. The protagonist frowned and yelled, "Even daggers imbued with black magic are turned to dust. Does this sword's sharpness have no limit?" In that moment, he looked at the sword in her hand and thought, "It really can cut through anything." Then Arena looked ahead and thought, magic circle compressed. Air hammer. A powerful blow struck the wall. He thought in surprise, "What?" The attack hit his wing and he thought, a sudden switch to magic. Arena looked at him and said, He won't be flying anymore. Now what's next? He began to slide down, trying to slow his descent, and plunged a dagger into the wall. He thought, at this rate, she'll close in on me in no time. He aimed his weapons at her, but she just kept swinging her sword. She parried every attack. He thought, stop her now, and suddenly swiped upwards. At that moment, he leaped high into the air, dodging her attack and circling above her. He thought he had her, but then surprised he jumped to the side. And yet she still managed to slice off his arm. He dropped to one knee, looked up at her, and said, I really thought that one would work too. Guess I really can't get close. She turned to him and said, You're quite flexible. You could be a circus performer. He laughed and replied, Too bad. I'm not interested in that sort of thing. Then he saw a system window appear over the sword. It read, A sword made of pure midrin. Ancient weapon. 7th generation technology. He thought, a sword made of 100% pure midrin. Enchanted with magic and can be activated without a magic circle. He said, So that's where that speed comes from. As he realized the weapon was made of midrin and countered demons, she noticed how quickly he caught on. Did the 2 princesses tell you? Surprising. You're quite the diligent one. He replied, I'm honored. She stepped forward. Just then, the protagonist controlled a dagger, launching it up from the ground. It aimed for her, but she easily blocked it with her sword. She continued to advance and said, I see you have quite a few tricks. But what then? He looked up at her and asked, Can I ask you something? She asked, What is it? He said, Answer me this. It's about your reaction speed, the thing that lets you instantly react to attacks even from your blind spots. You cover the area around you with a thin layer of magic, although you can detect anyone who tries to get close. Am I right? She replied, Detect. Ah, yes. You're right, Inori. The protagonist sighed and said, Compared to an ability like that, my own detection skills are nothing. She said, That's where you're wrong. My ability constantly radiates magical energy, so it's easily detected. That makes it unsuitable for reconnaissance or stealth, but it significantly increases my reaction speed and is very useful in combat. Then she stepped forward and added, By the way, I can see this crystal clear. She noticed. He thought, how magical threads appeared around Asina, but she swung her weapon and cut them. He exclaimed in shock. She cut through that too. Then she moved forward, but just then, Fenrir fired a volley of magic bullets right in front of her, raising clouds of smoke. The protagonist frowned, thinking even attacks from outside her range. How is that possible? Arena asked. Are they your subordinates too? Attacking from the outside is a good idea, but at this distance, the attacks take too long to reach me. He thought, she's not detecting them with her ability, she's simply reacting and dodging in time. The next second, Asuna used air hammer again, aiming straight for the ceiling. Fenrir managed to jump aside. The protagonist turned back and shouted, Don't get too close, but keep attacking. Don't let her rest for a single second. The next second, he lunged forward, pointing several knives at Arena as he shouted, You're good, but how much longer can you last? She shattered several of his weapons with a single swing of her sword. He turned slightly, wondering if he should just drag this out until she ran out of mana. No, she's been fighting for so long, and she hasn't slowed down for a single second. It's unbelievable. He'd run out of knives and ghouls soon enough. I have to think. There must be a way, he muttered. An energy field that lets her detect every attack, limitless stamina to deal with countless enemies, an ancient weapon that can even slice through Grobnia, and reflexes so fast that ranged attacks are useless. He slid to a stop, wondering how to get close enough to land a short-range attack. But it had to be outside of her reach. What wouldn't he risk for her? There's no turning back now. The only way is forward. Just then, Arena deflected a few more attacks, turned to him and asked, Did you think I was too busy defending myself to block your attacks? Then she yelled, How naive, Inori. If you think I've shown all my cards, think again. With that, she charged at him, using a barrier to block his path from the side. She sliced off his arm and said, It's over, Inori. She thought all that was left was to cut off his head with her sword, pure mithril so he couldn't regenerate. But just then the protagonist smiled and shouted, No, it's not over yet, Arena. At that very moment, Fenrir's toothy maw emerged from Arena's shadow and clamped down on her leg. Arena stared, grinding her teeth. The protagonist added, The only thing that could get close to you without being detected was your own shadow. She was still furious, thinking, So what, I'll just take his head first. Inori can't defend himself with one arm. It's time to end this. Then she looked at the protagonist and thought in surprise, What? She realized his arm had grown back. He yelled that she had celebrated too soon. She frowned and thought with frustration, wrong sword. It needed to be the one made of pure mithril. Then the protagonist moved closer to her and she thought in surprise. He's stopping, he shouted. Do you remember my eye? Then he used a hypnosis magic circle aiming it right at her, but the next second she shattered it with her sword. He laughed and thought, this damned sword can even cut through a magic circle. He then thought, Fenrir, fall back. They stopped facing each other. Fenrir started to emerge from the shadows, aiming its mouth at her leg, but she brandished her weapon and asked, what now? The protagonist replied, who knows? She asked, why do you look so happy? He said, because I'm having fun. Isn't it obvious you're having fun too? Aren't you? She replied, who knows? They smiled at each other and he yelled, bring it on, Arena! He launched a few attacks at her, but she swung her weapon and cut them all down. He thought, time to end this. He adjusted his gauntlet, creating a magic circle behind Arena. She turned around and thought, another circle. Not today. Just then, the protagonist appeared behind her, making her yell in surprise. What? He thought, perfect. She was distracted by that circle. If I can grab her arm before she attacks, I can catch her off guard. He then grabbed her arm and opened his mouth wide to bite. Arena gritted her teeth, thinking, this is bad. With my leg bitten, I can't dodge. And the mithril sword in my other hand won't reach in time. I'll have to risk it. Weapon aura. She focused a powerful energy into her hand and aimed her weapon at the protagonist. He looked at her sword in surprise and thought, is she releasing her weapon's aura into her own arm? In that instant, the blade slashed across the protagonist's shoulder and neck, severing his head from his body. He thought, Arena, while she gritted her teeth and thought, Inori. The protagonist's body and head fell to the ground in two different places. The next second, Fenrir lunged at Arena, mouth wide open, but she spun around and cut it down with a swing of her sword. She knelt down near the protagonist's head, panting, and said, farewell, Inori. A while later, as night fell, all the knights had been annihilated and lay in pools of blood on the ground. Arena stood amidst the corpses, her body drenched in blood, and looked up at the sky. She thought, I can't remember the last time I fought to my last breath, but it's too early to retreat. This is no time to relax. There are still 2 princesses left. Suddenly, Arena was attacked. Blood splattered everywhere as she was stunned by the sudden pain. And in that very moment, she realized the head wasn't the most important part of the protagonist's body. Inori had used his magic, and from a headless state, his body stood up and attacked Arena. She turned back in astonishment and saw Inori rush forward and kick her. She fell, blood spewing from her mouth, the force of the kick sending her flying through a wall, and she lay motionless for a moment. Her body trembled as she watched Inori pick up his head and put it back in place. That hurt, but I'm fine now. But I'm fine. Arena remarked that even the mithril was useless. Inori replied that he had realized she used mithril to deal with demons, but it only worked on the demons of this world, whereas I exist in a different world. Arena was speechless when she heard this, and Inori added that he had confirmed mithril had no effect on him when she cut off his arm. Arena understood and said, so you intentionally didn't regenerate it right away? No, that's actually clever. Inori watched her silently, realizing he'd assumed the head wasn't a vampire's most critical part. During his fight with Fenrir, he'd clearly taken several hits to his spinal cord. But his body wasn't paralyzed, and he kept fighting as if nothing had happened. Now he understood. The most important thing for a vampire is the heart. He had suspected as much, but he never had a chance to test it. Arena conceded defeat, her expression somber as she lowered her head. Inori apologized, saying he was sorry for making it out alive after all. He didn't have much experience in one-on-one duels like this. Arena had noticed that during their fight, and Inori commented that it was understandable, because he fought as if it were his last stand. Arena chuckled and said she'd noticed that as well. Then Inori suddenly looked away. He turned back to her and said he would gladly accept all of her power, thinking she'd be bored to death as his subordinate, especially as an undead. With that, he leaned in close, bared his fangs, and bit down. Then he bid her farewell and finished her off. A moment later, as Inori was walking down the stairs, they heard his footsteps. Inori approached the bars and said that Ryuto looked pathetic. He stared at Inori, stunned that he'd come for them. He replied, yeah, I have a magic item that can open this cage. The girls were surprised to see him safe and sound, as they had been so worried. Inori told them to worry about themselves first. Such kind-hearted people. Ryuto couldn't take it anymore and screamed, what the hell are you doing? Inori used his mystic eyes and looked at the frozen Tamaki. He told her to calm down, that he wouldn't do anything bad. Ryuto grew even more furious, but Inori told him to come closer. And suddenly he froze too. His body trembled as he yelled, "What is this?" He couldn't move. Inori was surprised that Ryuto was still conscious, and he pondered it. His spell should have taken effect by now. Could it be that this technique depends on the victim's mental strength? He placed a hand on Tamaki's head, and then Aoi's saying he had a small favor to ask. "Could you all clean this place up? I need you to deliver something to the people of this country, so listen carefully." Ryuto, stunned, asked, "You're making us clean up?" Inori continued explaining that too much had happened in the castle, and he wanted to be considered dead. So he handed his staff to Tamaki and told her to use it to burn the entire palace to the ground. "Leave no corpses behind." She asked in return, "Do we really have to burn down the whole palace? Am I even capable of doing something like that?" And so Inori decided to let her in on a secret. "For some reason, you've been unconsciously suppressing your own power. If you free yourself from that limit, you'll be able to do it without a problem." Then he turned to Aoi and asked her to create a barrier around them so they wouldn't get caught up in it. Aoi calmly replied that she understood. Meanwhile, Ryuto, who was witnessing all of this, screamed, "Stop! You're going to burn down the palace!" As Tamaki channeled the staff's magical power, she admitted Inori was right. She could feel how easy this would be, and she wouldn't leave a single piece of the palace remaining. Ryuto screamed that if she burned the castle, all the survivors would be done for. But before he could finish, Inori took control of Tamaki, who said that everything was fine and that she would give it a try. Ryuto screamed for her to stop, but he was powerless to change anything. Tamaki was transported inside the palace walls. Once there, she truly did blow the palace apart from the inside out, and every corner of the building erupted in a violent blaze. Inori observed from a distance, pondering this. Of course, he had told her to remove her limiters, but with power like this, even from inside the barrier, you could feel the heat. What a blessing. Suddenly, our protagonist glanced over at the terrified Ryuto and asked if he could designate him as the one to tell everyone the truth. A moment later, the palace was completely incinerated, and those nearby could only watch the brilliant flames. Arya stepped through the fire, watching the blaze intently. She looked sadly upon the fallen princesses of her kingdom and all her family members. Closing her eyes, she remembered her former self. Then she opened her newly red, transformed eyes. Her hairstyle had changed drastically as well, and she stepped out from the flames. The protagonist appeared beside her and asked if it was all over. Arya asked, "Have you finished your cleanup, my lord?" Inori asked how she knew about that. She replied that his knowledge and thoughts had flowed into this body, along with your blood. I didn't think even my hair color would change. Inori moved closer to her and said she had now become his subordinate. But the only thing she seemed to care about was her hair color, not what it meant to be a subordinate. Arya remarked that her own reaction was strange. It was as if she were connected to his every thought and word. If she understood correctly, it would be very difficult for her to disobey or harm him. When Inori took her hand, she suddenly slapped him across the face and backed away angrily. Inori asked, "But it's not that bad, is it?" "Right." Arya turned back and stared at him, bewildered. He struggled to his feet, holding a cheek reddened by the slap, and said that he thought black hair suited her much better. She watched him silently with a sad expression as he struggled to get up from the blow. A smile appeared on her face, and she turned back towards her destination. She said that she hadn't lost everything. She had kept her life and gained a little freedom, and for that she was grateful. But she also had a goal. She wasn't sure, but she would stop being his subordinate if she became stronger than him, right? He looked at her in surprise, and Arya continued shouting with a confident expression that one day she would become stronger than him and win her freedom. He silently watched her retreating figure, smiled, and said it would be fine. Just let her have that freedom, if she can. As he stood up, he said that the former princess had decided on her goal, and now they could go to his domain. Arya asked fearfully, "Where did you get a domain?" He replied that he hadn't just been sitting around doing nothing, and it would be safer for them there than anywhere in the city. A moment later, a brilliant pink light appeared in the sky above them, and Arya watched in amazement. This place was once Fenrir's home, and the barrier here helps hide it from prying eyes. Curious ones here. They'll have time to learn about their abilities. Inori led her to his domain, and she asked, "What is this house? Where did it come from?" Inori explained that it was originally a shabby hut, but as an experiment, he tried creating tools for himself and fixing it up. Arya asked in surprise, "You created tools?" He replied that he'd tell her more about it later, but for now she could consider this their base or fortress, whatever she liked. Arya remarked that he was very fond of dodging questions and refusing to answer. As they entered, Arya commented that the space was too small for 2 people. He replied that compared to the palace, it was indeed quite cramped. But alas, they would have to get used to a different lifestyle now, especially since there was only 1 bed. Arya became extremely embarrassed, her face flushing red. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly sat down next to him, and said that she had never considered herself royalty and wouldn't mind sharing a bed with him. She had only survived thanks to him and didn't want to remain indebted forever. Inori watched her silently as Arya continued that for now. This was the only way she could repay him. Inori turned his face away and said he couldn't believe she had reacted before he even gave an order. Arya said she was ready, and Inori ordered her to undress. She turned beet red and lowered her head, then immediately took off her clothes in front of him and cried out, "Are you satisfied now, my lord?" Inori pondered his all-seeing eye combined with his weapon creation and magic skills. He crafted something special for her, then told her to catch. As Arya held it in her hands, she asked him what's going on. He replied that she shouldn't be seen in such tattered clothes, not in front of him, nor for her own sake, and that she should get dressed right away. When he said she would obey his orders, he didn't mean that. He had the whole world in his sights and could choose any partner he wanted. He didn't need her to repay him with anything. She was overestimating herself. Arya grew even more ashamed. Then she suddenly became extremely upset and shouted at him with extreme anger, spun around, thanked him for the new clothes, and said she would go change immediately. She ran into another room and Inori smirked, wondering if people had once called her an emotionless doll. A while later, Arya ran outside and sat there naked despite the bad weather. This situation seemed like a complete failure to her. How had she ended up in this position? She simply wanted to say that she was ready for anything. She stared intently at the flames rising from the nearby palace. Lost in thought, she mumbled that she was probably the only survivor who had abandoned her entire country. Maybe she just wanted to be punished. Inori approached her just then and heard her thoughts. He asked, "So being by my side is a punishment for you?" She turned around in surprise and shouted his name as Inori suddenly said he didn't expect her to be so rude. Arya shouted back that she simply couldn't comprehend it all yet. "But I'm grateful to you for saving me?" he asked. "Are you really?" Arya yelled. "Yes, I haven't even had a chance to calm down, even if I'm no longer human." "For choosing to live, I have no regrets." Inori told her that it was all right. He just had one thing he wanted to check and needed her help. Arya was delighted by this choice and shouted that she would help in any way she could. Inori opened his system window and announced that he had acquired some new skills from the people in the castle, and there were some skills he couldn't level up on his own. Arya wondered if he needed help with those skills. Inori confirmed, adding that she would have to help with romantic techniques. Arya asked fearfully, "What are you talking about?" Inori replied that he wanted to see if touching someone's chest would help him level up. Arya furiously screamed at him to stop. Inori asked, "So just touching you is worse than being together in a romantic setting?" Arya shouted back that just touching is already abnormal, that it shouldn't be like that. Inori asked her, "Then why did you say you'd help with anything?" Arya pointed at him and screamed that he was a demon. Afterwards, he checked his stats. Archery level 1. Bamboo scrambling proficiency also level 1. Spear proficiency and shield proficiency both level 1. Cooking, cleaning, and laundry level 3, while sewing and mental arithmetic are level 2. Rogari and pen spinning, poison resistance, and charm resistance both at level 1. Poker face proficiency, fake smile proficiency, and so on all at level 1. Inori carefully examined the stats in the system window and thought that he still didn't know where all these abilities would be useful, but at the very least he needed to level each one up a bit. He turned to Arya and asked her to come down for a moment. She flew over and said, "Sure thing. Thanks to her genius ability, she could do this with ease." Inori thought about how incredibly fast she had mastered flying. "Do you like your clothes? I can change them if you need." Arya smiled and said that everything was fine. The clothes were light and loose. Inori quietly watched her, wondering how she could float so easily under the scorching sun while he had to huddle in the shade. Had the sun god's wrath decided to spare her, let her try to pull out that sword. He handed it to her, and Arya looked at it inquisitively, then replied, "Okay." Taking it, she held it high and said, "It's beautiful." Magical light radiated from it. "Did you make this yourself?" Inori replied that it was the Eisen sword, formerly the invincible longsword. He had enhanced it with dark magic. Arya was stunned and screamed when she heard this. And Inori continued saying the sword was now called the Absolute Dark Longsword or something like that. Or, to put it simply, it was just a dark sword. Arya examined the weapon carefully and realized, so this is what the captain used to fight with. Where did you get it? He replied that he had gotten it back at some point. But he had tried to use the sword, and nothing happened, so he believed he didn't have a single drop of this world's magic. That's why it didn't work. Arya asked, does that mean you can't use magical tools? Inori said that was probably the case, and that's why he gave the sword to her. This immediately resonated with her as soon as she picked the sword up. Somehow, she had learned how to use this weapon. Arya asked him with a smirk, are you sure about what you're doing? What if I become stronger than you now? Inori calmly explained that she didn't need to worry because he didn't need to rely on toys like that to be stronger. Besides, if they wanted to measure their strength, sure, we obviously wouldn't use weapons, right? Arya shot back. Who knows? Inori stood up and touched a tree. All right, we need to take stock of what we have. Unlike me, you can use this world's magic and magical tools. But you can't level up your skills like I can. Arya added, and unlike you, I can't use magic and magical tools, but I can level up my skills and my level. So who would be stronger? Or should we have a debate? Inori asked back. In the end, it's probably me. That's because I'm getting stronger over time. Arya laughed and asked, so what does that mean? Inori turned back and asked, what are you talking about? Arya pointed to the fangs in her mouth and Inori said, I see. So she could get stronger by drinking blood, and it turned out she didn't just have wings. Arya was thrilled and said that she had recently tried drinking blood and it seemed to make her feel stronger. Inori asked mockingly, but who was your precious first kiss with? What kind of demon was it? It was a big bird. Arya looked at him in silent confusion and they continued on their way. Inori said that they seemed to have sorted out the situation and could move on. Arya asked if he had really waited for her to free herself. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her and said that this was exactly what a main character would wait for. It was Fenry, who said that if he had been revived sooner, he could have finished them off. Inori turned to him and said not to worry because he had decided to sacrifice his body parts to distract Agena. He just didn't expect the damage to be so great. Arya looked at Fenry with an affectionate gaze and cried out, who is this little furball? Inori explained that it was the guardian of this forest. Fenry looked adorable to Arya and she wrapped her arms tightly around the creature. Fenry suddenly shouted in great discomfort, telling her to stop and let him go. Inori said that this was just his current form and that he used to be a ferocious, magical beast. Fenry immediately disappeared, burrowing underground. Inori said that he had simply run away from her, and Fenry added that he didn't remember ever being called that. Arya was sad and asked if he would ever appear again. Inori looked at her silently and then decided to ask if she liked animals. She replied that she couldn't say for sure, but she had to take care of the pets that bothered her sister. Inori realized what was happening and suggested they leave. That evening, Arya asked again if he had decided on a destination. Inori replied that he hadn't yet, and that he wanted to learn more about this world. Travel to neighboring countries and maybe start with the ones that don't summon heroes. Arya replied that there are no such countries. After these words, the main character turned back in bewilderment and looked at her in surprise. Arya continued the conversation and explained that there are no nations here. The hero protagonist was very surprised and exclaimed, are there really no nations? She replied, yes, there aren't any nations. According to the agreement, all 12 nations must summon 3 heroes each. Inori tried to process this thought, wondering if that was too many. Arya didn't answer. Somewhere else in this world, 33 heroes were present in 11 other nations. He recalled the appearances of the various heroes from the neighboring country and realized something, looking up at the sky. So they were mages, beastmen, elves, dwarves, and dragonkin. Sometime later, a terrible battle took place, recorded in the eyes of one of the creatures. Along with a few of her aides, she had joined the fight. She was fighting the current Demon King Snowa. He closed his eyes and someone shouted, their Demon King, Lord Snowa. Sometime later, when the weather was clear and sunny, Arya went out to a crowded public place. One of the vendors she knew approached and offered her some bread. He wanted to thank her because she had helped him so much in the past, so he wanted to treat her to this bread. Arya asked if he was sure. The guild had already paid her. He told her to just eat it. Don't be shy and take some vegetables too. Arya thanked him for his kindness and took the giant bag. One of the men laughed and asked if she could carry it. Looking up at the sky, she realized some time had passed since they moved to the provincial town of the Theocracy of Lin. It was a small commercial town distinguished by its large brick road. She was surprised by this place. It was more vibrant than their own country, and because this country was a theocracy, the clergy played an important role. And even this small town had a huge church. They had registered with a local guild to earn some money. Inori was also using an alias Kiri. However, he slept during the day, so she had to work alone. Thanks to that, she was able to meet many interesting people. When Arya got home, she approached and told him she was home, but he suddenly scared her to death, jumping out right in front of her and falling onto the steps of the house. It shattered into many pieces, and he was covered in blood. He begged her for help, and a horrified Arya couldn't understand what was happening. It turned out to be related to the strange girl, who chuckled and said it was surprising that he was still conscious after her blow. Arya stood frozen, holding the bag, not knowing what to do. The girl continued to laugh, saying that he had such talent. Despite being a terrible person, he had really piqued her curiosity. She was a holy knight of the theocracy of Lynn Fiona Rascos. She should take him as a disciple to lead him back to the right path. Fiona grabbed his tie and pulled him towards her, making a confused Inori ask what was happening now. Arya watched the scene bewildered. This was her first city, her first job, her first encounters. Her life outside her kingdom began like this after the main character joined the guild under the name Kiri. He was drinking in a bar and everyone around turned to look at him. He started to drink diligently. The waitress approached and asked when he was going to pay his bill. He replied that she should just put it on Arya's tab as usual. Unlike him, Arya diligently completed guild quests and gradually rose through the ranks, earning the nickname Black Rose Arya. People called her that because of her black hair, black attire, and the excellent skills she used to defeat monsters. It seemed she had become quite famous with some people. He was deeply entangled in his hatred for the gods and the sun. All he could do was sit and drink. One of the men at the next table wondered why the Black Rose decided to be with him. Another wondered if he was blackmailing her. At that moment, Ixnoa was also sitting at the table and asked him if he should go do some work. The girl worked all day while he drank all day. Inori told him to leave him alone. This old man was his only drinking buddy from the guild. They drank together. At first he drank alone, but now he sat with him. Apparently he also had a lot of free time. If anyone asked why he drank all day, he would answer that he was upgrading his skills and poison resistance while gathering information from local adventurers. But over time people became suspicious about how much he drank, and only this old man remained. He couldn't get any more news, but at least his endurance was improving, so that suited him. Suddenly a bell rang in the room, and someone entered. It was the holy knight Fiona who was smiling. Inori turned around and asked in confusion what a holy knight was doing in a place like this. Waving at her, he shouted, asking if she wanted to join them for a drink. Ixnoa told him to calm down and not say things like that. Fiona called them brothers and said that drinking so much was very harmful to the soul and body, and everything should be in moderation. Inori noticed the mark on her forehead and wondered, because he couldn't see it clearly from here. Model, could I maybe get a closer look at that? When he reached his hand toward her, Fiona abruptly moved away, saying it was a symbol of her faith in the Lord, and he wasn't allowed to touch it without a reason. Surprised, Inori turned towards her and started shouting. Meanwhile, Arya approached the tavern with a bag full of food. Everyone around them fell silent to watch, and Inori wondered if he had said something wrong. Fauna started hitting him, slamming his head into the ground. He lay there bewildered, looking up at the sky. As Arya drew closer, she stared in astonishment as Fauna grabbed his face in her hands and leaned in. The men around them cheered at Inori's pain, shouting that this was the right way to treat this drunk since he shouldn't be sitting around drinking all day. Let her teach him a lesson. Fauna smiled and said, "Of course. I could never abandon anyone. It's all done in the name of the Lord." After Fauna finished speaking, she turned around and saw Arya looking surprised. She asked her what was wrong. Arya tried to speak, but ended up asking what she was going to do with him. Fauna picked Inori up and threw him over her shoulder while he dangled with his head hanging down. She asked again what she would do with him. He's just an insolent brat who tried to join the guild, but she shouldn't worry. There's still a bit of manliness in him, and she and the Lord would teach him a lesson. After saying that, Fauna walked off in an unknown direction carrying Inori. A surprised Arya looked away, not knowing what to do as the men around them began to cheer. They shouted to her that she was free and congratulated her. If she didn't mind, why don't they spend some time together? Arya ignored the strangers. She snatched her bag from the ground and shouted in disgust. After those words, she ran after Inori. The bewildered men watched her go, wondering why she was still chasing him. It seemed he really was blackmailing her. A while later, Saint Fauna dragged Inori to the palace and set him on a bench outside. Just then he came to and wondered what was happening. Fauna held her hand out to him and said she would heal him right away. Waves of vibrant magic appeared on Inori's face, and suddenly they changed from blue to green. Surprised and curious, Inori examined his body. Fauna asked again if it really worked. "You shouldn't get that drunk again." Inori apologized and asked who she was. She replied that she was a holy knight. He asked again, "Really?" Fauna replied that he could call her master or by her name, whichever was more convenient, but that would have to wait. She grabbed his hand and led him away, because first, they needed to pray. Arya, who had been watching them from around a corner, wondered if they were already holding hands. It reminded her of something. She frowned and angrily wondered if this was normal. "That girl looks very dangerous." Arya called out to Fenrir, who informed her that he didn't know if his master had noticed, but he could feel her divine blessing. Arya asked again what he was talking about. Fenrir explained that she had felt it as well, and decided to follow her master. Arya replied confidently that it was just as she thought. Meanwhile, Fauna was still leading Inori by the hand, saying that this was the largest church in the entire region. "You're very lucky today. Extremely lucky." She smiled quietly, looked at him, and asked his name. He said his name was Kiri. Then he noticed a giant statue standing in the middle of the church. His mouth hung open in amazement, and he asked what it was. She replied that it was a statue of the Lord. If he didn't know how to pray properly, he could just copy her. "You need to bring 5 fingers together, 1 for God and 4 for the 4 goddesses. Then close your eyes and pray." Inori did everything as instructed, thinking that he couldn't believe things had turned out this way, but it was best not to argue with the saintess. Come to think of it, he had never believed in anything or prayed to anyone before. Suddenly he felt strange, and as he continued to pray in silence, someone suddenly took notice of him. Inori immediately sensed it and became alert. He didn't understand what these feelings were. He felt as if someone was watching him. Maybe they had a connection. Was it her doing? No, he didn't think so. Then who was it? His detection skill couldn't pick up anything. It wasn't magic from this world, or even a physical phenomenon. He felt as if someone was seeing right through to his soul. He gritted his teeth in anger and silently wondered what kind of bastard dared to touch him without permission. Whoever it was, they had to leave him alone. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light appeared in the room right above Inori, who was still silently pretending to pray. Fauna looked at him in surprise and said that she didn't expect him to pray with such wholehearted devotion. "You have to agree with me that there's nothing more wonderful than praying." She was glad his mind was now clear and invited him to continue on. Inori silently looked up at the statue one more time, paying closer attention. He no longer felt that connection. But now he was interested in this mysterious power. One day he would return here. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a girl asked, "He cut off the path." Another goddess, the one who had established the link with Inori, replied that she herself hadn't expected a human to be capable of such a thing. These sparks shot out from the planet into the universe. A while later, Inori reappeared in the tavern, and everyone's attention turned to him. He looked towards his table where Noah was sitting alone and asked, "Are you still sitting by yourself, X?" Noah recognized him and said that he had a new look. Inori looked pathetic, his face covered in scratches, bruises, and blood. He said he was just a little unlucky. Fauna had decided to use magic and swung her fist at him, punching him straight in the face. She yelled at him to stop and continued to beat him. Inori realized it wasn't for nothing, that she was called a fanatic holy knight. Her punches hurt him badly because holy knights attack with the power of light, a vampire's fatal weakness. While Fauna was hitting him, she yelled that she had felt his gaze was really sharp back at the tavern and apologized that her body couldn't keep up. At that moment, he realized she saw through everything. And Fauna continued to yell that it was okay and she would keep hitting him and that she would get used to it soon enough. So she decided to continue, but Inori shouted that it wasn't like that and begged her to stop and rest because she was overdoing it. Arya watched from behind a nearby tree, wondering if she should intervene. Manhwa was also nearby, saying that their master had told them to only intervene in the most extreme cases and that he could escape even during the day, but if he chose not to, then he must have a higher purpose that they couldn't understand. Arya watched in silence until they realized Inori had escaped. He was now at the tavern telling his friend Snoa about the situation. The man sadly said that everything was clear to him now. "You finally managed to escape. That was probably the most desperate escape of your life." Exnoa confirmed that it couldn't have been easy, and by the way, that girl turned out to be a holy knight. Holy knights kill demons and demon-like creatures to offer them as sacrifices to God. Most of them use magic weapons and fight with the power of light, which is very effective against demons. Ex-Noah lowered his eyes and added that when it comes to attributes, it's important for them to know who's who, but in this case it was a matter of tactics, and since you don't know how to use magic weapons, he saw no point in teaching you any tactics. Inori confirmed this and yelled that he didn't understand any of it either, but he never said he didn't know how to use weapons. Just then, the holy woman Fauna arrived at the tavern. Upon seeing Inori, she pointed at him and yelled that she'd found him. "You run pretty fast. Have you had enough rest? It's time for us to get back to training." Inori screamed in pain and cried out to Ex-Noah for help. Fauna immediately grabbed him by the hair, dragged him away, and asked what they would do this time. Ex-Noah didn't come to help, and Inori kept screaming, "Aren't we friends?" Ex-Noah just kept sitting there alone and did absolutely nothing. A moment later, Fauna dragged Inori into the forest and threw him to the ground. They just kept hitting him like that in their so-called training session. He was frustrated that he couldn't fight back against her during the day, but if he didn't come up with something, he'd be beaten to a pulp. For now, he suggested they go to the church again. Fauna was overjoyed and kept saying she never expected him to ask to go to the church on his own. Her training had clearly borne fruit. Inori also pretended to be happy and agreed with his master. He thought about how he had managed to escape training and would now visit the church again, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thanks to this, his fake smile skill had improved and reached level 2. He liked being in the church because it was quiet. But he wasn't particularly fond of religion. Right now, he no longer felt like he was being watched. But could the other believers be connected to someone else? Considering his detection skill wasn't working, maybe the powers of this world couldn't comprehend the phenomenon. What if he tried using an ability from another world? He would appraise every object in this room. The believers here, their clothes, everything was unusual. The ceiling, the floor, the statue, it all looked very strange. He noticed something odd and wondered what it was. Looking closer, Inori realized he'd found what he was looking for. The system announced he had found a holy light stone, holy nation of Linja, unidentified. Born from the roots of the divine tree, it can act as a medium for the goddess's power and is a mandatory item in every church. Inori wondered if this holy stone was the medium for the goddess. So this is the stone they use to communicate with everyone in the church. He suspected she was a goddess because the statue had 5 fingers, and in theory there were 5 goddesses. He feared the goddesses of this world didn't like him very much. Well, at least he learned something new. That's good enough. Suddenly, Fauna's whole body trembled and she shrieked. Inori asked what was wrong. She noticed a man named Raven standing nearby and shouted that he was the captain of the Holy Knights' 4th Division. The hero of Regan. Inori asked back, "He's a hero." Fauna continued to explain that 15 years ago he protected the city from demons and has been guarding this place ever since. Anyway, he's a living legend, and this was the first time she had ever seen him this close. He wondered if that was his master's superior. Fauna said she would run over to say hello and excuse herself and that he could go on ahead. They would meet up again later. Inori replied that it was fine and stood watching the situation. The hero of Regan. He couldn't possibly be stronger than Asina, but he should still appraise him just to be sure. Suddenly, Raven stared right at him with a chilling gaze, and Inori realized he might have noticed him. Had he actually sensed the appraisal, or was it just his imagination? But he had clearly sensed something. It'll be dangerous if you try that again. While Raven was trying to figure out what happened, the Saintess approached and called his name. Raven ignored it, and he noticed the scent of his own bloodline lingering in the room. As Inori left the room, Raven's eyes followed her. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from outside. It sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Arya sat on the roof watching everything. She wondered if Inori had been training non-stop since that day. She felt bored since they had barely spoken to each other. Inori was training with the Saintess Fauna. She remarked that he had gotten much more skilled at dodging and moving against magical weapons. Inori thanked her, thinking that thanks to Asuna, he had realized early on just how much trouble they could be. Fauna continued pointing out that he was still too focused on defense and asked if he knew how to use any kind of weapon. Surprised, Inori asked her what she meant. He possessed dark magic, but he couldn't tell her that. Fauna replied that she understood, then shouted, "Then it's decided?" She suddenly struck a boulder and made a suggestion. Inori should go buy himself a weapon of his choice. She'd never heard of a traveler going around empty-handed. Inori replied that he would do that. Fauna continued saying she would also be away for a while as she'd been granted permission to meet with Lord Raven. Therefore, she declared training was over for the day. The important thing was that he shouldn't just pick any old weapon. Got it. Inori agreed with her, wondering if this was really a day off. Fona headed home at dusk, telling him she'd check on everything the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, Arya was still sitting on the roof when Inori suddenly approached and asked if she enjoyed watching him train that much. "Have you figured out a way to beat me yet?" Arya answered that she hadn't. Inori looked at her quietly and said, "That's okay. Fenrir and I took turns and it didn't do any good either." He sat down next to her on the roof, and after a month of awkward silence, Arya asked if he needed anything else from her. He asked if she was free tomorrow. "My master told me to find a weapon, so I was hoping you'd come with me." Arya was surprised by the offer and just stared quietly as Inori explained that he didn't know what to buy, or where to buy it in this city. "Since you're a local, you know your way around, but if you're busy, I can manage on my own." Arya was thrilled by the offer and shouted decisively that she would go with him. She didn't have any requests from the Adventurers Guild, so she was free tomorrow. Inori was happy about this, and Arya said that without her he wouldn't be able to do anything, and would have probably gotten lost a long time ago. "Now we need to head back right away and get ready for tomorrow," Inori asked. "Get ready how?" She grabbed his hand and pulled him along. A confused Inori asked why she was suddenly talking so much. Arya replied, "We just need to go." The next day, they went into town together. Arya turned to Inori, pointed at some food, and said, "This looks delicious too." He sighed and said that he understood. "But I don't think that's why we're here." Arya looked at him surprised, then yelled that everything was fine, and they were on their way to the weapon shop now. When they arrived and were looking over the weapons, Inori was surprised to see it was a pretty decent shop. Arya replied that some travelers had recommended the place to her. There was a great sword there, priced at 6,000 coins. Inori looked around but couldn't find what he needed since it was practically a magic tool. Arya asked, "What about that giant sharp sword over there? Isn't it a bit small for you?" Inori yelled that he would never choose a weapon like that. Arya looked disappointed and said, "But it suits you. In that case, you should buy me a weapon too. I've always kinda liked carrying a black sword, you know. And this sword really stands out. Besides, I need another sword to carry around regularly." Arya wanted to find something comfortable and simple when suddenly, they both turned to a beautiful, exquisitely crafted blue sword. She stared at it silently, and Inori asked what it was. He immediately picked the sword up, making Arya yell at him to stop. He asked again, "Is this a Midran dagger?" "This weapon is made from high-quality Midran, and this dagger looks like a perfect supplement to a main weapon. It really suits you. Don't you agree?" Arya saw the price and began to hesitate, but Inori suddenly told her not to worry about it. "We have more than enough money from what I got paid for that demon horde incident. Besides, you can't just sit in the tavern all day. So I wanted to give you something at least." Arya was flustered by his offer. Then the shopkeeper handed them the sword and thanked them for their purchase. Inori sighed in disappointment because they still hadn't found anything for him. Arya asked if he understood the meaning of this dagger. Inori asked back a meaning. Arya smiled shyly, blushing, and said, "Maybe." They walked a bit further and saw another weapon shop. "Is it really crammed into a tight space like this?" They decided to step inside, but Arya suddenly panicked when she saw the spider webs. Inori turned back and said, "Looks like the owner isn't a fan of exercise. Come on, don't be scared." When Inori looked ahead, he saw a neatly dressed shopkeeper standing opposite them. He greeted them and announced that they work on a made-to-order basis, and that he would craft a one-of-a-kind item just for them. Inori listened quietly to the shopkeeper, then asked if they could also create non-magical weapons. The shopkeeper replied that it wouldn't be a problem. They would do everything they could to meet the customer's expectations. Inori used his magic eye and asked if he could place an order right away. This seemed a bit too fast for Arya, but the shopkeeper nodded and said, "Of course." He then invited them to follow him to a more comfortable spot, as he needed to learn about Inori's habits and physical abilities. Inori asked if Arya could come with them. The shopkeeper agreed. Then Inori asked, "By the way, don't you think a cleaner entrance would attract more customers? There are a lot of spiders out there." The man acknowledged that he knew. The owner replied, "Just as a spider hides in its web, old men like us seek a quiet place." Inori thought the man was strange, and apologized for the inconvenience. Arya said that she was right to stay away from that spot. I'm sure the spiders would be thrilled to hear that. A little later, they were outside sitting at a cafe for lunch. Inori carefully said, "I thought we would have been done sooner." Arya replied, "Well, at least we don't have to check any more weapon shops. It all worked out right." Just then, Arya noticed the tea. "It's delicious." Inori replied, "I think it's the same kind of tea as the one we had in the palace." Arya replied, "Even if that's true, everything else here is nothing like the palace. The atmosphere and the mood are completely different. And every time I come here, I just want to sit down and quietly sip my tea." And Inori asked again, "You have your own wishes, you have money, so why do you need me?" Arya got angry and shouted, "Because I need someone to talk to. Because it's important." They had a hearty lunch, and Arya asked why he chose that shop so suddenly. He answered that he'd assessed both the shop and its owner. All the merchandise was high quality, so he decided the old man was trustworthy, although he had a lot to work on as a merchant, since the building was full of cobwebs and spiders at the entrance, and that's not something you see every day. Just then, Fona appeared and exclaimed in surprise, "You actually bought a weapon." She approached, having overheard their conversation because she was looking for him. Inori asked, "What about your meeting?" Fona replied that the meeting had just ended. "And I was on my way home when I noticed you. Hitting on girls again, are we?" Arya blushed and shouted, "We're teammates." Fona vaulted over the fence and asked, "Do you really think so?" One of the guards standing with her pleaded, "Please don't jump over the fence. The ladder is there for a reason." Fona laughed and apologized. He said that as followers of God, they should set an example for everyone. He presumed this was Sir Kiri. He was ordered to keep an eye on Fona and said to call him Matt. Inori asked, "Why are you following my master? Did she do something wrong?" Fona explained that the church is very strict, so they're suspicious of her relationship with Inori, even though she told them they're simply master and student. Holy knights have strict precepts and must maintain their purity. Simply put, they have to be virgins. Inori's jaw dropped in shock while Fona rolled her eyes. Matt suddenly remarked that when the beautiful Black Rose Arya and that scoundrel Inori appeared, rumors about them spread quickly through the city. "That sounds awful," Inori said, but Matt continued. "Being Fona's disciple and living off the money the Black Rose earns is quite curious. She even had to apologize for it." Inori looked at him quizzically, as Matt suddenly pulled out a special card and declared, "This is the Black Rose Fan Club card number 5. He wanted to know the secret. "How did you manage to win this girl over?" He suddenly bowed and begged, "Please teach me your ways." Fona yelled, "You've forgotten your own words. You're one of the holy knights yourself." There were a lot of sweets on the table, and Fona decided to have a snack. Matt was chatting with Inori at the next table. Arya remarked, "Men make such good friends. They find common ground so quickly." Fona turned to her and asked, "Your name is Black Rose Arya, right? Are you really friends with that drunkard?" Arya answered, "Yes." Fona looked away and then asked, "So why is a Joseph Mithril on your table?" Arya didn't know what to say, and an awkward silence fell over them. Fona said, "That dagger has a special meaning. It's synonymous with a marriage proposal. Kiri's not so bad." Arya blushed and looked away. Then Fona stood up and said, "If he knew and meant it that way, then of course. But anyway." She turned to Matt and said they had to go because the cafe was about to close. Matt shouted, "Is it that late already?" "It's no good. I'll report in detail that they're just a teacher and student." Fona said she was happy to talk to Arya, and Arya smiled in response. They left in an unknown direction, and Inori shared his thoughts on what a strange day they'd had. Matt started to think that Inori's female guest was still a mystery, even after meeting her in person. When they got back to their street, Arya waved and said she still had a few things to do, so she would be gone for a bit. Inori asked her about it since she'd already told him she was free today. As he put the key in the door, he sighed tiredly, and then suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked ahead silently, and the strange girl's voice said that he'd finally noticed her, and that he was very sharp. Inori used his magic and wondered if that voice was really in his head. The girl asked if he wanted to go inside first. Inori took a step, and it turned out the girl was sitting on the windowsill looking out. She greeted him and said her name was Flax, and that she was very happy to meet him. Inori looked at her silently, then asked what the voice in his head was. She stood up from her spot and replied that he had sensed her even before he opened the door, but he didn't know about spirit magic. Inori asked her again what that meant. Flax replied that she had heard rumors about the town's car guy and was very curious. If he wanted, she could show him what spirit magic was. She would do it with her body. As Flax grabbed his hand, she told him to come closer, and Inori fell onto the bed with her. She climbed right on top of him, then said that there was a strange girl in front of him, yet he wasn't even resisting. Inori replied that when a girl is truly beautiful, he can't pass up an opportunity like this. And he used his hands to grab her hips, which made her angry. She shouted, "Mind control magic!" After the spell, everything around him began to glow with a brilliant magical energy. And Inori realized that at that distance, he would never have time to dodge. Flax looked at him with a smile, but alas, the spell had no effect, and she kissed him. Confused, Inori wondered what was happening. A different world appeared in his mind, and Flax said that he was in her spiritual world. This is a unique dimension that exists inside each of us. Inori was surprised, and Flax continued saying, "This is my world where everything is under my control. Absolutely everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? For example, I can easily take off your clothes." A few moments later, Inori found himself naked. He was speechless, and Flax said, "I can also make you go insane. From pleasure. Would you like that? I can make your body and soul want to depend on me." Inori gritted his teeth in frustration, and Flax asked again, "What's wrong? You're a man and a girl is in your arms. Why aren't you holding her? Are you really that afraid of getting involved with someone?" Inori got angry and ordered her to be quiet, but Flax refused, saying he wasn't afraid. Suddenly, a strange magical field formed behind him, and she grew tense. The magical forces let out loud sounds and enveloped everything in darkness. The darkness covered Flax's face. She became frightened, and Inori again ordered her to be silent. And Flax wondered what was happening to her world. Why was it crumbling right before her eyes? How could a single soul do such a thing? Inori reminded her, "You once said you controlled everything in this world." "Didn't you? What a coincidence. I'm also very good at controlling things." At that moment, Arya approached the house and noticed the door was unlocked. As she opened it, she yawned and announced, "I'm home." She thought to herself that leaving the door wide open wasn't a good idea. But before she could finish the thought, she saw a girl sitting on top of Inori. They were kissing when he suddenly realized Arya was home. She became wary and remembered the knife's curse. If she was betrayed, she could stab him to death. A moment later, Flax shot up and fell to the floor. Inori had used his magic to throw her off him. This caused a spirit to fly out of her mouth. She fell to the floor soaking wet and said that the goddess had given her the mission to seduce him. She had also planned to approach him by transforming into a human, but she was tricked. Now she was a spirit, a high-ranking wind spirit controlled by the goddess's traitor. Information about her status appeared. Inori asked why she was confessing everything. "Is it normal for you to do this?" The spirit screamed that he was the one who told her to say everything and was forcing her to do it. Arya thought she was very cute. But Inori grabbed her and asked if she was the one who had contacted him at the church. The spirit answered that it was possible, but she wasn't sure because she had acted faster than he'd anticipated. Arya asked again, "That was a goddess." Inori demanded that she tell him everything she knew about the goddess and spirit magic. The spirit was terrified by his expression and said that as a noble wind spirit, she also had her pride and he should understand that. "Do you really think I'll spill everything that easily?" Inori replied that she was too cheeky and wondered if he could make her talk by returning the favor. His intimacy level increased to 3 and he kicked her away. The spirit screamed for him to stop. He asked, "Weren't you the one who started this in your spiritual world?" "Huh?" Arya stood by, stunned. He told her to take what she deserved, and Arya closed her eyes. She heard terrifying screams, and the main character's intimacy level increased. The spirit collapsed on the bed, and Inori asked again, "So, do you understand who's the master here now? Besides the magic goddess, I also need to know what you're capable of. And now we're going to test that." The spirit replied, "Fine." She understood that he knew nothing about spirit magic and would be easily tricked. She had tried, but it hadn't worked. Inori asked if this was the reason they had come all this way. "Are you really the supreme wind spirit?" The spirit replied that she herself was curious as to why this was happening. The main character then asked if she could actually do anything useful. The spirit yelled at him to shut up. Then she looked at her hands and realized her hair had turned black because she was now under his control. Why would a control skill, which doesn't work on living things, be effective on a spirit? Aren't spirits living creatures too? Maybe somehow. It helps you maintain control. "By the way, where else can we find spirits?" she asked back. "Where?" "They're everywhere. They're all around you. Can't you feel them?" It was thanks to these spirits that they were able to find you so quickly. They can use spirit magic to observe you without being detected. Not understanding what could be worse, Inori asked, "You mean we can't see them?" The spirit replied that she didn't know if they could be seen that easily, but she said to give it a try. A moment later, the forest lit up with magical power, leaving Arya completely stunned. She gaped in amazement, and they wondered, "So these are spirits?" She answered that yes, they were spirits. Arya seemed shocked by what was happening. The spirit replied that it was obvious. "Even though I can't use magic right now as a high-ranking spirit with a little persistence, other spirit magic won't be able to detect me." Inori looked at her in surprise, then fell silent, realizing they would need that ability. The spirit asked back, "Don't I deserve any respect at all?" How had she only just now realized she'd learned something new? Suddenly, power manifested around Arya, and the spirit announced that she didn't know if it was a replacement, or on par with wind magic, but she could freely release something, like darkness. It was a black wind or smoke like a shadow in midair. Inori observed these shadows closely. Then he smiled and said he definitely needed it. A flash of light struck the demon, and the main character said, "Excellent." He said it would prove its worth in his hands. He looked at the black orb in his hand and said, "This is good stuff. This black wind." Just then, Sophie asked, "Even so, father?" Then she added thoughtfully, "If it were a normal demon, its body would have disappeared long ago." "Does that mean it's from the demon world?" The main character asked. "The demon world? What's that?" She said it was a legendary species of insect that only lives in the demon world. "Where did it crawl out from?" he asked in surprise. "What do you mean? Is it some kind of rare creature?" She replied that a creature like that couldn't just appear in this region naturally. He asked thoughtfully, "Like a fish on land, right? I've never seen one myself." Arya looked at Shinji and asked if she had ever been to the demon world. She zipped past Arya, waving her hand and saying, "Of course not. Isn't it obvious?" The spirits in the forest seemed to be going wild, and the light spirits were particularly displeased. Inori said he couldn't see the spirits, but he could understand them. Arya said, "This entire territory is protected by holy knights. Demons have a hard time fighting them. It's strange that a demon would decide to come up here all alone." Then the main character asked how this thing could have gotten here. Meanwhile, ex-Loa was watching them from a high cliff. A little while later, the blacksmith announced that his order was ready. The main character looked at the sword in his hand and said, "Whoa, this sword." It was a long sword crafted by Sebastian A-rank quality, with stats favoring strength. Arya clapped her hands and said cheerfully, "It's simple yet elegant." The main character looked at her and said, "It feels like an extension of my arm." Then he looked at Sebastian and asked, "I heard you're moving." "That's too bad. Here's the payment." Sebastian took the money pouch, closed his eyes, and said he'd been planning to move for a long time. "Inori, you're my very last customer. Thank you. I don't know if we'll ever meet again, but I hope we do." With that, he bowed. Then Arya looked at the main character and said, "Great. You managed to get all the money." The main character replied, "Master chipped in a little too." She was surprised. "And you just took it. Why didn't you politely refuse?" He turned to look at her and asked, "Why?" "You told me to buy a sword, so I bought one." She shouted indignantly, "That's no excuse. You have to go return the money right now." He looked at her completely surprised. A moment later, Fanatic looked at the main character in surprise and called out, "Inori." Afterward, they went outside, and she cheerfully admired the sword. She said, "What a wonderful sword. It has a nice weight to it, perfect for a real fight." The main character sat down beside her, crossed his arms, and said, "I found a good blacksmith." She added, "An incredibly good one. You can tell it's high quality just by looking at it." He tilted his head back to look at the sky and said, "Looks like it's just an ordinary sword. It's just a coincidence. But you can't use magical items. Even with her guidance, it would be difficult for you to get any stronger." She smiled and asked, "Do you not like my training sessions?" He replied, "I haven't liked them since the very first day." She looked indignant. He said, "What's the point of doing something that's so obviously useless? It's just a waste of your time. Don't you think so?" She burst out laughing and acknowledged that he was right about that. "With your attitude, a lifetime of training would be pointless." He replied, "I'm not kidding." "Is that so?" she added. "If that's the case, then I'll train you forever, until you finally get stronger. If there's one thing I'm most confident in, it's my faith." Then she looked at him. He closed his eyes and said, "So stubborn." "Fine then. It's time to put in a little more useless effort." "Really wonderful?" she asked. A moment later, the main character looked at the girl who was blushing from the alcohol and asked, "What about this one?" Raven replied, "Passion hidden deep within cold eyes. Lovely lips that have never known the taste of a man. That is pure innocence." Then the main character looked at another girl and asked, "What about that one?" He replied, "A firm body like an impenetrable wall to men. Without a doubt, that's innocence." Then the main character laughed loudly and shouted, "You can see right through them. Excellent." Raven adjusted his mask and replied, "Of course. A man of the church must know how to judge a person's purity." Then the main character thought, "A mask. Lately, he started spending time with me at the bar occasionally. If he drinks too much, he might let something unnecessary slip. I hope they haven't had too much to drink. However, as long as he's paying, I don't want to worry about it too much." Then he pointed forward and asked, "What about her?" Raven looked at Arya and replied, "Elegant yet powerful. I can sense a beauty intertwined with true pain, and deep inside there's not just purity. There's something wicked in there. Is she innocent or not? What a difficult choice." She looked at them with a strained smile. A moment later, bumps appeared on the two guys' heads, and Arya said, "I heard someone was talking way too loudly about other people. You two understand?" "That's right. You two are about to get banned from here, you know that." They knelt, bowed their heads, and said, "We beg your forgiveness." Then Arya turned to the other customers in the bar and bowed in apology. She assured them this wouldn't happen again. The main character looked at Raven and asked, "By the way, why are you sitting with me? Isn't your mission to watch over Fanatic?" He whispered that he needed to better define their relationship. "Besides, she's busy taking an exam at the church right now." The main character asked, "An exam? What was that?" He asked again. "She didn't tell you. The holy knights are flocking to the city for the promotion exam. Knights often fail and die so to waste precious time meeting a man who isn't part of the church. It's only natural for the church to become suspicious." The MC whispered, "So she came to the city for an exam." Then he looked at Raven and asked, "How is she doing?" He replied, "I heard she's taking the final test, which was set by Sir Raven himself. So, yeah, she's doing well." "Wow," he exclaimed. At that moment, Arya looked at them and wondered, do I mean nothing to them? The next second, the bell on the door rang, and ex-Noah walked in, hidden under his hood. The main character looked at him and said, "My friend, you've come at just the right time. You have to give us a hand." He replied, "You made this mess, you clean it up." The main character sighed and said, "This old geezer." He asked, "Are you kidding me?" Just then, Raven apologized, saying he had to leave for the day. Then he stood up, looked at Arya, and said he would make it up to her later. She looked at him in surprise as the main character asked where he was going. He should be apologizing to her. Ex-Noah said, "You should learn to choose your friends better, shouldn't you?" He replied, "You're the last person I want to hear that from. My reputation is even worse than his." He replied, "Perhaps." The main character raised his hand and shouted, "Hey, more wine over here!" Just then, he heard Shinji's voice ask, "How are you so calm?" Even in your shadow, she couldn't take it anymore. All of them felt a contradiction. It's the instinct for self-preservation. She hugged herself in fear and added that he could sense spirits. The main character's jaw dropped in astonishment while Shnoa said, "It seems a new friend has joined us. This time it's a spirit, huh?" "Right." You didn't argue back. That was a good choice. He looked at him surprised, and the man said, All right, don't look at me like that. But I know you can see other people's abilities." Just then, the main character used his skill on the man, and the information appeared before his eyes. Ex-Noah. Race Demon. Chimera Homunculus. Dragonkin Dwarf Elf. Beastkin and Human. Level 1. 6.66. Talents. Demon King Punishment of the Six Gods. Status Current Demon King. Former Demon King. Reincarnated from an ordinary worker. Subject of absolute divine punishment, etc. The current Demon King. Ex-Noah. The main character thought in amazement. At that moment, Arya looked at him in surprise, and then Ex-Noah suggested they leave. "It's too crowded here. Wouldn't you agree?" Arya looked at Inori flustered. He lowered his gaze and said, "Fine, wherever you want." Arya shouted, "Inori, I'll go with everyone." But he ordered her not to come. She gasped in surprise. He added, "I'll go alone." "What about the forest?" Ex-Noah asked. "It's outside the city," he replied. "Anywhere is fine." Arya watched them go, thinking Inori. A while later, they stopped in the forest, and Shnoa said, "This is a good spot." "All right, just relax." After speaking, he looked at the main character, who was silently looking back at him. The current Demon King then added, "Although relaxing in this situation is a bit absurd." He then unleashed a powerful wave of energy, and Shinfi emerged from behind the main character. She let out a scream, and Ex-Noah said he didn't want the evil spirit eavesdropping. "I almost forgot she was inside you, so I had to force her out." "Huh. Finally, it's just the two of us," he said, taking off his hood. "What do you think? I thought ears, is he a beastkin?" "No. Horns, long ears, long hair." He said, "It looks like a total mess, doesn't it?" Ex-Noah looked back and replied, "I know. I'm sick of this appearance myself. He's even got a tail. So now I'm some kind of chimera homunculus. Isn't that what you were thinking? I was originally a demon, but I was reincarnated into this body." The main character looked at him completely bewildered. "Are you the same?" he asked. "That's right, isn't it? I've already lived through 2 worlds. This will be my 3rd life." In my first world, I was born a demon, a former demon king who possessed extraordinary power and the ability to do whatever I pleased. Anyone who stood in my way, I killed and killed and killed. And so I became the reigning king. I had everything: fine wine, women, money. I laughed in the face of that world. After I was done with my own kind, I began to slaughter the other races one by one. The humans sent heroes to stop me, but they all failed. I annihilated the dwarves and seized their wealth. I burned down the forests of those troublesome elves, ate the flesh of the beastkin, and poured poison into the lakes of the dragonkin. I was free and happy. My laughter knew no bounds. It seemed I would continue pursuing that happiness right up until the very end. The main character asked, "So you died?" He looked at him and replied, "I realized I had never met anyone who could kill me. I lived for a very, very long time, and when I finally died, I immediately found myself in a blank white space, where I met God." The MC wondered, a white space. And God, could he be talking about the very same goddess who brought me here? The Demon King said, "This god called herself the god of this world. So it really was her," the main character thought. Xnoa continued, "She said I had gone too far. My memories, magic, power, talents. She took everything from me and forced me to reincarnate into an abandoned world." "An abandoned world?" the main character asked. "I'm sorry," he replied. He pointed at the main character and added, "That's what they call the world you came from. And they call it that for a reason. Because that world has been abandoned by God. I lost everything and nothing special happened to me. I was born with the most ordinary looks into the most ordinary of families. I had no special features or merits, so I was rarely praised, but I continued to try my best. I was determined to work hard and began to earn a living. I learned to bow my head when necessary, more or less. I married a co-worker, a very plain-looking girl, and we had a son who had my face. He was a little luckier than me. Sometimes my wife and I would argue when we didn't have enough money, but on the whole it was a completely normal life, and I was truly happy. Sitting on the Demon King's throne, I thought I had everything. I lived joyfully, laughing arrogantly in the face of that world. But in reality, I didn't even know what happiness truly was. It took me 2 entire lifetimes to find it. That's why this time, I want to make someone else happy." "Who?" the main character asked. He replied, "It's not that I want to make everyone happy, but I will keep going for as long as this body allows." He flexed his bicep, and the MC asked, "Continue. Killing?" "Of course not," he replied. He said, "My race is Chimera, an artificial being, right? Representatives from 6 different races were sacrificed to summon me to this world. Beastkin, dwarves, elves, dragonkin. This body combines all 6 races, and it is those same 6 races that have divided this world into 6 parts, never once stopping their wars for control." The main character asked, "Are there really that many races in this world?" He crossed his arms and said, "And you see, you still don't know much about this world. You yourself have noticed how people avoid you, haven't you? It's true. You're even more hated than he is. God intentionally created this world in a way that the different races could never get along." The main character looked at him puzzled, and he added that for someone like you from another world, it's hard to understand just through words. But once you travel the world, you'll see war breaking out everywhere. Discrimination against the mixed-blooded oppression between races. He asked, "And you want to help them?" The Demon King took a drag from his cigar, blew out the smoke, and said that he wants to destroy this twisted world. "I need your help." He said that at first he planned to destroy it himself, but then he met you and changed his mind. The main character asked, "So you decided to threaten me into helping you?" He apologized. "That wasn't my intention. Rather, I'll give you complete freedom. But in exchange for your cooperation, I'm willing to offer an advance payment knowledge of this world." The main character was surprised. "An advance payment," he replied. "I'll destroy everything, even if it's not part of your plan. In the end, any action I take will help you achieve your goal. Trampling on the lives and fates of others. That's how you exist." Then the main character sighed and said, "You're so selfish, but I'll agree anyway." "You will, won't you, excellent?" he asked. The main character smiled and added, "But only if you provide much, much more knowledge." Loa said, "You're a greedy one, aren't you?" "Very well." He replied that he'd been on pins and needles ever since summoning him here. This must be his karma. Not long before that, Arya reached her hand out toward the main character and the Demon King. A moment later, she sat down at the base of a tree and thought, "I'm not going with them. Am I?" That's right. She had never seen him so tense. She thought she could finally be of help to him. But that order was a reminder that no matter how far he goes, she would be left here. She buried her head in her knees, and just then, A few demons were crawling down the tree trunk, lunging straight for her. At that moment, Fanatic asked, "Why are you just sitting there?" She attacked the monsters in a flash. Arya looked at her bewildered, then thanked her. She replied, "You shouldn't have. This is no place to be sitting under a tree." She apologized again. Fanatic smiled and said, "I don't get how the Black Rose couldn't sense those demons approaching. Is something bothering you? Is it about Inori?" She replied that it was nothing. Fanatic sighed and said both Inori and Arya. The next second, she pointed her hammer at her and shattered the tree behind her. Arya leaped back and screamed. Why would you suddenly do that?" She replied, "I wanted to see your true abilities now that we're acquainted. Besides, you looked so depressed. This should at least cheer you up." She screamed that it was none of her business. Right after that, Fanatic attacked again. Arya ducked back, dodging the blow. Fanatic smiled and said, "Reflexes." "Not bad," Arya shouted in fury. "Are you trying to kill me?" She replied, "You should hear me out. When I was little, I used to wonder if God really existed." She looked on in surprise as Arya said that she didn't believe in God. "My mother was a believer and never missed a prayer, but she never forced me to pray. One day, a horde of demons attacked our village. My mother fled with me but died protecting me. The demons surrounded me, and when I was ready to say goodbye to this life, I started praying with all my heart to go to heaven with my mother. To this day, I still don't know who saved me then, but after that, even I came to believe in God." She smiled and added, "Now I don't just pray, I can help people who were like me." "You're strong, Arya, so you have to believe in Inori. Help him." Arya replied, "I do believe I can help him." Fanatic yelled, "Then you have to be by his side." Arya shouted back, "As if I don't want to be, but I can't disobey his orders." Saying that, she punched Fanatic in the face. Then, frightened, she pulled her hand back and asked, "Are you okay?" A single drop of blood trickled down Fanatic's face, and she said, "That was a pretty good punch, but now I know how you really feel." She let out a long sigh and started to fall to the ground. A moment later, Fanatic said, "There's still time for training with Inori." "Why is she such an idiot?" she thought. She replied, "I don't know. The written exams are a breeze for me," she said. "All right, then. You really are stubborn." Then Fanatic added, "This might be a bit presumptuous, but you don't understand Inori as well as I do." Arya smiled, looking at the girl lying in her lap, and said, "I was right to think a clumsy girl like you would only solve things with brute force. But I'm grateful to you, Fanatic." She replied, "I feel like there's a thorn in the Black Rose's words." "Oh, really?" she asked back. Then they both burst out laughing. A while later, Arya sat on her bed watching the rising moon. Just then, the male lead appeared from the shadows behind her, making her scream in fear. She told him not to scare her like that. He stepped closer to her and said they had been so engrossed in their conversation that he lost track of time. "The fastest way to return is through the shadows. But I've learned so much. When the time comes, I'll tell you everything." She looked at him silently, then sighed and asked, "Did they talk too much? He didn't attack you?" "No. Are you worried?" She answered, "Well, yeah, if you happen to die somewhere. Then your escape story would become a tragedy, not a comedy. Besides, you don't even know if I would free you in that case." "I see," he said thoughtfully. Then he turned to look at her, and she asked why he was suddenly so quiet. He closed his eyes and replied, "It's nothing." He smiled at her and said, "I can see you're forcing yourself to be cheerful. Next time you're coming with me for a little experiment. I want to see what you're capable of." Surprised, she asked, "I don't mind, but what's with that smile?" He replied, "You'll understand soon enough." She said she didn't like that at all. A while later, several girls were sitting near a wall while Raven looked toward a slightly ajar door and asked, "Is he here yet?" He apologized for calling them on such short notice. Raven stepped forward and asked, "What do you require, sir?" The other man replied, "Nothing in particular. How is the search for the runaway heretic coming along? According to the plan, she should be working by now." He bowed his head and said, "Apologies, we need a little more time." Then Raven pushed a church servant forward and told him to hurry up and find her. "We need more knights for the upcoming trials. Don't you need your authority to gather the devout followers?" He replied, "In the name of the Lord." A moment later, he sat at a table, took off his mask, and said in frustration, "Chris, you wench! Don't you dare think you've escaped me!" At that moment, Chris stood with a horde of demons behind her. She looked toward the city and said, "It's not enough. We need more bigger ones. First, they must devour this entire forest." As she finished speaking, she unleashed a blast of dark energy and countless demons charged toward the forest. She then added, "After that, all of Rick." A while later, Shinji asked, "Is he planning to sleep like this?" Arya, carrying a bag of food beside her, replied, He can't do much during the day anyway. Just let him sleep. That's horrible, Shinji replied. Then she thought, so if I want to escape, I have to do it during the day. Then Arya announced they had arrived. A moment later, Shinji looked at a piece of cake in surprise and asked, "What is this?" Arya smiled and said, "It's a sweet cake." "I really love the sweets here," Shinji said. "I know what it is, but what do I need it for?" Surprised Arya asked, "What do you mean? Why you don't like sweets but you're a girl?" Shinji sighed and replied, "I'm a spirit. I don't need food. Don't compare me to humans." Arya then asked, "So you don't have a favorite food either?" "Of course not," she replied. Arya sighed. "Well, that's a first. I didn't mean any harm. On the contrary, I just wanted to make you happy, Shinji." Shinji looked at her and said, "All right, I'll give it a try." Then she placed a hand on the cake and said, "Just because I don't need to eat doesn't mean I'm completely unable to." She took a small bite and said, "Spirits are closer to plants than animals." Then she swallowed and exclaimed in amazement, "What in the world is this?" "How is it this delicious?" Arya smiled and said, "Told you so." Then she pointed to the next pastry and said, "This one is cheesecake. I highly recommend it. You absolutely must try it." Shinji looked surprised. "Cheesecake? How can it have such a perfect harmony of sweet and sour flavors right now?" "Exactly," she replied. A while later, Shinji was sprawled on the table with a full belly as Arya smiled and said, "I've lost count." "So this is the forbidden flavor," Shinji said. "Turns out humans are good for something after all." Arya gestured and told her, "Don't tell Inori that we left him behind to go eat out, okay? Next time we'll all go together." Shinji looked at her and said, "You're not like him. Perhaps you're kinder." She replied, "Ah, well, yeah. Inori isn't exactly the kind type." Shinji added, "All he thinks about is how to mess with people." "Then why are you with him?" Arya clenched her fist and replied, "So that one day I can defeat him." Shinji sat up and looked at her in surprise. Then Arya punched the air and added, "Yeah, that's right. Inori isn't a good person, but he saved my life. Now I'm just like you. We're both his subordinates. I'm grateful to him, but that's a different story. In short, I'll stay by his side until I can surpass him." Shinji said their relationship was very strange. "You think so?" she asked. Just then, Fenrir leapt from the shadows and said, "Hey, girl, tell me where is the master?" Arya looked at him and exclaimed, "Fenrir," surprised. Shinji asked, "Who?" Arya said, "We know each other, Fenrir." Fenrir scoffed and told her not to address him like that. "My rank is higher than yours." Shinji asked, "Higher? What a cute little doggy." He replied that he would eat her soul later. Then Arya said he should be in bed, but maybe he's sleeping in his own shadow. If he wasn't found in the room, then that must be it. He said, "All right then, I will go with you to the forest." She was surprised. "To the forest?" He replied, "More like to the place that used to be a forest." A moment later they arrived at a barren wasteland and Arya exclaimed in shock, "It's gone, even the trees!" Frenia said that this wasn't an isolated incident. The question is who is behind this. Shinji placed a hand on his chest and said, "There's not a single trace of the low-level spirits left. Humans couldn't do something like this." The next second, Arya spread her wings, flew into the air, and said, "All right, it's time to find out what happened here." Shinji flew up beside her and shouted, "What, they didn't leave?" "And what do you mean you can fly?" she replied. "The more you know, the more you can do." Fenrir ran after them, shouting, "That's right." Then he looked at Arya and yelled, "Well, girl, you've realized what this is, haven't you?" She shouted, "This just happened not long ago." She thought they knew where to go, but what could have caused something like this? Shinji yelled, "The spirits up ahead are screaming like crazy. It's not too late to turn back now." Then Arya looked forward and shouted, "The plains on the other side of the mountain." There's something there. The next second, countless demons were advancing. Arya watched them from above and thought, "The demons I met in the forest, why are there so many of them?" Shinji flew closer to her and yelled, "They'll spot you if you stay up here. You should lower your altitude and enter the forest from the left." She replied, "Got it." Shinji flew behind her and asked, "Are all of them demons?" So many escaped from the demon world at once. Arya thought. Escaped. She'd heard that sometimes a group of demons would break through and attack settlements, so they were moving to the side. Just then she glanced away and remembered Regine. She gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking that Regine had been calmly dealing with demons for years, but now neither the church nor the guild was ready. They attacked at the most inconvenient time. Shinji asked, "Shouldn't we wake him up first? The situation doesn't look good." Arya asked if they could go back now and find Inori. Fenrir yelled that he could, but what was she planning to do? She gritted her teeth and thought,
I doubt Inori will help Regine. He isn't ready to show his hand yet. If she reported this in time, would the guild even help?
If she contacted Fanatic, would the church intervene? I won't make it in time. She turned back and shouted, I'll handle this myself. She wants to fight. Then Fenrir added, I can sense how strong they are. These aren't ordinary demons. You can't defeat them. But she charged forward, reaching for her weapon. She thought, I'm not the same person I was before. I will fight! Just then one of the demons stopped and looked at them. Shinji shouted in fear, We've been spotted! The next second, the demon opened its mouth wide and lunged at Arya. She furrowed her brow, thinking, I'm tired of just standing by and watching. Immediately after, a blast of energy tore the demon's head apart. Fenrir said, She revealed her magic before even drawing her sword. She's completely lost the initiative. Then he tore the demon in two and added, Her technique is far from perfect, but fighting to protect something. That's what I like. I'm weak and can't maintain this form for long. But I will help you. I too once had a land and comrades to protect. Arya looked at him and said, Fenrir, you've gotten bigger. He replied, This is my original form. Then he charged towards the next demon and said, Over there! Arya drew her sword the very next second and launched an attack slashing through the demon. Fenrir said, Not bad, you can actually do something. She smiled at him and shouted that she'd gladly accept his help. You have to fight by my side, Fenrir. Then the head of the next monster went flying, and Fenrir continued to advance, tearing through the monsters in his path. He said they would thin their numbers. Don't stop fighting and don't let them surround you. Arya frowned at him and shouted, Right, you got it. The next second, Fenrir bit the head off the next demon and Arya slashed it with her sword. Just then, Shinji shouted in amazement, Arya, a dog! Where are they getting all this power? Fenrir said, We have to finish them off. Just cutting them in half is useless.
It won't stop them from attacking.
Arya replied, Yes. Then swung her sword again, cutting the demon in front of her in two. She focused energy into her hand and frowned, thinking, I know this sword. It consumes a huge amount of magical power, but I didn't expect it to be this much. I have to keep up the pace. She launched a ball of energy forward, but it bounced off the demon. Surprising her, she thought, Did I miss? Fenrir warned me not to waste my magic right away, and he was right. Their armor is magic resistant. I guess I got a little carried away. I have to trust in the sword and fight. After all, it is her sword. It's hard to think about that fierce woman. But the way she wields this sword is unlike anyone I've ever seen. She controls her magic with perfect precision, releasing it only at the moment of impact, wasting nothing. She's so different from its current user. Arya looked at the sword in her hand and thought, So this sword belongs to Agena Fenrir. She knew how to use it. Then she raised her sword high, thinking just like Fenrir always stays in his small form to conserve energy, the sword shouldn't be activated during the swing. It should only activate at the very moment of impact. Then she swung her sword and thought, Right now. She panted after unleashing a powerful strike, wondering how many more times she could swing her sword. 32:10. Or even fewer, they knew that full well, but there were just too many of them. She continued to slash at the demons until, gritting her teeth, she thought, My strength is running out. Fenrir asked, Is that all you've got? The next second, Arya let out a loud cry, causing the others to stare in surprise. She leaped onto a demon and bit off a small piece. What the hell? She thought. Shinji screamed in confusion. Is she eating it? Right after Fenrir laughed loudly and said, Vampires recover their strength with blood just like their master. Then the battle continued with Arya attacking with her sword, while Fenrir added blows with his own energy. At that moment, Chris stretched her hands forward and then clasped them. The demons advanced with renewed vigor, while Arya's body was bound by small centipedes. Smaller centipedes have appeared and surrounded me, she thought. Fenrir told her to keep fighting. A panicked Shinji yelled, Arya, you have to fly up. Right after, a demon rushed past Arya, grabbing her arm. It sent both her arm and sword flying. Fenrir screamed in horror, Girl! At that moment, Arya stared in surprise at her injured arm. Then another demon attacked and sent them flying. Arya flew backward and Shinji pointed his hand forward, thinking, What was it called again, Dark Wind? Just then, a dark space appears in front of the demon, followed by several powerful energy beams piercing its body. Fenrir gave it a final hateful bite. Arya fell to the ground, and he asked, How are you still alive? His strength has weakened. We have to retreat. Shinji thought he had saved her instinctively. Then he yelled, Arya! At that moment, Arya looked forward and saw Amanda leaning over her. She heard her say, Little sister. That's what she asked. How does it feel to go through the same thing I did? So pathetic. Back then, you decided to abandon me to save yourself, didn't you? You left me and I lost my head forever. At that, Arya smiled. Amanda wondered what was so funny. Arya stood up and said, "The real Amanda would never say something like that. You're just an illusion created by my own weakness, but I'm still happy to see a familiar face." With that, she raised her sword and added, "Back then I was too weak to save you. I'm sorry, but I will change and become stronger, so please watch over me from above." A confused Shinji looked ahead and yelled, "Arya!" Fenrir told her to jump on his back. They had to retreat before they were surrounded. But just then, Arya charged forward, slashing the enemy in front of her to pieces. She panted heavily and shouted, "You go on ahead! I can still fight." At that moment, Inori said, "Stubbornness can be a virtue, but it's meaningless if it leads to your death." The next second, he pointed his Gleipnir at Arya's wounded arm, causing her to look up in surprise. Inori stepped onto the demon's corpse and said, "To a vampire, blood is life. And I didn't share some of my blood with you, just for you to waste it so foolishly. You should cherish it." Arya's jaw dropped as she asked, "You, Inori?" "But since when?" he replied, "since you became too bloodthirsty and stopped observing your surroundings." With that, he plunged his weapon into the demon's eye, then jumped aside and delivered another blow, as splitting the monster's head in two. A joyful Fenrir said, "Master, you've come!" Arya yelled, "Inori?" Inori landed beside her and said, "Unlike their shells, their insides, so like their eyes and joints aren't protected by magic. If you had realized this sooner, you wouldn't have wasted so much energy, and especially not your arm." Saying that, he grabbed her arm and her entire body. Then he reattached the severed part and said, "It won't heal as fast as mine would, so sit down and focus on recovering. You've made many mistakes, but your biggest one was deciding to stay instead of abandoning this city. Have you grown that attached to it?" She gave a small smile and apologized, saying she'd been too hasty. Inori added, "You missed something. No matter how many of these bugs we kill, we can't save the city. We have to check one thing." Arya looked at him in surprise. The next second, a few demons charged straight at them, while Chris, with a cunning smile, clasped her hands. Just then, Inori, who was carrying Arya, leaped up from the ground behind Chris and pointed forward, saying, "That's the one responsible for the demons that attacked." She turned around completely surprised. He told her to stand still and answer a few questions. He bound her body with his Gleipnir, making her scream in surprise. At that moment, Shinji looked up at the cliff. Shinji thought that there were almost no spirits left, and she couldn't say for sure, but they were capturing someone. At that moment, the main character looked at the hostage and asked, "Chris Kamza, right?" She gnashed her teeth in anger, and he added, "I can tell just by your abilities." Arya was surprised. But how can this girl control them?" He said, "She has the ability to control demonic beasts. Regine is often attacked by escaped demons, and every time the Holy Knights, led by Raven, those who led the charge and pushed them back, were hailed as heroes of the church, and Regine became so famous it turned into a sacred ground for Holy Knights like your master to test their mettle. Such a fortunate coincidence for the church. Or is this girl simply in cahoots with them?" Chris smiled and remarked, "You know quite a lot, don't you?" "That's right, but that's not all." He leaned in and said that he had people he could ask, but for anything he couldn't find out, he'd dig it out of her himself. Then he used his left eye to hypnotize her. She laughed maniacally and screamed, "A magic circle!" What a surprise. She then created a magic circle around herself and summoned a few demons. The protagonist leaped aside, gritting his teeth and thinking, so mental interference doesn't work on her. She told him he was right. They orchestrated this whole thing. She had done everything the guy told her to, but she was so stupid. She wasn't going to work for that bastard anymore. The protagonist then asked, "That bastard? A man from the church?" The next second, a demon charged at them. Arya screamed, "Attack!" The protagonist fired Glania at the demons, then plunged his weapon into one's body and hacked it to pieces. He laughed and shouted, "Is attacking all you know how to do? Is that all you've got?" Just then Arya screamed, "Inori above you!" A demon opened its mouth wide right above the protagonist. Chris laughed loudly and yelled, "Didn't you guys order minced meat?" But the next second, a blade pierced through the demon's body, followed by the protagonist himself, splitting the monster in two. Afterward, he licked his finger and said, "The blood isn't great. Kinda tastes like iron." The next second, Chris gritted her teeth in fury and said, "What the hell is he doing? Stop bothering us. I don't have time to deal with an upstart like you." He wiped his mouth and said, "She'd rather cripple her own arm to break that thread." Just then, Shinji looked ahead in surprise and thought, "All the demons at once," Arya shouted. "The demons are heading for the city."
At that moment, the protagonist smiled and thought, so she went to them for help. She's starting to understand who's really in charge here. She told him to shut his mouth. She was talking to Arya then. She shouted in surprise, "Towards the city!" Then she turned to Chris and yelled, "You sacrificed the guards just to send them to the city." She laughed maniacally and replied, "What a shame. Even if I die now, you can't stop them." The protagonist said he had hoped taking care of the leader would be the end of it. But seeing her resist his hypnosis, he was surprised and realized he had underestimated her. At that moment, the demons continued to advance, and Chris, as if possessed, shrieked, "Forward, forward, my family, do as you please." The next second, the girl covered her face and said, "Chris's little sister, destroy those who call us children of the devil along with their city. Destroy the church that toyed with us. Destroy those who deceived and used us, destroy them too." Just then, Chris began to struggle free from the binding threads, but they were tearing her body apart. She screamed that nothing could stop those hulking beasts. "Forward! Devour everything in your path." She started laughing loudly while Arya gritted her teeth and said, "This is bad." The protagonist said, "Wait, Arya. Personally, I don't give a damn what happens to that city, but I'll take responsibility for underestimating her." Arya looked ahead, bewildered. The next second, rays of light began to break through the rainy sky. The protagonist said, "Hey, Arya, do you know why the raindrops falling from the sky don't tear our skin apart? It's thanks to the atmosphere and its air resistance." He pointed forward and added, "The dense layer of air reduces all the energy the raindrops absorb, but the objects under my control don't interact with the atmosphere. And of course, they aren't affected by its drag. The atmosphere can't hinder this. And unlike a raindrop, it can accelerate to unimaginable speeds." Then at some point I realized, the black wind leads to the same space as my shadow, but it has the ability to float in midair. Now imagine this, the objects I control fly out from my shadow and fall into the black wind. They fly out of the shadow again and fall into the wind again. Over and over. Those small stones have been flying back and forth in the sky for exactly 7 minutes and 28 seconds. At that moment, Arya looked up completely baffled. The protagonist added, "From here, it's much simpler. I just need to cut off the black wind at the right moment and..." Boom! The next second, several flaming boulders shot straight towards the demons. A terrifying explosion erupted. Arya shielded herself with her hands, screaming while the protagonist smiled and said, "Something like that." The next second, Chris gaped in astonishment as they stared at the giant craters. On the ground before her, she uttered, "Huh, you've got to be kidding me." The protagonist smiled and said, "Simply put, I was just throwing rocks at you." However, their power was so immense it was perfect for annihilating an entire army. Just then, Arya gasped as Fenrir appeared from her shadow. She turned in surprise and shouted, "Fenrir, are you okay?" At that moment, Shinfi, who was perched on Fenrir's head, asked, "Aren't you going to worry about me?" Fenrir added, "If it weren't for Master's shadow, things would have been much worse. So his new power is that terrifying. But to cover such a wide area like that..." Then the male lead grabbed Chris's face and used hypnosis to make her speak, and this time it was successful, no matter what she was subdued. Arya wondered if she had willingly let him interfere with her mind. But why? She looked at her severed arm, then turned to the male lead and yelled, "Inori, aren't you going to ask why she attacked?" He looked at her, closed his eyes, and said, "I'm going to find out the most important things, not the trivial details you asked about. I want to know what happened to her." He sighed and said, "You were almost killed, but you..." "Oh, all right. However, I have a few questions of my own. She has some very interesting abilities." Then he looked at Chris and asked her to tell him about herself. She said, "All right." She had a younger sister who was gentle and unbelievably naive. She dreamed of living a peaceful and happy life with her sister, but that dream never came true, all because of her dark magic, which was proof of an impure soul. And so everyone turned their backs on them. However, despite that, the church welcomed them warmly, letting them once again taste the long-forgotten flavor of hot food, letting her see her sister's happy smile as she was finally full. She wished that day would never end. But about a month after they arrived at the shelter, he appeared. He toyed with and continuously tormented her. She didn't understand why, but she didn't really care. After all, they had nowhere else to go. In the end, there was nothing she could do for her sister. As time went on, nothing changed. If anything, it only got worse. At one point, Raven grabbed her by the neck and asked if she wanted to continue living here. In the present, she lowered her head and said, "His words and actions got worse and worse, and the time I could spend with my sister grew shorter and shorter. But for now, she's still safe." She closed her eyes. The main character squatted down beside her and asked, "Him who is he?" "The one who became the hero of Regan." Raven version. At that, Arya looked at her in surprise. And the main character thought to himself, "Hero Raven is that the guide's boss I saw in the church." Then Chris added, "From then on, she did everything she was told and practiced dark magic. She didn't have much strength, but every day until she collapsed from exhaustion, she created demonic creatures to devour the demons that Raven brought back. She worked with the summoned creatures for a whole year, and at one point they were set up to surround the city and framed as runaway demons. An entire army of demons was defeated by Raven and his team in front of the whole city. All the creatures were destroyed and many people died. Then she suddenly realized the real reason she was doing this. Raven received the title of hero. She was locked up to create demons so she couldn't see her sister, but that was for the best. She had been involved in the deaths of so many people, and she was afraid to imagine how her sister would react to the changes inside her. She was only allowed to contact her sister through letters. When reading her sister's letters, she saw that she thought the church had recognized her older sister's talent for magic, and wrote that she was so proud of her. At that moment, tears started streaming down her face. And when Arya asked where her sister was now, she replied, "She's dead." Not only was she dead, but it was that very man who told her about her sister's death. It turns out because her soul was tainted from creating demons, her younger sister was used as a plaything in the church to atone for her sister's sins for her use of dark magic. In the end, the girl couldn't take it anymore and died. But then she was threatened that if she stopped following orders, and she would meet a similar fate. The question is, how did things ever get to this point? Was it simply because she could use dark magic since she was a child, because no one in the city would accept them, or because they decided to stay in this church? At some point, something inside her just shattered. A demon approached, leaned down, and told her she was a one-in-a-million summoner, just like him, a perfect fit. A demon named Neon was locked in the same cage with her. He then asked, "Do you want power, Tomopiesi?" She decided to escape her confinement and made a pact with him, becoming a demon to get her revenge on that man. But they stopped her and her army, and now she doesn't know what to do next. He then asked, "Who exactly is this man?" She answered, "A demon." That's all she knew. The main character looked away and thought, "This doesn't seem like the Demon King style." But after thinking for a moment, he spoke. "One last question for you. The revenge you threw away your humanity for has failed, because we accidentally got in your way. Your life is a miserable failure. Don't you think you've suffered enough?" At that moment, he grabbed his sword, stood up, and approached Chris. Arya screamed, "Inori!" She begged him to stop, but he said he wasn't talking to her. "I'll say it again. Enough with the revenge. Don't you think you've suffered enough?" Then Arya bit her lip and shouted, "Inori! The church just used her! Does she deserve to die for that?" She held her hand out and added, "She can't do anything to you anymore." He closed his eyes and replied, "No, it's no use. You saw it yourself. My hypnosis doesn't work on her, and she's not even responding to questions anymore. She's completely lost the will to live. No matter how much you try to understand her, and her fate will be the same." The next second, he swung his sword, and at that very moment, the main character heard a voice in his head. "You have reached level 15. He was surprised. The voice in his head continued, "Your demon title has been promoted from Baron to Viscount." The next second, he started losing consciousness and thought, "Oh no. My head is spinning!" He started to fall, and Arya screamed in panic, "Inori!" She rushed towards him. A moment later, a goddess looked down at the main character and asked with a smile, "You're awake." It had been a long time since they'd last seen each other. He looked at her confused, then sat up and asked, "What? It's you." He had been afraid that the goddess of that world had caught him. She asked, "The goddess of that world?" The next second, he punched her hard in the stomach. She winced in pain and yelled, "Hitting a girl and a goddess, no less." He replied, "Oh well, but I support equality in all things. And I still haven't forgotten that idiot you sent to follow me. He was a real thorn in my side." She smiled and asked, "Oh, did something like that really happen?" He sighed and replied, "You wouldn't believe it." Then he looked to the side and asked, "Is this the place where I was first summoned?" She replied, "Yes, that's right. And you're the only one who's come here so many times." He asked, "Why now?" She asked, "What do you mean?" "Why haven't I heard anything? I was promoted to Viscount." He asked, "Viscount, are you talking about that voice in my head?" She said that his powers are drawn from many worlds, but in his current world, he can't change the vampire title himself, so she has to manually enhance it for him. He should be grateful for reaching a certain level. He crossed his arms and said, Geez, don't you have anything better to do, goddess? She yelled, not at all. And then she channeled energy from her hand into his head. He immediately asked, anyway, why did they summon me here? She asked, haven't you noticed your level has suddenly increased? If you don't manually adjust the increase, it'll only get more difficult later on. What did you do? He closed his eyes and thought, I wiped out an entire army with a meteor. Maybe that's why. Then she said cheerfully, everything is ready. I don't know if you've managed to obtain anything new, so good luck figuring it out on your own. He thanked her in reply, and she added, finally, I'll give you a piece of advice. The goddess of that world is a bit special. He looked at her completely surprised. A while later, Arya was resting the hero's head on her lap. Placing a hand on his head, she said, you scared me. What's wrong with him? Fenrio approached and said, Master is unconscious, but he's fine. We're very lucky that Master's compulsion hasn't worn off on this girl yet. He doubted if they could even fight her. It's dangerous to let her live. Arya looked at the girl thoughtfully, then lowered her eyes, thinking that she had let her emotions get the better of her, demanding something she wasn't ready for. But what do we do now? Just then she heard Shnoa's voice say that it was useless trying to reason with her. She spun around and said, it was you. At that moment he suddenly sat up, grabbing his weapon and asking, old man, but why? Arya exclaimed in surprise. Inori, the protagonist, said he woke up because of the surging magical power from his appearance. Xnoa said, my apologies. What could I do? He asked, but hey, why are you here? Xnoa looked away and told him to look at what he had caused. The sound and the tremors have already reached the city. I wouldn't be surprised if people come here at dawn to find out what happened. He replied, all right. I got a little carried away. After that, Xnoa said that he could put everything back the way it was. Would you like that? He looked at him and asked, what do you mean? The old man looked back and said that he could literally return everything to its original state. Everything? He asked again. The old man replied, you look so young, is your hearing already failing you? I will restore this area to its original state so the townspeople don't go crazy when they see this. He asked, How are you going to do that? And how much will I owe you? That sounds serious. The old man closed his eyes and told him not to worry. Then he approached Arya, pointed at her, and said that he just wanted to have a private word with her. A moment later, he looked at the craters in the ground and said that he didn't even know if he could do it. He sat on the ground and added, it's been a long time. I haven't had a chance to do something serious, and in front of a young lady, no less. This is a rare occasion. Arya looked at him, remembering how Inori had told her to be wary of this old man. It probably wouldn't help much, but she still had to stay on guard. Then he said he would take the other girl home first. If the old man couldn't restore everything, he would pin all the blame on her and hand her over to the church. As for who this old man really was, her father told her it would be faster to ask him herself. She wondered who he really was. Then Xnoa said, all right, we'll talk later. The next second he used magic to spin the rocks in a current of air. Arya stared forward in amazement, her hair blowing in the wind. She screamed, what is this? He said, my apologies if I'm messing up your hair. The rocks spun in an even stronger vortex, and large boulders filled the deep craters. Then he stood up and thanked Arya for waiting. But first I want to change the scenery a bit. Standing in the middle of a barren field like this feels strange. I've returned everything except for the demons and the things they caused. I hope you'll be satisfied. Arya looked at the result and said, Inori, this can't be real. She looked at Xnoa and said, this power is extraordinary. Who are you really? A moment later, they stopped in the forest and Arya asked, the former demon lord Inori? He said, well, you could also say I'm the current demon lord. But everyone still thinks the king is dead, so what of it? If you don't believe me, I can prove it, you know. Do you want me to? As he spoke, he turned to look at her. She said, no, the power I just saw is probably enough. Then he pointed at a log and said, I see. Good. I'm sorry I have nothing to offer you but a log, but please sit and talk. She bowed and asked for his permission. He replied, of course. There's no need to be so tense. Though considering his past, I can't say I blame you. He's the one at fault. Not even 600 years could wipe his slate clean. She sat down beside him, placed her hands on her knees, and said, it has become a children's fairy tale. About a wicked demon king? She fearfully asked for his forgiveness, and he replied, it's nothing. Everything you said is true. But forgive me for asking, where are you from? Holding the hem of your skirt with both hands is a custom among the northwestern nobility. Are you on a journey? But why? She didn't tell him her origin, only that she was traveling with him. She bowed her head, thinking, I must have let something slip. I can't let my guard down. Then she began to speak, but he cut her off, saying, "No, I'm the one who should apologize. I shouldn't have pried into your affairs. It's a bad habit of mine. It's just, I couldn't believe that he would voluntarily travel with anyone. So I found myself wondering who you were, that's all." Their eyes met, and she said, "I can assure you of one thing. I am Lord Inori's subordinate." He asked, "Subordinate?" She replied, "Lord Inori offered me a deal when I was on the verge of death. Either accept death or choose to live no matter what." Ex-Noah moved closer to her and exclaimed in surprise, "He offered you something like that?" Startled, she cried out, "Really?" Then she elaborated on what happened next. "It's hard to put into words. He became my savior, my freedom. But he also became my chains. One moment he can seem so weak, and the next he'll reveal his strength. I don't even know how to describe this feeling. Perhaps I am his." Before she could finish her sentence, he said, "That's enough. There's no need to try and force it into words. There can be many answers. Don't be so quick to draw a conclusion." "I apologize for asking such a question." She was surprised. "It's all right." She blushed with embarrassment, and he closed his eyes, saying, "I understand. That is how you feel?" She asked how I feel. He opened his eyes and said, "You and he are very different in that respect. You don't consider what's going on inside his head. I suspect you haven't even had a glimpse of his true nature yet." She asked, "His true nature?" He looked at her and said, "He will threaten to destroy this world, and he will want to fight against anything that stands in his way. As a living creature, he will undoubtedly reach his zenith and become complete." She looked at him in surprise and questioned him. He said, "I'm interested in you, and I imagine your future." Subconsciously, he is drawn to the possibility that you might be the one to kill him. Surprised, she asked, "I'll kill him? I don't understand." He replied, "It's one of the possible outcomes, and he is fully aware of that." She said that even if she tried to sneak up on him in broad daylight, she'd be unlikely to succeed, even if ordered to. He laughed and said, "Still, I'd like to see that. You should think about it." Then he lit a cigar and said, "Youth is meant for being tormented by doubt." She asked, "So, can I truly face his power? I feel so small. I don't even know if I can ever escape being just his subordinate." He approached her and told her to listen to him. "No matter how important a role he plays in your heart, or how important a master he is to you, he's still just a kid," he said, blowing smoke from his mouth, and added, "It was only recently that he was helplessly clinging to his mother's breast. He grew up full and comfortable in warmth, absorbing censored knowledge in a school built by someone else. He even acquired his skills upon arriving in this world. He hasn't created a single thing that could be considered his own, and perhaps he knows that himself. That's why he seeks out anyone who can push him to surpass himself, so that one day he can become the perfect version of himself. And that applies to you as well. After all, you've never had to work or earn your own keep before, have you? Everything was provided for you." She thought back to her past and confirmed it. And he added, "In my time, for instance, no one liked me." She was surprised. "Really?" He replied, "Yeah, that's how it was. All right then. In short, there's no reason to be shy or afraid of that brat. If you have something to say it directly to him. It doesn't matter whether you're his subordinate or not. You have to speak your mind to him." He clenched his fist and said, "You should be the one to make the first move. Become the enemy he's longed for. He'd like that more." "That's the kind of person he is." She asked pensively, "What if I were to oppose him? How would he react? Would he fight back? We're supposed to be helping each other, aren't we?" He looked at her, then said, "I wouldn't mind seeing that." Then he got up and walked away. He added that a boring life is one where everything goes according to plan. She should just do what she wants, that's all. He wished her luck with Inori as she looked at him. She left thinking that he was either praising her or scolding her like a father. She still couldn't fight Inori, but at least she could stand on equal footing with him. Meanwhile, the main character used his ability to survey the area and thought, well now, they've really restored it to its original state. All right. The land and even the vegetation are untouched by insects. Can he restore living creatures? Right? That's why he's the Demon King after all. Just then Arya entered the room and said she was back. She apologized for being gone for so long. They suddenly started talking. He replied that it was fine. Then she called out to him, saying she wanted to talk about how he treated her. He was confused, not thinking he had done anything to make her feel she wasn't his equal. Then she said, "All right then. In that case, I have a proposal." Meanwhile, at the church, Raven was congratulating them on successfully passing their final exam. They had endured many harsh trials and proven the strength of their faith. They were the ones chosen by God for the sake of the church's growth. And Fauna stood before 3 of the church's pastors. Raven looked at them and asked if they were ready for their bodies to no longer belong to themselves. He held out his hand and added that they would become a shield called upon to protect humanity from demons. The girl beside Fauna said yes, she was ready to become a shield in the name of the Lord. Raven asked if they were willing to sacrifice themselves to help the parishioners of the church. Another girl replied, yes, she would save everyone in the name of the Lord. The next moment he swung his arm and shouted, "Excellent! Your determination proves you are worthy to serve in the church from this day forward. We shall strive together toward a common goal. We congratulate and warmly welcome you." The next second, a few church staff members shut the doors. Fauna heard the noise and wondered if that was the sound of a door. Then she noticed some kind of energy binding the girl beside her and shouted, "Commander Raven, something isn't right!" She then suddenly leaped up. Dodging the attack from the magically controlled church staff, the man shouted, "So quick to see through it!" At that moment, Fauna was flying above his head, thinking, "Is this a binding spell? Why, I'll deal with it later." She then drew her weapon and thought, "Appear, holy hammer onris." The next second, she yelled, "What is the meaning of this?" The men looked at her confused as she attacked with her hammer, but they managed to put up a barrier in front of her. The man said, "This is a blessing bestowed by the church in the name of the Lord." "That's how it is, you zealot." There was a crystal in the center of the barrier. It then cracked, and the crystal in Raven's hand transformed into a staff. He shouted that she must be humble. "Accept this with your body," she cried out in shock. "Commander!" The next moment, he attacked her with his weapon, saying, "In the name of the church." The next second, she spat up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the wall, cracking it. He said, "Incredible. To think you're still conscious after a blow like that." She got on her hands and knees, asking, "Is this also part of the exam?" He replied, "I would like to believe so, but of course it isn't." Just then she grabbed her weapon and lunged at him, but he blocked her attack. And as she thought about every blow she landed, she turned in surprise to see the newly enchanted girls being surrounded by the men. She screamed, "Stop! Don't you touch them!" Just then Raven said, "No matter what happens, never take your eyes off your opponent." The next second, his weapon transformed into a chain that bound Fauna's body tightly. He held it in his hand and asked, "Do you remember what you were taught here?" Then he slammed her to the floor and added, "This is their first chance to prove themselves to God. They should be overjoyed." The next moment, he approached the girls and assaulted them. A while later, Fauna, who was chained to the wall, opened her eyes. Raven stood in front of her, asking if she was awake yet. "You don't need to worry. Your body is still pure." The next moment, he threw the exhausted girl to the ground and said, "She's no longer needed. You lot take her away." His subordinate replied, "Yes, sir." Raven added that he had been waiting for her to wake up just to hear her moan. He spread his arms wide and suggested they dedicate themselves to the church together. At that moment, the abuse was still continuing behind him. Fauna gritted her teeth and screamed, "What are you doing?" "What are you doing, Commander Raven?" "This is unforgivable. You are a holy knight. The Lord would never forgive something like this." He replied, "That's right, you zealot. This is unforgivable." She frowned at him. Then he pulled at the mask covering his face and added, "Utterly unforgivable." Tears began to stream down his face as he said, "If there is a God, of course." Then she cried out in astonishment, "A mask!" She wondered why. She wondered why God didn't punish him. Her sincere faith couldn't comprehend the man he was, and he could only be jealous of that. He had once been a devout believer, just like her, fighting for his people alongside his fellow holy knights. It was a difficult time, but he believed that God saw his devotion, even though deep down he knew that wasn't the case, that something was missing. And then one day, for the first time, he was invited to this party. At that moment, he wanted to kill everyone involved, but he didn't. The innocent girl was completely at his mercy. An act of such blasphemy clouded his mind. His heart craved a reward for all his labors, and now, having satisfied his secret desires, he stood before her body. That's when he realized this was it. All the years he had spent serving God couldn't even compare to the pleasure of that sin. From then on, everything changed. He played the hero in the eyes of the townspeople, the church's congregation grew ever larger, and his hunt for girls continued. This is a true betrayal of God, full of lies and greed. Father, now God must punish him. He raised his hands and shouted, "God, if you exist!" He was begging you to punish him. He was no longer the saint he once was. He could clearly see what he had become. Or perhaps he was never on their side to begin with. At that moment, the zealous woman said that he was wrong, and he snapped back at her that God himself would decide that. Do you think he would allow a believer to be taken advantage of? Well, now they're about to find out. Just then the MC said, What terrible logic. A few demons advanced, and Raven looked around in confusion, shouting, "What is this?" The demons grabbed a few people, and the main character said, "To his beloved God, it probably doesn't even matter whether he's a sinner or not." Then Raven looked at the main character and shouted in surprise, "Lord Inori," he replied, "but they don't care." The zealous woman looked at him in surprise and shouted, "Inori!" Raven asked, "Why is he here? And with demons no less." The church servants shouted, "Why are there demons in the church?" The main character placed a hand on his hip and told them, "Don't let them escape." The next second, the demons dealt with the servants as the zealous woman watched in astonishment. Then Raven asked, "Are these his demons? Has he had dark magic all this time?" He replied, "No, I borrowed it. You know very well from who." The zealous woman asked, "Inori, what is the meaning of all this? Why are the demons that escaped suddenly here?" He said that it was the church that nurtured these demons. "So I'm just bringing them back home. Nothing surprising about that, is there? That girl didn't like what they forced her to do at the church." Raven said, "Chris sent you. We saved her life, and this is how she repays our kindness." "How shameless. And since you agreed to help her, you're no better." The next second, the crystal in his hand transformed back into a staff, and the main character asked, "Are you angry?" "I'm sorry for interrupting your hobby." He rushed forward to attack, shouting, "I sincerely regret having to strike a friend." The zealous woman shouted, "Inori, you have to run." Then Raven attacked, but the main character quickly dodged to the side and said with a laugh, "Wow, you should listen to her. Not bad for a city legend." In response, he shouted, "Excellent! A superb reaction, but how much longer do you plan on fighting me without drawing your sword?" The MC flew forward and said, "I bought this sword especially for my master. I don't want to break it on some magical weapon." Then he grabbed his enemy's staff and said, "Though this weapon is nothing compared to the sword of Asina." The next second, Raven's weapon reverted to its crystal form, and he said, "Incredible. I had no idea you were this strong." The main character waved his hand and said, "Well, I'm good at hiding in the shadows, and it seems you've got a little something wrong." "Chris didn't send you," he asked. "Then why are you here?" He replied that he had some unfinished business. "Interesting," he said. The next second, the MC summoned a shadow from which a crystal emerged. Raven cried out in surprise, "That's it!" The main character laughed and said, "This is what I came for. The Divine Light Stone. It's installed when the temples are built." Raven was amazed. "But where did you get it from?" He replied, "Simple. It was thanks to your party. All the church guards were gathered here." Raven said, "You had me worried for a second, but you're right. Of course it could be sold for a decent sum, but it has no special properties itself. I don't believe you came all this way just to steal a stone." And then the main character said, "I have the power to appraise items, and according to my appraisal, God observes humanity through these stones. It possesses no power on its own, but when it senses the prayer of someone nearby, it can become the eye of God. Right now, I'm using my control ability to block it, but one day it activated and God instantly tried to kill me. I stole it so that God would immediately understand my intentions." Raven asked, "So God exists? He watches over humanity, and out of all people, he found you and tried to kill you." The main character replied, "Something like that." Then he looked away and asked, "Does God consider you a heretic? You know, like a kill him quickly kind of thing." Then Raven lowered his head and said, "I admit, there is something about you that could be considered heretical." The MC then added, "Although, heretic isn't quite the right word. It's more like I'm a thorn in his side." Raven said, "Then that's all the more reason for you to explain it to me." The main character asked, "Explain what it all depends on your perspective." He answered, "If God is watching us, if he's the one who takes lives, then why did he try to take your life and not mine?" Meanwhile, the demons continued to dispose of the churchgoers. And the main character said, "It's simple. God doesn't care about humans." The zealous woman looked at him stunned. He asked, "Now do you understand why I'm here?" Raven raised a trembling hand to his mask and laughed. How horrifying. But now he realized there was something he wanted to try. He grabbed the crystal and lunged forward, asking, "Does God even care about me? If I offer him your head, will he finally notice me then?" Then, the MC chuckled and said he was starting to worry tonight would be boring, but now, this was a different story. The next second, a chain shot out, binding his hand. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Fanatics screamed, "Inori! He must have let that man catch him." Raven said, "I repelled every single one of his previous attacks. But this time, he used the divine execution weapon." Just then the main character appeared. The doors of the statue swung open, revealing sharp spikes. Then Raven again raised his hand to his mask and said, "My lord, you grant that to him." Then he clenched his fist and the statue's doors slammed shut, trapping the main character inside. Fanatic screamed in fear, "Inori!" A moment later, blood began to stream from the statue's eyes. Fanatic kept calling his name, and Raven approached her, saying, "He will never hear your voice again." He stepped forward and said, "Farewell, my foolish friend." The next second, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the statue, shattering it to pieces. A surprised Raven turned back to see the main character bruised and battered who spoke. "You know, that wasn't half bad." He laughed maniacally and grabbed the crystal, saying, "I'll give you a piece of advice." He threw it forward, hitting Raven and destroying the chain that was binding Fanatic. The next second, Raven fell to the ground thinking, "He's strong. I underestimated him. Since when did my vision get so blurry? Not even light. There's no judgment or salvation for me. So this is the answer to my prayers." The next second, Fanatic approached him. He said, "Fanatic, to be honest, I never even laid a finger on you. Of course God would protect you, the spotless and unstained one. I'm asking you, take my place. You must find God for me. You're the only one worthy. He will surely answer you." She stood beside him, took the crystal from his hand, and the main character asked, "Is he finally dead? What a shame. He's the only one who was really my type. We had such fun drinking together." Fanatic looked at him and said, "Inori, you have to answer me." "Who are you?" Inori said in surprise. "No one has ever asked me what I am before. What am I to you now, a thief who killed the church's disciples, or just a thorn in God's side?" Fauna narrowed her eyes, remembering a time from before. She had asked him if he disliked their training. Inori had replied that she was wasting her time on him. Fauna answered, "It's fine. I can train you my whole life until you become even stronger than me." She certainly had a lot of faith in him. In the present, she sighed and said, "It's true. Training you was a waste of time." The MC spoke up. "To be honest, I don't care. I only went along with it out of curiosity to see where things would go. First of all, our values and ideologies aren't just incompatible, they're contradictory. I come from a different world than you. That's why your God took notice of me, and in return I came here to destroy the church, to destroy God's primary tool. Therefore, I killed anyone I deemed necessary. Because right now, nothing is more important than defeating your God." Fauna listened motionless, her mouth slightly agape. The MC continued, "However, I didn't mind playing along with your little teacher-student act." His eyes flashed as he spoke. "But it's about time we put an end to this." Fauna said, "Yes, you're right. It's time to end this." She had thought she'd never be able to reach the real him, but now she was slowly starting to understand, and his journey had only just begun. She reached out her hand and asked, "But will you show me?" She placed her palm on his cheek and added, "The real you." Then Inori returned to his human form and said, "This is it. It's time for me to go back." He started to run, and Fauna yelled, "Kiri, wait!" He turned back and said, "It's Inori. You can call me that." "If we're alone again." Fauna watched him intently as he continued, "Oh, and those novices who were with you? They're still alive. It was news to me too, but it turns out those demons only react to movement. They didn't even bother to tell those poor sinners the details of their plan." He climbed out of the pit and said, "See you again, master." Fauna watched him go, whispering, "Inori." Everything around her began to crack, and she looked around in fear. The monsters began their attack, and Fauna started leading the other girls out of the building. People were screaming in the streets. Where did these demons come from? Why are they inside the church? Where's Captain Raven? Fauna froze at the sight of the terrifying creature before her. Suddenly, Arya appeared in front of her, slashing at the monster. She said, "I knew you'd be okay, but I'm so glad to see you're alive, Fauna." Fauna cried out in surprise. "Arya!" She turned back and shouted, "Stay back! They're dangerous even without their heads. Help the injured and get them out of here. Please." She swung her sword, attacking swiftly. Arya yelled, "Now let me get them away." Fauna replied, "No, but thank you for saving me, Arya." An arrow flew from behind, lodging itself in the monster and catching Fauna's attention. The archer yelled, "Follow the Black Rose." The girl shouted in agreement. "Yes." Arya commanded her guild, "Listen to her. Draw all the demons to us." She ordered them to let the survivors get away. Everyone yelled, "Yes." The monsters began to attack the knights as everyone else tried to save the wounded. The MC watched from a window thinking, "I have an idea." A while earlier, Arya had entered the room and spoken. "Answer me. Have you been planning to attack the church this whole time?" Inari asked. "And what if I was—" Arya replied, surprised. When he came to help them, unlike her, he seemed indifferent to the city's fate. At first, she was even happy to see him, but he could have avoided the battle with Fenrir if he hadn't disturbed their territory. He didn't stop the coup to save the country, but to provoke Commander Eisen and challenge her. And the same goes for Chris's situation. He didn't have to destroy all her demons. For some reason, he's always looking for an opponent. Inori looked at her silently and she said, "You don't care at all. You don't care about the people who might get attacked, and you wouldn't even think of saving them. Right now, all you care about are their demon kings and your desire to fight the gods." Inori turned back and asked if she still wanted to help him. Now that she knew everything Arya said, that the church was no joke, but there were good people there too, including Fona. She wanted to help her, but she didn't want to kill civilians. She now had enough power to get the guild involved in the church's investigation. With their help, their numbers, and their influence, they would be able to hide the fact that he was the mastermind, and there would be no need to risk hypnotizing witnesses or even killing them. There would be fewer victims. She held out her hand and said, "But on one condition. I'll be the one to take care of this girl, all right?" Inori waved his hand dismissively and said, "Do whatever you want. I don't care. She's already lost the will to live." Arya said she knew this was selfish, but she wanted to try, even if he disagreed with her about something. In the present, Inori stood watching the church tower collapse, recalling Arya's words. She belonged to him, but she still wanted to help people in need. She would continue to help him, but she would do it her own way. In the present, Inori looked at her from the window and thought, "Well, either way, this doesn't affect my plans. The key figures of the church have been eliminated and the stones have been stolen. If she wants to try so hard, then let her. That's her problem." He looked on as the people dealt with the monsters and said, "They're finished." Inori looked up at the sky and said, "That's right. Congratulations on losing an eye. Are you satisfied now? Your goddess will suffer the same fate." A moment later in the forest, Arya said, "It's all over. Chris." She was sitting near the base of a tree, hugging her knees. Arya looked around and said, "Both Raven and the church's men, they're all gone." Chris kept her head down and remained silent. Arya sat next to her and said, "I had a younger sister too, but she died." Chris turned to look at Arya, who smiled and said, "She was very sweet. She used to always cling to the hem of my skirt. Brushing her silky hair was a joy for me. We were even alike in some ways. Both of us couldn't be honest with ourselves, but we had a chance to make up before she passed away." Chris listened to her intently but remained silent. Arya stood up and said, "All right, what does any of that matter to you? What I'm trying to say is, you're free now." She handed her a piece of paper and said, "And I found out where they buried your sister. Go visit her." "Because I never got the chance to visit my own sister." Chris watched Arya leave and, after a moment of hesitation, stood up. A while later, voices echoed in the city. "What's the latest news? Did more demons escape?" "They say Captain Raven was attacked by one." "And what happened to him? How did demons even get inside the church? Are they raising them in there like rats or something?" The villagers were talking in a tavern about how it was the guild members who stopped the invasion instead of the church. After clearing the rubble, they discovered that someone had quietly entered the church's cemetery and dug up a grave. A shout rang out, "Why would someone dig up a grave?" One mystery after another. The people were terrified, imagining what would happen to their town next as Chris sat in the cemetery holding a skull. She hugged it, remembering how she used to hug her sister. She thought, "It's so cold, so cold. If only we could find a place with no winter or hunger when we grow up. We'll definitely find it, but for now, this is enough for us." Chris wondered if that was her sister's voice. "The cold is nothing when you have someone to keep you warm. You keep me warm and I'll keep you warm and we'll be so toasty." Chris hugged the skull and cried. She said her sister was such an idiot. Such an idiot. At that moment, Arya asked, "Are we leaving this place?" Inori replied, "Yes, there's nothing left in this city to surprise me. Don't you like it here? I thought you were settling in quite well, but alas, the decision has been made." Arya replied, "It's fine. I'm ready to go too." Inori turned back and asked, "All done excellent." Arya asked, "And where are we going now?" Inori replied, "I don't know." Arya said, bewildered, "Sometimes you just surprise me." A while later, Chris was riding a monster and said, "We'll find a place that's always warm." She looked up and thought, "Far, far away from here." Arya thought, "To see new lands."
A while later, people in the city were talking. The Black Rose is leaving the city. A man said, they say she's moving away. A young man said with teary eyes, but I didn't even get to say a word to her. A girl entered the room and shouted, "You fanatic, here's your water and medicine." She looked at the open window confused and asked, "Where did she go?" A moment later, a voice echoed inside the house. "The freshly baked pastries, your tea set, all the gifts and everything else. I'm happy to report that it's all been safely transferred into the shadows. They're ready to depart." Arya smiled and said, "How convenient." Inori asked, "Well, shall we go?" She smiled and replied, "Yes." As they went outside, they suddenly heard loud shouts. "Arya, is she really leaving the city? Now who's going to protect us from the demon invasion?" A man crossed his arms and said, "That guy must have whispered something to her or done something evil." Then a young man reached out his hand and said, "Get away from him. She doesn't need people like him. Let her marry me." The MC picked up a bag and said, "They just finished packing and everyone's already worked up." The crowd shouted excitedly, "Arya!" She turned back with a small smile and a wave. She said that she had submitted a notice to the guild this morning that she would be leaving. "Word travels fast," Inori said, rolling his eyes. "But if you hadn't taken on every single guild quest with such dedication, you wouldn't have problems like this." "You told me I had to learn to blend in with the crowd," Arya replied. "You make it sound so easy. The guild was my first job. I couldn't help but give it my all." The MC said she had a nickname, and her eyes suddenly lit up. They continued down the road when they suddenly saw Fiona by the wall. She had her hands on her hips and asked, "Were you just going to leave like that without a word?" "I certainly didn't expect that," Arya said in surprise. "Fiona, are you allowed to walk around already?" Fiona smiled and asked, "Why would they suddenly forbid me? Thanks to you, I wasn't seriously injured. So where's Kiri?" Arya cried out in a panic. "What happened to him? Wasn't he just walking next to you?" The MC had climbed onto the bridge railing and was lying down to avoid being noticed. Arya said, "He ran off." "So that's how it is," Fiona smirked and replied. "That's just like him. Kiri? No. Inori hasn't changed." Arya looked at her in surprise and asked, "So you knew?" Fiona looked up and said, "A little." Arya seemed a bit embarrassed. "Please forgive them. And me. Actually, my name is Arya. I am the former princess of the Kingdom of the Rising Sun." Fiona's eyes widened in surprise and she yelled, "Ari, a princess!" Arya cried out in embarrassment. "Ex-princess, and don't shout about it. And it's not Ari, it's Arya. Inori saved me and took me with him. I still know very little about him, but I don't mind following him and uncovering his mysteries." Fiona smiled and said she was glad she liked him. Arya blushed and shouted, "How can you just assume I like him?" "It's obvious," Fiona replied. "He's the one I chose. My instincts have never failed me." She told her to follow him. Arya smiled and said, "All right." She shouted, "Inori!" He jumped up startled, and Fiona yelled, "Usually I'd catch him every time he tried to escape. But for today anyway, I'll let it slide." Inori clicked his tongue in annoyance, and Fiona said, "And all his lies to me, his master? I'm willing to forgive those too. But if he dares to lie to Arya even once, I will never forgive him. And the fact that he doesn't fear divine punishment is no reason not to take my words seriously. If he dares to hurt her, I will come and punish him myself. After all, I am his master." Fiona turned and said, "Arya, thank you for telling me your real name." She told her to take care of herself. A moment later, Fiona waved goodbye to her, thinking, "This city has changed so much since they came here. They will continue to change the world around them. For now, I'm forced to say goodbye, but one day..." A while later, birds were perched near a waterfall, and water cascaded down the cliff. Suddenly, the water spray was cut by a sharp sword, and Arya was moving forward. "I couldn't have escaped the castle on my own. I couldn't have stopped the demons on my own, let alone prevent them. I didn't even realize some things. Both the impending coup in the kingdom and the dark side of the church. I still have a lot of work to do on myself, but I need to know where to start." Inori looked at her and asked, "What's wrong with you? Did you decide to take a bath?" Arya looked at him and, slightly embarrassed, cried out, "Inori, no, I didn't. I was just..." The MC pointed at a wild boar and said, All right, whatever you say. Let me get a better look. Here." Arya asked again, "This is..." The MC replied, "It looks like a pig or a wild boar. I got the idea to try roasting it as is without draining its blood." "But it's a demon," Arya said. They had been wandering aimlessly since leaving Regan. A cave behind the waterfall had become their temporary shelter. But Arya didn't mind much, as it turned their wanderings into a good excuse to train.
The little Fenrir rested in Inori's shadow. After all, it was her fault that it had used up all its energy fighting the demons. Shinji's gourmet side had awakened, and she was hunting for new strange fruits every day. And as for Inori, Arya looked at the stone in the MC's hand and asked, "You found it already?" Inori replied that at first he had hoped to be able to control it and see through the eyes of the god, just as they saw through his, but as soon as he used the magic, I was immediately disconnected from them. Oh well. There will still be a chance to figure out how to fight the gods, Arya thought, and Inori is still trying to get stronger. She held her hand forward and unleashed a holy flame. Inori asked why she would use magic. Arya said she wanted to try purifying it with light magic. The MC asked, "Purify it?" Arya replied that demons are creatures of darkness and are fundamentally incompatible with humans. "But if we try to neutralize its properties, couldn't we at least eat it properly?" Inori then asked what was stopping her from just eating it immediately. "You did it with that bug," he pointed out. Arya replied that she wanted to eat it properly and with some flavor. Inori said, fine, I was just kidding. He was actually concerned that the demons here didn't seem particularly strong even during the day. He had hoped to encounter stronger monsters by going further from human settlements. Arya looked at him intently and asked if maybe it wasn't that the monsters were weak, but that he himself had become too strong. Inori looked surprised, and Arya continued speaking. Compared to the ones found in her country or Regina, these were much stronger. But they were born from nature itself. And if you compare the demons in her country with the high-level demons summoned by Chris, the difference is huge. And then there's the way you defeated more than half of them at once, just for experience. She suspected that there were no demons left in the wild that could satisfy his desire to become stronger. The MC thought for a moment, then said, "Yeah, to get experience. I constantly need to fight stronger and stronger opponents, so it's a problem." Arya said that she wished she had such problems, although at some point feeling weak and feeling like you're lacking something is pretty normal. The MC thought for a moment. An opponent as fast and ferocious as Chris's demons? He highly doubted he'd be able to find something like that easily. He turned back and looked at Arya. He asked, "Your goal is to become stronger than me, isn't it?" "Right," Arya replied, a little flustered. "Yes." The MC said, "To free yourself from being my slave, to put it bluntly, to kill me." Arya asked, "How on earth did you come up with that?" Inori asked, "So what? Are you going to try and kill me?" Arya looked at him surprised. A while later, the MC was standing at an intersection looking around confused. A voice called out from his side, "Inori, long time no see." The girl greeted him and asked how he was doing. "Living well, how are your kids?" The MC, startled, asked who she was. The girl replied, "What do you mean I'm the goddess? The goddess who gave you your power." Inori asked back, "A goddess? Then what's with this cosplay? To be more precise, where exactly am I?" The goddess answered, "In your hometown, Chiba, Japan." The MC asked again, "Chiba, but why? Especially since I'm not from Chiba." The goddess replied, "Let's just put it this way. Adjusting your abilities had a much bigger effect on your soul than I thought. That's why I sent you home for a while, so your soul could be more at peace. At first, I figured any city would do, but Chiba sounded more fun than all the other places." The MC asked back, "So you just wanted to come to Chiba, is that it?" The goddess simply smiled in response, and Inori told her she should learn to make better excuses. Suddenly, the people nearby then started taking out their phones and snapping pictures of the building's exit. The MC turned around and asked, "What are they doing?" The goddess replied, "Oh well, it's not like they have anywhere else to go anyway, so why not have a little fun?" Arya raised her hands and said, No, this isn't cosplay." People started asking, "Are those her everyday clothes? She's so cute." Inori looked at her and asked, "How did you get here?" The goddess replied, "For company, why not?" She handed him a card and told him to buy her some clothes. "It's your beloved goddess's credit card. There's no limit, but please don't buy up everything in sight." "All right," she said. "Have fun out there." The MC asked again, a credit card seriously. She vanished, and he asked, "Where did she go?" A moment later, Arya smiled and thanked him for getting her out of there. Inori said he would have been more than happy to let her handle her own clothes, but that terrifying goddess told him to go. Have a little fun. Honestly, I don't even want to be near her. She stands out too much. Arya ran after him, shouting, "Why are you being so mean?" A little while later, Arya was struggling to fasten her bra. She covered herself and asked Inori, "How do you fasten this?" He turned away and said, "You're asking me. Do I look like a girl to you? Go ask the girl at the checkout counter." I didn't know then if the sales assistant was asking me to pick a size or if she was offering to help me fasten it. The girl just frowned and said to ask anything I wanted, then asked how old I was that I couldn't fasten it myself. Arya looked at them in surprise and shouted, "Nala Amanda!" The girls replied, "Yes, so one of them is Nala, and the other one is Amanda, yes." A moment later, Inori swiped the card on the machine and paid 29,800 yen. The girl bowed and said, "Thank you very much. Please come again." Inori looked at the card and said, "Isn't it a bit much to pay with someone else's credit card?" Arya smiled and said, "They looked exactly alike. I almost ran over to hug them." Inori turned back and said, "Even their personalities are similar. It's as if their souls were transported here from that place." Suddenly, they couldn't see Fenrir anymore. They kept walking, and it thought, "Master." A moment later, they stopped at a doll stall. Arya said, "Your homeland sells so many strange things. They even have these unbelievably detailed dolls." Inori cut her off. "They're called figurines." Arya pointed to a fairy and said, "What about this one? Wow, she's the spitting image of Shinji." Inori agreed with her, then saw the figurine's hand trembling. He said, "Wait a minute. She's not an image. That is her." She said while eating, "Thank you both so much. I was afraid you wouldn't recognize me. You're being so kind today, even treating me to this." Inori said, "That's because it was free." A masked waiter approached them and said, "Excuse me," Inori shouted, "why are you here? And why the mask?" The waiter apologized and said, "It's the establishment's policy, anti-infection measures. As for the order, it's a gift from the table next to yours." Inori looked over at them and shouted, "Where did these idiots come from?" A moment later, a crowd gathered around them and started taking pictures. Inori and Arya left the cafe and walked down the street. Shinji was lying on Arya's head while she ate ice cream. They passed by Fenrir again. It thought, "Master." After a while, Inori said annoyed, "That damn goddess, it's already dark. Why are we still here?" Arya smiled and said, "I'm enjoying everything, and I got to see your homeland. It's reminding me of my own home now." They were standing on a rooftop looking at the city at night. Arya asked, "Are you really not coming back here?" Inori looked at her, then answered, "Yeah, everything's familiar and so is the food, but it's too quiet here." He stretched and said, "All right, let's just forget about that goddess. Let's go get something to eat." Arya replied, "I'd love to. Do you have any suggestions?" Inori said, "Since this is our last time, let's go to a restaurant bar later." Arya asked, "A bar?" Inori cut her off, saying, "Go ahead and spend freely." Just then, a blinding light appeared behind them. It quickly began to illuminate everything. Inori asked, confused, "Wait, the goddess's space?" Arya asked, "Why so suddenly?" The goddess appeared before them, lying on the ground, and said, "Damn it, I told you not to just buy everything indiscriminately. Have you seen my bill yet? I'm ruined." Inori said, "Who said there was no limit?" He turned back, and the goddess screamed, "What, you bought a 1964 car? Did you see the price on that thing?" Inori smiled and said, "I've always wanted to buy something like this. It's not that I have a license, but I still wanted it." The goddess shrieked, "I told you not to spend too much, and I told you not to buy everything in sight. Were you even listening to me?" Inori smirked and said, "At least you can see how much fun I had." "Right." Arya smiled along with him. "And by the way, Your Grace, you still haven't told us why we were sent to Siberia in the first place." He replied, "Exactly. You said something about his soul or whatnot." At that moment, a cardboard poster in the shopping center read, "In collaboration with Siberia." Fenrir was still in the same spot thinking, "Master." A moment later, Inori asked, "So are you going to try and kill me?" Arya looked at him confused and shouted, "Kill you! What are you talking about?" Inori answered, "It's simple. We're going to fight. Except I won't kill you, and you can fight any way you want. There's no point in fighting if your opponent is intentionally holding back." He smirked and asked, "You want to become stronger than me, don't you?" Arya wondered just how close she had gotten to his level. She wanted to know. She shouted, "Yes, let me fight you." Inori smiled and said, "Excellent. Fenrir, come here." It appeared from underground and asked, "You called for me?" "Master," Inori said, "I want my people to wipe out all the dangerous monsters in the area. I won't be happy if they accidentally interfere with our battle." Fenrir said, "It will be done, but Master, the two of you don't need to fight each other." Inori asked, "Aren't you also thinking of joining her?" "If deep down you want to kill me," Fenrir shouted. "What?" Shinji screamed in fear, and Fenrir said that he was merely expressing his humble opinion. "And as his subordinate, I have no right to fight him. Once was more than enough for me." Shinji screamed in fear. "Is he serious?" Inori smirked and said, "Besides, the only one I haven't fought yet is Arya." Things are getting interesting now. Will she agree? Arya squints slightly and stays silent. Inori holds out his hand and says, "All right then. We'll have a quick meal, then discuss the rules of the battle." His hand catches fire, and he screams in fear, and Arya tells him to put out the fire before raising his hand. A moment later, Arya says the battle will begin in 3 days, when the sun reaches its peak, and it doesn't matter where they are or what condition they're in. Fenrir says that until then, the master will not use searching or clairvoyance, and will not set any traps. Shinji sits on a rock and says it's a good thing Inori doesn't use commands on his subordinates. Arya speaks up, saying she didn't expect him to suggest a fight during the day. Of course, at night she's no match for his level, but she remembers Inori's words. It's too optimistic to think he'll only ever be able to fight at night. Her power level during the day also has to be taken into account, Arya had said. That's why he said it doesn't count as a handicap. Fenrir says, he's lying, it's obviously a handicap. Although at night it could hardly be called a battle. Shinji asks if that's going too far. He didn't even use Dark Wind. He just threw her out of there and left, and she could have just led him to these springs like she did for us. Arya smiles and says, "Thank you, Shinji." "Inori will be another obstacle," she replies. "Exactly." And Fenrir asks, "But what's next?" "The master said I have to kill him." Arya looks down and Shinji asks, "What do you mean?" "What's next? I go and kill him, and in doing so, they'll also set me free. Don't you yourself want to be free again, you little puppy?" Then Fenrir asks, "Who are you calling a puppy?" Arya thinks Inori saved me, and to be free I have to overcome him. I want to be free from him. She recalls fragments of memories with him and thinks, but I gave up everything for a second chance. My homeland, myself, my royal duties, everything. She sinks underwater, then surfaces, clenching her jaw as she thinks. I gave up everything to be free. Arya thinks Inori wants a battle, doesn't he? She clutches the towel in her hand and thinks this is it, my chance to win my freedom. She looks up and thinks, even if the price is Inori's own life, I must follow my own will. She looks up at the sky and says, he'll get it. It's annoying that they're giving me a handicap. Inori isn't the only one who's learned something. I'll show him what I've learned on my own. 3 days later before dawn, Takafuji Inori, a demon, a vampire, possesses a very long list of skills. He holds the corpse of a monster in his hand and looks at the window, the system with his skills. Inori thinks that he's accumulated a lot by stealing skills. He thinks about it. He doesn't have any skills that are particularly powerful. But he has many passive skills like heat resistance or poison resistance, but they won't help him in battle right now. He needs his own unique skills. Inori sinks his fangs into the monster's corpse and thinks about things like blood-sucking skill enhancement, a second demon eye, and dark leg magic. He obtained them when the goddess dragged him through 8 different worlds. But along with them, he earned the hatred of the sun god. Because of this, during the day, he is limited to only one unique skill obtained in this world. Searching. That's my main weakness. Or so Arya might think. And she's partly right. But if she's that shallow, our fight can hardly be called a battle. The battle with Chris's demons significantly increased my level and titles. My vampire title. My unique skills have not only grown stronger, but I can now choose up to 4 unique skills to use during the day. But the selection can only be made at dawn. I have to lock in my chosen skills now. The sun god's hatred is active. Searching will be the first. This is indispensable in combat and allows for a preemptive strike. The second will be my right demon eye. It unlocks clairvoyance and improves focus speed while moving my most versatile tool. The third is dark leg magic. It allows for telekinesis and moving through shadows, and stealth is related to it. For the fourth, maybe I'll try taking the skill she used to kill me back then. Fenrir asks, "Are you absolutely sure?" Arya smiles and says, "Yes. Let Inori try his own tricks." Shinji says that she doesn't believe that's enough. She doesn't believe it. Fenrir says he wouldn't mind lending her something, but I have no intention of fighting my master. Arya says, "That's enough. This magic tool entered my body along with Inori's blood and memories." She thanks Fenrir for helping her get it. Unlike Inori, I can use magic weapons, the sword he gave me is now simply called a longsword, and it will be a great help to me in this battle. I've done everything I can in these 3 days, and hopefully this will also be useful. Shinji sighs and says, it's useless. He's underestimated her. It's useless. Let her take this chance and kill him. Then Arya says, "The master said he wouldn't kill me, but please don't let me die." Arya smiles and says, "It's okay. If I push Inori to the point where he's willing to kill me, then so be it." A moment later, the MC floats in the air and thinks as vampires. They are very sensitive to the sun's movement. They can feel the moments of sunset and zenith as if the sun were right in front of them. The same goes for Arya. At that moment, Arya says, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The MC smirks and says, the battle begins. He extends his hand forward and thinks Dark Leg Magic Shadow Step. First, I need to pinpoint their positions relative to each other. With the searching ability of my right eye, that's a piece of cake. He releases his mana and thinks I'll seize the initiative and attack before she even realizes it. The search for the brilliant mana spread throughout the forest, and Inori thought that even with his enhanced tracking abilities, he still couldn't find her. Could she be even farther away? Of course, they hadn't restricted the combat area in any way, but there has to be a trace. No matter where she was hiding, the clairvoyance of his right eye would spot even the faintest of traces. Suddenly, a bright stone flew into his eye and a sword pierced his back. Arya gritted her teeth and Inori turned around bewildered. She thought aim straight for the heart and head for a few more stabs. Inori screamed, "It hurts so much!" He swung his leg and attacked Arya. Brilliant mana surged through the forest. It knocked down trees and spread farther and farther. A terrible thought came to him. He had accidentally pushed her with all his strength. Arya flew backward into the tree trunks. They came crashing down on her from above. Blood spewed from her mouth and her body trembled. She thought, was that a kick? How much stronger has he gotten if he can do this during the day? She stood up and thought, but the first blow was still mine. The MC rushed forward and thought, how did this happen? At first, the tracking ability didn't work and Arya immediately appeared attacking him in his most vulnerable spots. She sensed that. The heart is a vampire's primary organ because she herself is a vampire. This could have been a fatal blow. Though not lethal, he had been prepared, using Grapnia's threads to push his heart aside. When was the last time he was this close to death? He had underestimated her. He had underestimated her so badly. A moment later, he landed where Arya had just been standing. She was no longer there. Another blow from behind. So his right eye and its clairvoyance were useless. She had probably aimed for it intentionally, knowing full well how poor his regeneration is during the day. But honestly, he looked up and said, I don't need my eyes when the scent of your blood is wafting from a mile away. It's useless to hide. Arya's eyes widened in shock as Inori suddenly shot energy threads towards her. He bound her and said, You've lost a lot of blood, and alas, you've missed your only chance. To end everything in one move. Arya thought Dark Magic Leg remote control. She used her sword to sever the threads, then the sword broke. The MC observed her carefully and asked, Does she have any strength left? No matter who his opponent was, they couldn't get up right after that blow. Or is this another trick? Arya enveloped herself in healing mana, and Shinpi said, Hey, this is going well, isn't it? If she's lucky, she might even win. Fenrir said, Just take it slow. In terms of strength, stamina, and recovery, the master still surpasses her in every way. However, she did very well. She neutralized his clairvoyance and tracking abilities, otherwise she wouldn't have stood a chance, Shinpi asked. And what happens when he recovers them? Fenrir replied, She'll lose instantly. But the blood trail no longer allows her to hide. The only option left is to fight him head-on before he can recover. From this moment on, the real battle begins. Shinpi asked, She'll lose instantly. Even with your stone, Fenrir said a shelter created by a witch's secret stone is a magical tool, and since ancient times it has protected their lands from invasion. It blocks tracking so even the master couldn't find them immediately. It used to be hidden in the hollow of a tall tree. I lent it to that girl. Fenrir suspected that the master had recognized the stone, but showed no interest because he can't use magical tools like them. Shinpi asked, Was it worth it? Giving it up, Fenrir said that he had nothing left to protect, but she does. Arya gripped her sword hilt and rushed forward. She frowned, thinking that he just kept throwing daggers at her, keeping his distance. She didn't mind a long-range fight, but at this rate, she released her mana and thought Wind Tunnel. It was aimed at the MC, and he thought this is the spell they used when escaping the castle. Wind magic. It's too obvious even without my magic eye. Arya thought she would settle this before Inori. Recovers his eye. Wind Tunnel. Multiple attacks aimed at Inori and struck his body. He released mana from his hands and used Dark Magic Leg Shadow Space. He shielded himself with a tree trunk, but Arya's attacks were able to pierce through it. She thought horrifying. She couldn't see Inori because of the smoke. He stepped forward and asked, You're good at hiding, but am I better at finding? He used Dark Magic Leg Shadow Step. He moved behind Arya and quickly attacked, knocking her to the ground. The MC saw a stone on her neck and thought, Gleniere. He bound Arya's hands and said that she could only cut it with the black sword. Checkmate. Inori approached Arya and started punching her repeatedly. He said that the sooner she gave up, the better it would be for her. Suddenly, his fingers detached from his hand and the MC's eyes widened in amazement. Arya gritted her teeth, using her sword to sever her own hand. She used her fist to strike him in the face and sent him flying. Arya told him, "Don't think you're the only one who's gotten stronger. Are you satisfied now? I can kill you." She ordered him not to look down on her. Inori watched her intently, then smiled and said, "You're right. You sold your soul to survive, yet you're still afraid of death. Aren't you overestimating yourself?" Arya looked at him confused, and Inori said, "Fine. Just don't complain if your life really does end today." Arya yelled at him, "This involves you too." The MC thought of his fourth chosen skill, Berserk. He reached his hand toward Arya's face and attacked quickly. He flew up, grabbing Arya's face and flying across the pond. Inori yelled, "I tried to take advantage of this when I killed Mask, but it's pretty hard to control." He swung his arm and threw Arya into the water. She landed on the sand and coughed up blood. The water spread out around her. The MC laughed loudly and rushed towards Arya, who had just tried to get back up. She jumped to the side and Inori swung his fist. Arya flew sideways and crashed into a wave. The MC said, "I told you this. When you fought Chris's demons, stubbornness isn't bad, but it's meaningless if you end up dead." Arya sat on the ground and the MC said, "I understand how you've been able to fight for so long, thanks to Shinji." Arya snorted in displeasure and Inori said, "My wounds are healing faster than I thought, but now you have no chance of winning." Through Shinpi's dark wind, she was supplied with blood to restore her strength and mana. She did well. She made good use of the 3 days of preparation. She collected the blood of those she killed. To use in battle, that's commendable. So your goal was to win by wearing me down, but unfortunately you decided to cut off your own hand to escape. Glenia. She lost a lot of blood. She can no longer use a strategy of attrition against him. And without a hand to hold the dark sword, she's lost her main weapon for close combat. Arya lowered her head and said, "Yes. I don't have many trump cards, and now I have even fewer." But then she shouted, "That's not a reason to give up." She created a wave and pointed her blade forward. Rushing in to attack, she stabbed Inori's palm, and he said cheerfully, "You fell for the trap." Arya said, "No. No, you're the one who fell for the trap. Shinji's dark wind also passes through your shadow. It'd be a waste not to use it." She bound them with a red thread and said, "You can only cut Repnia with the dark sword. Don't you remember? Isn't that right?" She used holy fire and said, "Be patient. Now we'll see who burns first." I wondered. Light magic. How does she know vampires are vulnerable to light magic? Is it because she's also a vampire? No. Unlike me, she's fine in the sun and can use magic. Did she notice when Master used light magic? It on me during training? Or did she realize it from the wound on my mask? Inori asked, "When did you realize I couldn't handle light magic?" Arya said, "To be honest, never. I just decided to take a wild guess. After all, I have nothing left to fight with. Although, wasn't there a moment you were scared when you touched my flame?" She laughed and said, "That doesn't look like you at all. You look ridiculous." The flames spread across their bodies and the health bar started beeping. "I'm telling you, I'm dying. The fact that you're vulnerable to light doesn't make me immortal. And I don't have time to recover from the flames. Your berserk state triples all your stats when activated. I'll die first." "Absolutely not." His eyes saw the reflection of her endurance through the numbers. "I'm serious. And so am I. I won't believe the words of my enemy. Besides, for the first time in my life, I fought with a clear killing intent to win at all costs. I'm not afraid to say, I had a lot of fun." He looked up at the sky and said, "I order you to stop the magic." He returned to his normal form and the threads began to cut into his body. He said, "I told you I wouldn't kill you. I offered another way." Arya's mouth fell open. A moment later, she woke up and saw Fenrir beside her. It said, "You're awake." She smiled and said, "Fenrir, where am I?" It replied, "You're home, in the cave behind the waterfall." Arya looked at her hand and said, "My hand? It's still here." Inori said, "I don't see any joy on the face of a winner." Her eyes widened in surprise and she said, "Inori?" She asked him to wait and then said, Did I win?" He replied, "You forced me to give you an order. That automatically means I lost. Don't you want to drink some blood?" I went monster hunting for a bit. Otherwise, you would have drained me completely dry. Arya cried out a little embarrassed. What do you mean by that? Inori replied. I literally collapsed from exhaustion. Fenrir looked at them confused, and Arya blushed beet red, her hands in her lap. He said, You were ready to risk your life to kill me. I need to set you straight and quickly. All right then, let her ask whatever she wants. He will answer every one of her questions.